This story begins with our hero having to make a decision that will determine his future. An old man held out a red button to him in his hand. He explained that if you press the button for 1,000,000 years, you can train for 1,000,000 years. He asked if the protagonist was sure he didn't want to press the button. The moon was shining brightly in the crimson sky. The protagonist stood with his hands down, wondering what to do now. If he pressed the button, the old man would probably stop pestering him. Such a magic button couldn't exist. Sweat beads appeared on his face from excitement. He reached out with a trembling hand to the button and pressed it. The protagonist pressed the button for 1,000,000 years before he realized that he had become the strongest. Some time ago, our hero trained hard. He perfected the techniques 994, step forward, 995, he kept count of each movement, sword swing, 996, strike, 997. His name is Alan Rodorwa, and he is 15 years old. He is a third-year student at the Higher School of Fencing. Two guys passed by the protagonist who was training. One of them recognized Alan and called him a failed swordsman. The second grinned and, with hostility in his voice, said that Alan was the worst at wielding weapons. He angrily squeezed the bottle of water he was holding, and it crunched. Our hero continued to keep count. 999. Boom, he hit himself in the head, it hurt. MC was not very good with a sword, to the point that he felt like a complete non-entity. The boys made fun of him, told him that this was not the place where he could practice, and that he should get out of here. He had to agree with them. He knew that at the academy, they laughed at his strength and called him a failed swordsman. As a child, he loved to swing a stick and dreamed of becoming a fencer. His mother supported him and saved money to pay for his studies. She saved so much money that she did not even have enough money for food. He moved to another place to train and did not think that it was a big problem when they laughed at him. He wanted to become a great swordsman and pay back his debt to his mother. That is why he could not give up and continued training. But even here, the protagonist was noticed and recognized as the same loser. He was a handsome young man in a chic suit and a radiant smile. He was accompanied by two equally pretty girls. The boy said that he felt sorry for Alan because today too he would be making futile efforts. The protagonist chuckled, recognizing the boy. It was Doriel. He decided to give Alan some advice because he didn't want to see him train anymore. He believed that the protagonist had no future in wielding a sword. Doriel thought that MC's parents would be happier if he left this school and went to study for a normal job. Isn't that right? The protagonist asked if Doriel really came here just to say that, and, dismissively waving his hand, said that it didn't matter to him. The boy thought about it, but then continued to humiliate the protagonist, saying that he couldn't understand Alan's parents, how they raised such a degenerate who didn't even know how to use a sword. Oh no, that's not it. Like father, like son. Doriel fell silent for a moment, but then continued to say that the protagonist's parents were just trash, and he was no different from them. From the very beginning, he was destined to be trash. Alan tightly gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and demanded that the offender take his words back. There was no answer. Then, already with a threat in his voice, he loudly repeated that he should take his insults back. The protagonist was furious. He shouted that his mother was a wonderful person, and she took care of him herself. He would not allow her to be called trash. Doriel was glad that Alan was furious. He, with a sarcastic smile on his face, continued to say that trash will always be trash, and no matter how hard he tried, he would still remain trash. The protagonist's eyes widened with rage, and he attacked Doriel with a sword, calling him an idiot. Doriel used techniques against the protagonist. He first punched him in the face. Then he kicked him in the stomach with a powerful kick and shouted at the loser not to come near him. Alan flew to the side and fell on his back. Doriel laughed that he couldn't even dodge such a blow, and that's why he calls him trash. After such blows, the protagonist was in pain and had trouble breathing. He pulled himself together, stood up to his full height, and challenged Doriel to a duel. The accompanying girls couldn't believe their ears. They asked again, "What?" Doriel was surprised by such a turn of events. He asked how it was possible that a failed swordsman would challenge him, the master of fencing of this school. Our hero answered that it was exactly like that, and if he wins, Doriel will have to take his words back. Doriel burst out laughing and snickered through his laughter that the protagonist is a funny guy. He agreed to these conditions, laughing loudly, and added that he would bow at his feet if Alan won. But if he lost, he would have to leave the fencing school that very moment. And narrowing one eye, he sarcastically asked if the MC agreed to such a condition. Alan opened his eyes wide and gasped at such a proposal. Doriel asked him, "Isn't this a good deal?" Both sides usually bet on something equal. Didn't he know that? The protagonist replied that he had heard about it, but he thought that this bet did not have equal value. Doriel laughed at him and asked if he hadn't realized yet that his leaving the school would have no value because he was worthless. Alan rudely replied that he understood everything and accepted the challenge and the conditions. Having said that, he ran away. The duel was scheduled for the next day at 9 a.m. Now the protagonist must train harder than ever. It was already evening and dark, but he continued to train. Various thoughts were spinning in his head. He had the opportunity to attend this school. In order to improve, he has to train a lot. His rival is Doriel. He is a real master of fencing. In just 1 year, he became an expert-level student, and he has never had an opponent. The protagonist understood that he would have to fight and give it his all. But will he be able to win? An inner voice told him not to think about these things. He knew that Doriel was 100 times stronger, but he wanted to make him feel sorry for him for speaking rudely about his mother. In any case, the protagonist needs to train. Time was running out. He, shouting a battle cry, swung the sword in different directions, practicing strikes. MC trained so hard that he did not notice how night fell. Alan looked at his hands. They were rubbed to the point of bleeding. The moon shone brightly in the crimson sky, but the sky was covered with clouds. He stopped from fatigue and realized that he was stupid. Why was he doing this? Because he could not win. A pouring rain began. He knelt down. There was something he lacked. He lacked strength. He fell face down on the ground and punched. Alan said that he wanted to win. He would defeat Doriel, and he would renounce his words. He sobbed. Tears flowed from his eyes like a river. He did not know where to get strength and what else could be done. Suddenly, at that moment, he heard a voice that said that now was not the time for the young swordsman to give up. The protagonist was surprised, raised his head, and through his eyes swollen from tears, saw an old man in front of him. For some reason, the rain suddenly stopped, but the sky was still covered with clouds. The old man stood and combed his beard with his bony fingers. He asked Alan what was wrong. If he had any problems, he could talk to the poor old man. Alan sat up and asked who he was. The old man asked what he thought. The protagonist said that he looked like a hermit of time. The old man said that that was a good answer. Alan asked the old man if he could talk to him. The old man sat down on the ground next to the protagonist and said that sometimes, after talking to someone, you feel much better, and he suggested that he not hold back. Alan replied that maybe the old man was right. Now he is a student of the great school of fencing, but he has no talent and people call him a failed swordsman. His mother, who lives alone in the city, took care of him. She supported him in his dream of becoming a master of fencing. She's a great person. The protagonist told the old man that he wants to do everything in his power for her. Even though everyone laughs at him, he still tries his best. Even though it was raining so hard, all his efforts would still be meaningless. The old man objected and asked why. What happened? Alan continued to tell him, there was a boy in school who was known as a master swordsman. The protagonist doesn't know why. This guy was targeting him specifically and trying to intimidate him. MC always ignored him until he called his mother trash. Alan would never forgive him, and he had to challenge him to a duel. The clouds in the sky parted, and the moon began to appear. The protagonist continued to say that Doriel had set a condition that if MC lost, he would have to leave the school. It was weird, right? Even though the protagonist's condition was for Doriel to take back his words. Alan said that the difference between them was too big, and he wasn't sure he could win. He wasn't worried about leaving the school, but he couldn't live with the thought of leaving without Doriel taking back all the insults he had towards his mother. The protagonist was completely broken. His face was all over. The old man understood him and said that he thought that Alan could become stronger. The protagonist objected that he didn't know how to do that. The old man stood up and leaned on his cane with one hand, and in his other hand he had a red button. He said that it was okay to use it. Alan asked what it was. The old man demanded to listen to him. He said that it was a 1,000,000-year button. By pressing this button, the protagonist would go to another world, and he will spend 1,000,000 years there. He does not need to worry about things like life expectancy. He can have a very great training. In addition, he will have a house for himself as a gift, and the house is equipped with a very large bathroom. And not only that, he will be able to eat a lot of food, because there is an unlimited large pantry with food. He will be able to have a large feast. All this can be done just by pressing this button. And as for the old man, thanks to this button, he could get a magnificent body, but he did not want to. The old man said that he could give him the opportunity. At this time, the protagonist was already standing on his feet and continued to train with the sword. He tried not to listen to the old man. The old man demanded attention to his words. Hasn't Alan heard that he can have 1,000,000 years to train? Doesn't he want to press the button? The protagonist replied that if all this is true, then that would be great. But the old man did not calm down and persuaded. Just once. Doesn't he want to try pressing it? I'm sure he will not regret it. Alan stopped training and said that he understood everything. If he pressed it once, then everything could be solved. The thought ran through his head that he could defeat Doriel after 1,000,000 years of training. He couldn't get this thought out of his head. He was already reaching for the button. If he pressed the button that the time hermit was holding, maybe it wasn't the best idea. And he pressed the button. Suddenly, he was in some other place. Alan was scared. Where is he? He saw the big house that the old man was talking about. Is this a joke? It seemed to him that the button was just a lie. He threw his head back and saw that there was no sun here. But despite this, there was so much light. He noticed that there were no shadows in this world. This place was definitely another world. He pinched his cheek. It was very painful. MC saw a clock and thought that if the old man was telling the truth, then this clock will go on until 1,000,000 years pass. He thought he could do it, but he decided that if he could train here for 1,000,000 years, he was sure he could defeat Dariel. The protagonist continued training and was not going to stop training. He thought this was a great opportunity and was going to take advantage of every second. His stomach rumbled. MC looked at his watch and realized that they had been training for quite a long time and was very hungry. He entered the house and was surprised. The house was bigger than he thought. He walked around the house and was glad that he could use this place as much as he wanted. MC found the kitchen. There was a lot of all sorts of things there. There were frying pans, pots, and other things hanging, but he did not know how to use them. Then he saw a huge cabinet, opened it, and thought that this was the magic pantry. Hotel Noah. This is just amazing. On one shelf there were vegetables, on the other a lot of fruits. Alan was now alone and could eat whatever he wanted. He took a tomato in his hand and took a bite. He chuckled in surprise, realizing that he liked the taste. He thought that there was so much more delicious stuff there. The protagonist took from the magic pantry and bit into everything that seemed beautiful to him. He ate his fill and decided that it was time to take a bath. Alan went to look for a bath in this huge house. Behind one of the doors, he found a huge pool. He climbed into it and began to wash himself. He felt good and happy. After washing, the protagonist went to the bedroom with a large bed and fell on it. He felt just wonderful. MC lay on the bed and thought that training in such a place was simply amazing. He was sure that he would become a great swordsman. 10 years had already passed. During this time, the protagonist began to understand the art of fencing. He overcame his fatigue and learned to wield a sword correctly. MC mastered the art of transferring the strength of the legs to the hips and from the hips to the sword. His perception also became much better. He could tell that it had become easier for him. His skill had reached such a level that he couldn't even hear the sound of a blow. 100 years later, he continued training and learned some new moves. He gave names to these moves, and it seemed to him that he had created his own style. 1,000 years of training had passed. The protagonist wasn't feeling very well. He decided that it would be nice to take a break and go for a walk. MC had been doing the same thing for 1,000 years, and he felt tired. Alan thought about his mother and hoped that she would be okay. At that moment, he really felt lonely. After 2,000 years had passed, the protagonist didn't feel any taste when he ate. It felt like he was eating stones. Alan threw away the unpleasant food, picked up his sword, and went to train. 5,000 years later, he thought that he had spent all his time training, but had time really stopped in another world? Was he really getting stronger? MC was afraid that when he woke up, he would forget everything? Alan was scared. What was wrong with him? Why now? Why was he torturing himself like this? After 7,000 years of training, he no longer cared who he was. He still didn't know if he was getting stronger? Why did he want to be stronger? He held the sword with both hands and furiously trained, screaming. Alan remembered how he was called a failed swordsman. But that wasn't the point. He remembered the words of the offender, that his family was trash and he himself was trash. The protagonist knew that he had to win. He encouraged himself that he had to keep swinging his sword. That's all he could do. MC continued to train. 10,000 years later, he learned of a new training method, and it was a fight with himself. He fought with himself with all his might. It was an eternal war that had no end. Finally, his passion for fencing returned. He thanked himself for such a fight. Alan thought that fighting with himself made him grow as a person, but he is not yet sure that he can defeat Doriel. Doriel Button is a genius that appears once every 100 years. He studied the famous swordsmanship of the Shigeru style. Among the students, he is considered one of the best. The protagonist looked at his hands. He knew that he could not win right now. He did not have a special talent that would help him defeat Doriel. MC must hurry. The flow of time is a curious thing. If he concentrates, he can speed up the flow of time. Before he realized everything, time came to an end. He stood and watched. The time showed that 1,000,000 years had passed. Alan was scared that it was over. He was afraid that he could not find his talent. Suddenly, unexpectedly, he was transported to the same place and time where he pressed the button 1,000,000 years ago. The old man was also there. He greeted Alan and asked how things were. What was his impression after handling a sword for 1,000,000 years? The protagonist felt that this was all very strange. The old man said that training for 1,000,000 years had paid off, and he shouldn't worry about it. Alan replied that to tell the truth, he didn't feel anything like that. The hermit said that seeing is believing. Why don't he try using his sword? The protagonist agreed, and his hand automatically reached for the sword. He chuckled and said that he felt something very strange, as if his hand was moved by an internal force. He took out the sword and made several practiced movements. Alan was surprised. How so? The old man laughed and asked, "Isn't this wonderful? This wasn't quite what you expected, was it, young swordsman?" Alan looked at his hands and asked, "Is this not a dream at all?" He made a few more swings with the sword. His movements were perfect. The hermit laughed again and said that it was like the protagonist was reborn. Alan agreed. He thought that this was not enough and that he could not defeat Doriel with this. Doriel had mastered the art of Shigeru. His predecessor had invented a deadly technique after many years of fighting and training. Alan said that he had none of these things. In order to defeat Doriel, he needed a lot of talent and something special. He decided to ask if the old man would let him press the 1,000,000-year-old button again. The hermit laughed with a toothless mouth and said that it was okay. MC can press this button as many times as he wants. The old man gave the button to the protagonist. MC couldn't believe it. Could he? He thanked the old man and said that this time he would definitely find his something to defeat Doriel. Alan pressed the 1,000,000 years button again. Someone was calling the protagonist's name and saying that it was time to wake up. Alan opened one eye and asked what time it was. The voice insistently demanded to get up and switched to a scream. Alan, in fear, opened his eyes wide. He was lying on the grass. MC quickly sat up and thought, "What day is it? What month? And what year is it?" He shook his head and muttered that he didn't even know where the Hermit of Time was now. He still didn't see that the wet nurse was standing behind him. She said that she saw that he could sleep anywhere. She walked up to him, leaned over and asked if he was okay. She thought he was having a nightmare. MC smiled, scratched his head and said that he did not remember what happened yesterday. The nurse asked in a stern voice, "Really? Then go back to the dorm." Getting up from the ground, he apologized again. She sternly said that if he did not eat his breakfast, she would have to throw away the food. He did not understand. Was everything that happened a dream? But suddenly he saw a button on the ground. MC picked it up, twirled the button in his hands, examining it, and pressed it a couple of times. Nothing happened. He stood where he stood. He smiled and said that it seemed like it was just a dream. The protagonist threw the button on the grass. The woman called him and asked what he was doing there. He replied that he was already on his way. The broken button was left lying in the grass. She fed him. Alan thanked her for the shower. She noticed that he ate well today. The wet nurse showed him her watch. It was 7:50 a.m. and asked if he had any classes today. His eyes widened in fear. The match with Doriel was at 9 a.m. Even if he was fast, it would take him about 3 hours to get to school. He wouldn't make it in time. Alan told the wet nurse that he needed to go to school. She admonished him to be careful and not to hurt himself. MC ran as fast as he could. He had to hurry. He ran into the school and apologized at the entrance and said that he was late. The professor was sitting there. Today, at 9 a.m., he was planning a duel with Doriel Button. The professor looked at the documents and said that he had arrived just in time. There was still an hour before the fight. He showed his watch. It was 8 a.m. Alan walked on. He didn't understand how it turned out that he had arrived on time. At the entrance, he hesitated a little. He was nervous. The protagonist stopped and pulled himself together. He has to concentrate his strength. MC will be facing Doriel with all the training he has done so far. He probably won't win, but he's not going to give up either. Alan stopped, grabbed his sword, exhaled, and opened the doors. He was very surprised. There were many students in the room. Shouts were heard at him. They saw him, and here comes the failed swordsman. The worst swordsman in our school. He will finally disappear forever. He has come. Doriel, destroy him. For some reason, he was not welcome. Doriel stood in the center of the hall. He laughed and said that he appreciated that the protagonist had the courage to come here without running away. Alan was furious and asked why there were so many people here. Button replied that it was not his fault, and he was surprised too. It seemed like someone told everyone. Then he laughed loudly and said that it was probably one of the students who did it. MC was angry and called him names. He was sure that this was Doriel's idea. She wanted to humiliate him in front of everyone. The school couldn't allow this. The students kept shouting from all sides, "Beat this loser. Every day he swings his sword like an idiot. He's not fit to use a sword. One guy said that Alan should be grateful, he'll lose to one of the best swordsmen in the school. The doors opened and the professor entered the hall. The protagonist was surprised to see him. The professor looked at his watch and said that it was time to start the match between Dorial Button and Alan Rodorua. The protagonist was surprised. He thought that the professor came to stop the match, but he wasn't going to do that. So the school was against him too. The professor asked if both participants were ready. Dorial, smiling, took out his sword, said that he would make Alan suffer and make him cry, begging for mercy. The protagonist also took out his sword and said that Dorial had been laughing at him all this time and he would give him what he deserved. Let the duel begin. MC didn't think he could win, but he couldn't retreat at this point. Dorial's sword style was very dangerous. Attacking from the front to the head wouldn't do anything. He couldn't be defeated like that. The protagonist decided that he would dodge the attacks and attack the open side after a short moment. That would be the time to counterattack. Alan prepared himself and took a stance. Come on, attack me. They remained standing opposite each other and didn't move. The protagonist thought, why isn't he attacking? What is he doing? But then Dorial called out Alan's name and asked what he had done. The protagonist asked in confusion, what was he saying? What was he trying to say? Dorial loudly told him not to play dumb and called him a loser. He laughed. The audience did not understand what was happening to Dorial and encouraged him to strike first. Dorial is very patient, and now he is going to strike. He held the sword tightly in his hand. Dorial swung the sword and went to attack. Alan was ready. He watched with wide-open eyes. It seemed to him that he was moving too slowly. What was he thinking? The protagonist now saw and understood everything. Dorial was going to use his best tactic against him, Shigeru. This is a high-speed fire attack. Alan thought that it was too fast for him, and he would not have time to dodge the blow. And while he was thinking, he managed to do it. Dorial's eyes widened. What? He did not expect this and shouted that Alan dodged Dorial's attack for the first time. But his next attack will be 3 times faster, and this time MC will not be so lucky. The secret technique of Shigeru, Eternal Break. And he rushed forward with an outstretched hand. The protagonist was ready. He had full control over every move of the enemy. It had gotten even faster, maybe? He prepared to repel the attack. Come on, come here. Alan raised his sword. He remembered that Dorial always made fun of others and met him with a powerful repellent blow. Dorial flew far to the side and gasped. He sat on the floor and could not get up. He received such a forceful blow. Silence reigned in the hall. Everyone could not believe their eyes. MC's eyes widened in surprise. He could not believe what he did. In one movement, he dealt 7 blows, and all this force fell on Dorial. The professor ran up to Dorial and tried to bring him to his senses. It turns out that the old man, the button, and the training of 1,000,000 years were true. The professor announced that Dorial Button lost the fight. The winner is Alan Rodorua. The protagonist thought, isn't this a dream? A few days had passed since the duel with Dorial. Things had changed a bit. He still continued to train. They called him a cheater now, but they didn't want to mess with him, afraid of ending up like Dorial. There were rumors that he cheated during the duel. The other students became even more cruel. They said that he cheated to win and got into fights. Alan always fought back. Only thanks to his grueling training did he become strong and always punished the bullies and bullies. They stopped insulting him to his face. Instead, they began to speak ill of him behind his back. The other students called him a loser and thought that he tarnished the name of the school. And always, behind his back, they said that he used dirty tricks to win the duel. A coward. 1,000,000 years ago, Alan would not have been able to stand such a situation. He could calmly walk down the street, no one bothered him. He looked at people, and when he saw a woman with a child, he remembered his mother. He was worried about his mother. When MC was very little, his father died from a terrible epidemic. From that moment on, his mother worked hard every day and took care of him alone. Aden had already decided that he would go home for the next vacation. He would buy some souvenirs. Mom really loves senbei and sweets. He was sure that his mother would be very surprised when she saw him. MC wondered how much money he had in his wallet. He took out his wallet and emptied the contents into his palm. There was almost nothing there. The protagonist decided that he needed to find a job. The wet nurse told him that if he really needed it, she knew a place where he could earn money. He was happy, right? And he asked her to tell him where this place was. She looked for a leaflet and replied that of course she would tell him. If he went there, he could earn a lot of money. Finally, he found a leaflet and showed it to him. MC looked and was surprised. This swordsmanship tournament? The woman spoke with the same happy voice. Yes, that's right. This tournament for swordsmen is held in Orbis City once a month. He will have to believe in himself. In the tournament, there are competitors who fight each other to demonstrate their swordsmanship. The champion will be awarded an exceptional prize. Only a great warrior can deserve it. The protagonist thought, a fencing tournament? It will be difficult for him to take first place now, but MC thought that he could win a few matches. In truth, it is a good idea, but in order to register, he must pay 1,000 gold coins. The woman asked, is he completely stupid? She cares about this residence and all its inhabitants. If he can't afford it, then she will give him the money. She trusts him. Alan was happy and asked again, is she serious? She answered, of course. In exchange, she wants him to try hard and do his best, and he must promise her this. The protagonist promised that he would do his best. He was very grateful to her. MC was going to go for the victory and the prize. A few days later, he arrived in the city of Orbis. He read the address on the leaflet and was already very close. After a while, he found the place. There were formidable warriors standing there. They were twice as tall as he was. They had stern faces. The protagonist was overcome by trembling. He thought it was a joke. Looking at them, he had no doubt that they were all much better at wielding a sword than he was. He thinks he is too optimistic. Alan decided that the first thing he should do is register. Someone pushed him from behind. He turned around and apologized. There stood a tall and muscular warrior with a scary killer face. The warrior called him a brat and said that this was not a place for walking. He was accompanied by 3 ladies. One of them addressed the warrior, calling him Bubble, and asked if he thought it was wrong to bully such a weak boy. The second noticed that the protagonist had a sword on his hip and said that maybe he could participate too. The third laughed and said that it was hard to believe. She thought that MC would have no chance at lunch in a tournament like this. Again, everyone laughed at Alan. He thought that they were very rude people. Bubble bared his teeth, tensed his muscles, and asked the protagonist what he was looking at. Does he want to fight? Alan replied that firstly, he was the one who pushed him. That's what he wanted to say. He hesitated and thought that if he got into trouble, he might not be able to participate in the tournament. He bowed to the warrior and stepped aside. He didn't want to disappoint the wet nurse. She has great faith in him. Bubble told his ladies that he had nothing to say to this loser. The protagonist was glad that he did not have trouble with such a guy. The MC thought that he should go back and register. He could not find where the reception was. Then he saw a tent with hieroglyphs and went to it. The receptionist girl called the next one. He came up and said that he would like to register for a fencing tournament. She said that 1,000 gold coins were required to participate. Alan handed her the money. She thanked him and asked him to state his name and the style of sword he uses. He said that his name was Alan Rotorua. He was embarrassed and could not name the style of sword. The protagonist told her that he really did not want to say it. But then he finally answered that it was own style. The girl laughed and said that she understood. He has his own style. He was embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. After registering, he walked and thought that, to be honest, he was a little embarrassed to say it. Only a madman could say that he uses his own style. Alan decided that he would not dwell on this any longer. He needed to focus on the tournament. At that moment, he noticed a girl passing by him. MC thought that he knew her. He stopped and looked after her. The protagonist decided that she was very beautiful. He wondered if she would also participate in the tournament. Another warrior had arrived for the tournament. She was a tall, beautiful girl with long hair that hung almost to her knees. She wanted to find another great swordsman. Apparently, people recognized her. Some gasped when they saw her. After the registration was over, everyone gathered in the square. The mayor of the city was allowed to give a welcoming speech. He said that he was glad because this tournament could be held calmly this month. The mayor suggested leaving the formalities. His face changed, his smile turned into a grin, and he asked if the warriors were ready to see a lot of blood. The crowd cheered and waved their muscular arms. The mayor continued to shout into the microphone, "Who wants to see the blinding shine of clashing swords? This is a war where the strongest swordsmen fight each other. Swordsmen, proudly demonstrate your skills during this unforgettable tournament." The crowd screamed, whistled, and went wild. The atmosphere completely changed. The protagonist thought he was going to be eaten alive. The mayor finished his welcoming speech in a calm voice, politely asked all the participants to go to the waiting area. The crowd began to disperse. After the speech, the mayor went up to the VIP box and addressed the girl sitting there. He apologized and said that he was sorry that he was late to greet her. It was the same girl with long hair almost to her knees. Her name was Leah Lasnot. She was one of the 5 masters and the president of the 1,000 Swords Academy. The mayor was delighted that such a person attended this tournament. He said that it was a great honor. She was sitting on a huge chair. She felt awkward and replied that she really didn't need a VIP place like this. A regular place like everyone else's would do for Leah. The mayor said that he couldn't allow that and it wouldn't do. It was unfortunate, but this was the only place he had prepared for someone of her status. Leah replied that since she was the only one of the 5 masters, then she would have to stay here. Every swordsman worth his salt knew about the 5 masters. They were at the top. They had a prominent position of authority with enormous social influence. Leah asked the mayor not to worry about her so much. This time, she was just here to see the thugs. She thought she had used the right term. The mayor replied that he understood. If that was the case, he was sure that she had already set her sights on the previous winner. Leah confirmed his words. It was the grand prize winner, Rosa Valencia. She said that she wanted to see her with her own eyes. After a short pause, she smiled and added that she wanted to find a hidden gem here, but she didn't really expect it to be so. Meanwhile, a slender and pretty girl picked up the microphone. In a cheerful and ringing voice, she thanked everyone for waiting and announced that her name was Fina-chan. She would be the master of ceremonies. Now she would explain the rules of the tournament to everyone. The rounds consist of one-on-one combat. A participant wins when the opponent is unable to continue fighting or is thrown out of the arena. Killing an opponent is prohibited. She asked to be careful with this. If someone breaks this rule, they will be disqualified. The protagonist thought that the rules were very simple. Fina-chan put her hand in the ticket box and said, "Now we will choose the opponents for the first fight." She took them out, read the names, and then loudly announced into the microphone that the first fight would be between Bubble Domingo and Alan Rotorua. The master of ceremonies asked them to come out to the arena. Alan was scared that he was the first. Honestly, he really wanted to see the fight before him. MC realized that he could forget about it and went to the arena. Bubble immediately recognized the protagonist. What a surprise. He growled that he would break this kid's face right now. How stupid for a kid like him to come to this tournament. Alan also recognized the one who pushed him in the back a while ago. Fina-chan continued to speak into the microphone that, judging by the information she has here, Bubble uses the Congo ball style. He swings his sword with such force that one blow tears his opponent to pieces. This is an ancient and powerful sword style. On the other hand, Alan, who has his own style and does not use anyone else's. The audience was surprised by what they heard and burst out laughing. They shouted that Bubble was lucky. And Alan was advised to be careful, just don't get crushed. They asked him to show his own style before he was made into mincemeat. Bubble almost burst into laughter. He apologized and called the protagonist a baby. He held his stomach and said through laughter that having a child like him as an opponent could be considered cruelty. They both stood in the arena opposite each other. Bubble was dying of laughter along with the audience. Alan thought that it was unfortunate, but Bubble never made a mistake in any of his words. It is a fact that the protagonist has become more powerful. However, he is strong only in comparison with those who study at his school. This is a completely different matter. Alan held the sword tightly in his hand, but he was still not sure if he was ready. In any case, he would not worry about the outcome. He would just fight with everything he had. Alan bowed to Bubble in greeting and said that he was ready. Leah was watching from the VIP stand. She was curious to see this. She saw that he was not giving up in this situation. Such determination at his age was quite rare. The master of ceremonies asked the fighters if they were ready. After receiving confirmation, she said that in that case, let the fight begin. The protagonist pulled out his blade from its sheath and stood at the ready. Bubble shouted that he would try to be gentle. He raised the sword up with both hands and rushed towards Alan. The protagonist was focused to the maximum. After 1,000,000 years, how good was he with the sword? He was going to find out right now. MC shifted his center of gravity from one foot to the other. He was going to strike before Bubble could. Alan raised the sword above his head, starting with the first move he created during his training. The first sword style, Flying Shadow, and they clashed. Bubble had a terrible, frightening, animalistic expression on her face. He received a powerful blow. Fina-chan could only say the strange sound. The fight was already over. Bubble flew out of the arena and fell with a crash. He did not move anymore. The master of ceremonies stood in bewilderment. The people in the stands were silent. Leah's eyes widened and bulged so much that they almost fell out of their sockets. There was a deathly silence everywhere. Alan was also surprised. He stood with his sword down. The stands began to whisper. What happened? Something flew out of there in the blink of an eye. One of the spectators said that it was too fast, and he did not have time to notice anything. The girl whom the protagonist noticed after registration also watched this, and she became interested in him. Fina-chan walked up to MC, took his hand and lifted him up. She cheerfully said into the microphone that Alan Rotorua had won. No one present expected to see that. This was an incredible turn of events. This young swordsman had won with one blow. MC stood in the arena and everyone applauded him, and he couldn't believe it. He wondered, this couldn't be true? for his blow to be delivered with such force. But since he was standing there as the winner, it must be true. The protagonist really was not the same as he used to be, perhaps much stronger than he thought. He was pleased with himself and believed in himself. After that, Alan continued to win fights. 5 fights, 5 wins. Even in his wildest fantasies, he couldn't imagine such a thing. And then, finally, he reached the final. Fencing began the opening ceremony of the final fight. She thanked everyone for their patience and said that the last match of this tournament would now begin. The remaining 2 people. The first is Rosa Valencia. She was the same girl that the protagonist liked on the day of registration for the tournament. The Master of Ceremonies continued to introduce her, saying that everyone knows that Rosa Valencia is the heir to a famous secret sword style. She is the successor to the Hokkaido style. So far, with grace and elegance, she has won all of her fights without a single scratch. On the other side of the arena is Alan Rotorua, an amazing self-taught swordsman who does not use any of the known styles. However, he is not to be underestimated. There is no one here who would dare to mock Alan's mastery of fencing. Shouts were heard from the stands towards him. Surprisingly, he is one of a kind. Come on, you can do it. Someone asked Alan to make him his disciple, and someone confessed their love to him. The protagonist was embarrassed. This was the first time someone said such things to him. But he had to focus on the fight. He greeted his opponent with a bow and said it was an honor to cross swords with her. She greeted him back and said it was an honor for her too. He liked her very much. Rose was the previous winner of the grand prize. He had heard her name, he knew of her achievements. Her reputation truly preceded her. In the previous tournament, Rose did not receive a single scratch. Her victories were flawless. As a bounty hunter, she captured dangerous criminals and handed them over to the Holy Knights. And all this at the same age as him. Her talent with a sword is unrivaled. When he thought about it, he did not know where to look. Her clothes did not hide much. Her skill is simply incredible. With such a fragile-looking body, Rose could easily defeat opponents many times her size. Her appearance is deceiving. MC needs to be careful. From what he could see, she seemed to be fighting by countering her opponent's moves. Attacking without thinking would be useless here. The Master of Ceremonies asked them if they were ready. Let the final match begin. Alan drew his sword. Rose was already in a stance. Fina-chan was commenting on the fight. She said that the fighters were sizing each other up. Both were looking for a chance to attack. MC decided to use Flying Shadow first. Now he needed to wait for her first attack. Rose went on the attack. He was surprised that she was rapidly approaching him. She used the Hokkaido-style Sakura Flash. Alan knew that this would not take him down and dodged. She attacked again, and he dodged again. Rose was surprised at how he did it. The protagonist decided that she had opened up and attacked her himself, but she dodged his attack. Rose decided to use another attack. It was the Hokkaido-style Sakura Shadow. Alan thought she had opened up, but she was able to dodge and even counterattack. Rose reacted to his blow instantly. It was simply incredible. They attacked each other over and over again. The spectators watched the fight very carefully. Someone noticed that Rose really had problems with this young man, and the same guy claimed that he wanted to become his student. And someone answered him that he was a fool, and Alan had a lot of things to do without him. The opponents continued the fight. Rose asked Alan who taught him to wield a sword like that. He hesitated a little, but answered that he himself. She shouted at him not to lie. She sees great devotion and experience in his sword. Behind every blow, there is the weight of many years of training. Everything he said is true. He spent 1,000,000 years training, and this time is imprinted in the steel of his sword. But who will believe it? He answered her, well, okay, let her get that impression. Rose said that he could continue to pretend to be a fool as long as he wanted. However, as the rightful heir to the Hokkaido style, a secret art passed down through generations, she would win this match. He heard everything she said. Rose shouted for him to get ready. He responded by telling her to show him what she could do. She went on the attack, the Hokkaido style, Mirror Sakura Slash. The protagonist was surprised. It was an 8-hit attack. It reminded him of a storm of cherry blossoms. She could follow him at any moment. Alan had to be ready. However, Rose was still not at the level needed for a perfect chain of attacks. Between each strike, there was a moment where she was vulnerable. He reflected her attack. Oddly enough, he also had a technique consisting of 8 strikes like her, although his method of execution was completely different. During his attack, he did not leave any gaps in his defense. She screamed at him that it was over. He used it now to strike 8 times in one move. MC concentrated all his strength. She used the Yatagarasu Tudo style to defend herself. Rose thought it was incredible. How did he do that? The protagonist decided that it was over. He dealt her a final, crushing blow. She dropped her sword and fell exhausted. The Master of Ceremonies immediately announced that the winner was Alan Rotorua. Using his own style, This 15-year-old boy won the great swordsmanship tournament. At this time, the medics tried to revive Rose. The stands roared with happiness. They were all happy that the protagonist had won. People picked him up and started rocking him in their arms. A few days after the tournament, he was called to the principal's office. He was sure that it was because of the rumors about how he cheated during the duel with Doriel. He wanted to punish him for it. Alan came to the principal, accompanied by the professor. The principal kindly thanked MC for coming. He invited him to sit down and asked if he wanted some tea. Alan thanked the principal in return, apologized and asked why he called him. The principal said that it was a great honor for a border school, that their student would be admitted to such a prestigious institution. He did not know why they invited him, but this was what they were delighted about. Then the professor joined the conversation and said that everything was as they expected. The truth is that they believed in him from the very beginning. At the graduation ceremony, they would ask him to tell everyone about this great achievement. The protagonist thought that even though everyone had been making fun of him up until this point, once he received a recommendation from the 1000 Swords Academy, it turned out that they believed in him. MC apologized and asked about the recommendation. Could they please give him some time to think about it? The principal and the professor froze. They were very surprised. The principal yelled, "What does he mean by give him time to think?" And the professor asked, "Is Alan really going to reject their offer?" The protagonist told them that he hasn't decided yet whether he will become a holy knight or a dark swordsman after training. First, he wants to think carefully. He wants to go home and meet his mother. Alan wants to talk to her about it, and for now, he doesn't have an answer to this question. After that, the two of them still tried to convince him, but he didn't let them twist his arm. A couple of days later, he was already fully prepared for the journey. He went to say goodbye to the wet nurse and said that he was leaving. She asked if he had forgotten anything. Did he bring the souvenir candies they bought with him? He replied that he did. Then she admonished him to take care of himself. He saw that the trophy he won was standing in the most prominent place. He didn't know why, but he was embarrassed. MC left the house and decided that he needed to warm up a little before running. After warming up, he ran. He made his way through the forest. Since he left, for 3 hours he was moving north, passing the mountains. At the speed with which he was moving, he should have arrived by now. The forest ended. He was glad that he finally came to the village of Goza. He saw the village from the hill and nostalgia overcame him. MC entered the village. An old man was sitting on a bench and smoking a pipe. The protagonist had not been here for almost 3 years. He wanted to pass by, but the old man recognized him and called out to him. He said that this could not be, and asked if it was really Alan. It was Takeji. The protagonist was happy they had not seen each other for a long time. Takeji said that Alan had become an adult and tall. MC laughed and replied that he had started to grow sharply. The old man said that he was very glad to see him. It was good that he was okay. After talking with Takeji, MC said goodbye to him. Takeji offered to come by if anything happened and said that he was always glad to see him. The protagonist wandered further through the village, to the house where his mother lived. He approached the house and stopped at the entrance. The house looked as if nothing had changed since he left. He opened the doors, called out loudly to his mother, and said that it was him, and he was back. Mom was standing in the kitchen and cooking something. Out of excitement, she dropped the lid of the pan. She could not believe her eyes. They hugged each other tightly. Mom was surprised at how much he had grown. MC answered her that he was D-May. She said that she had not seen him for a long time. Then she asked if everything was okay with him. He answered that everything was fine with him. Mom said that she thought that even the way he spoke had changed. He really grew up. The food would be ready soon. He should wait until she set the table. He said that in that case he would help her. After that, he chatted with Mom about many things. He told her about the tournament and the souvenir candies that he bought with Pora-san. He wanted to tell her a lot of things. Mom smiled. The food was almost ready. All that was left was to take the pot off the fire. Alan hesitated a little and said that he wanted to talk to her about something important. He asked if he could ask her about it. Mom asked him what happened. Was he worried about his future? The protagonist answered that it was true. He told his mom about what he wanted in his life, about his doubts about becoming a holy knight, a dark swordsman, or continuing his education at the 1000 Swords Academy. 3 choices. Which one should he choose? Mom understood everything and asked, is that all he was worried about? It was too easy. He objected that it was too much for him. Then Mom asked, isn't he going to enter the 1000 Balls Academy? MC was surprised. How did she know? She replied that he couldn't fool his mother. Ever since he was little, he had always wanted to be a great swordsman, and he had always practiced with his sword. It was something he loved to do. It was all clear to him. Then they stood there and were both silent for a while. His mother stroked his head with her hand and, pressing her head to his, told him not to worry about her. That she was fine. This was his life, and he should live it the way he wanted. She wanted him to be happy. That's what every parent wants for their child. She was very proud of her son. Alan was very grateful to his mother. She smiled cheerfully and said that since they were done talking, they could start eating. For dinner, she made the stew that the protagonist loved so much. Some time passed. The protagonist's mother was washing the dishes. Behind her, someone said that it was very delicious. This stew was very delicious. He swears by his beard. She was scared and froze. She thought she recognized the voice. The old man was putting another spoon into his toothless mouth. She looked over her shoulder and saw him at the table. With anger in her voice, she said that it seemed strange to her that so much was missing. She thought she imagined it, but it was him, the hermit of time. They both knew each other well. Alan was sitting in the bathtub and enjoying himself. A hot bath at home is of course the best. Sitting in the bathtub, he thought that time was flying by and his mother was getting old. He splashed around happily. He had to spend a lot of time studying at school. But he must quickly become a great swordsman. And at this time in the kitchen at the table, the hermit of time was sitting and arguing with the protagonist's mother. The hermit said that Alan was very well hidden, and thanks to her, the protagonist was very difficult to find. Everything became clear to her. She instantly rushed to the old man to attack him. She raised her hand to hit him from behind and asked how about leaving right now. But she missed and hit the table, smashing it into pieces. The old man deftly dodged the blow and said that she scared him a lot. He adjusted his gray hair with his hand. He said that he had not eaten good food for a long time. Then he began to dissolve into thin air and disappeared. His last words were that he hoped to meet her again. She stood among the ruins of the table. Still clenching her fist, she called him a coward. The door swung open sharply, and Takeji walked into the house. He could not believe that the hermit was here. She replied that Takeji was late. The hermit had just been here. Takeji asked if she thought he had used that thing. They were talking about the protagonist. She replied that it looked as if Alan had already used the 1,000,000-year button. Takeji did not want to believe her words. The protagonist's mother was named Daria, which is what Takeji called her when he addressed her. He wondered how the hermit was able to find Alan. He was safely hidden. This shouldn't have happened. Daria thought about it, and they stood in silence for a while. Then she suggested that maybe Alan had gotten into a situation where his emotions were affected. When she read his letters, he wrote that he was having fun there and that he was fine. But how did it happen then? Because everything points to the fact that the hermit of time is doing everything possible to prevent us from getting in his way. But this time, she won't let him get away with it. 2 days later, Alan left Goza village and returned to the Porasan hotel. He was glad that he was able to talk to his mother, and this time he didn't worry about going to school. Although the decision was sudden and quick, he was confused when he was told that an interview was required to enter the school. It was a bit depressing. MC said that he has the ability to wield a sword, trained for 1,000,000 years. The professors at the interview were puzzled. What kind of nonsense was he talking about? He finally passed the interview. After a while, a letter of approval arrived. The director said that he had never heard of anyone failing an interview. Alan slowly opened the envelope and pulled out the letter. He was afraid that he was not accepted. He saw a positive decision in the letter. He was accepted to the School of 1,000 Swords. The protagonist was in 7th heaven. He did not even dream that he would enter a prestigious academy. Only a month ago he was bullied and called a failed swordsman. No one really knows what changes can happen in his life. He decided that he should tell Porasan. She was cooking in the kitchen. He loudly called Porasan and shouted that he did it. He was able to get into the academy. She was surprised, right? Alan confirmed and showed her the letter. The woman took the letter in her hands and said that it was incredible. She was sure that his mother was happy for him, as was she. Porasan said that they couldn't miss this. Such a chance. Tonight there will be a celebration in his honor. We will celebrate all night. The protagonist bowed to her in gratitude. After that, he sent the letter to his mother, and that night Porasan threw a small celebration for him. A few weeks later, Porasan set the protagonist on his way and asked if he had forgotten anything. He chuckled and said that he took everything. He bowed to Porasan in gratitude and said that it had been a real pleasure for him to live with her for the past 3 years. She told him that he was being too dramatic. It didn't seem like this would be their last farewell. She was sure that they would meet again. Alan said that he couldn't thank her enough. When they first met, he had no money, but she still let him live here. Every day she woke him up in the morning and fed him delicious dishes. And when he was in trouble, she was always there to comfort him and help him overcome adversity. He said that he could not thank her enough and thank her very much for everything she did for him. Porosun burst into tears from such words. She apologized, covered her eyes with her hand, and said that perhaps due to her age she became more sentimental. After thinking a little more, she added that if he was hungry, he should come to her. She would cook whatever he wanted. He replied that he would definitely come. MC said that it was time for him to go, and finally she said that she did not know what kind of academy of 1,000 swords or 1,000,000 knives, but she asked him not to lose. He winked at her and promised that he would not lose. After some time, he graduated from fencing school and became a student of the Academy of 1,000 Swords. MC set off, his legs carried him by themselves. He knew that once he left this place, he would end up in the city. Alan thought that this was his last time here, and that he would not see this place for a long time. Then he moved towards his goal in silence and tried not to think about anything. After some time, the guardians of the land, the capital of Orest. He finally got there. The protagonist stood in front of a huge building. He could not believe that these were the dormitories of the academy. It really was a big city. It was not easy to get there. Many distractions. He found his room, number 501. Alan opened the door and was surprised. The room was larger than he expected. He decided that he should first change his clothes. He changed into the uniform given to him. He was ready. The protagonist looked in the mirror. The emblem on his shoulder looked cool. On the bed lay a sword with a note. He really liked it. Alan took the sword out of its sheath and said that this is where his new life begins. He is sure that there will be many interesting things ahead of him. MC decided that it was time for him to go. He walked through the huge building and thought. It seemed like everyone here was a first year like him. It seemed like every member of the 1,000 Swords Academy was a pretty strong person in their own right. He overheard 3 girls talking. One asked another if she had heard that there were 3 people who came by recommendation this time. The other one said that she had heard, and they didn't even come for those dreaded entrance tests. Anyway, the main thing is that we got in, the third girl said. The protagonist thought that it would be better not to advertise that he was one of those students. Otherwise, the same atmosphere as the Kenjutsu Academy would develop. He definitely didn't want to repeat those dark times. He needed to train even harder and make friends with someone from the group. This time, he just wanted to live a normal student life. He thought that it would be great to just not stand out at the ceremony. Alan hoped that there would be few people there. When he arrived at the ceremony, he was surprised where so many people were. Leah was speaking in front of everyone. She was giving the opening speech as the president of the academy. And now I would like to introduce 3 students who were admitted thanks to recommendations. Leah Westeria, Rosa Valencia, and Alan Rotorua. Please, come up to her. The protagonist grabbed his head and thought that this was the end. Just a few minutes after the beginning of the entrance ceremony, his peaceful student life that he dreamed of so much collapsed. He thought that maybe he could just sit there and be forgotten. He looked at the stage and saw Leah waving her hand right at him. He had to give in. He stood up and walked towards the stage with his head down. Someone asked him why he was so gloomy. The voice seemed familiar to him. He looked up and saw Rosa Valencia. She waved her hand at him in a friendly manner and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked what she was doing here. She replied that of course she had decided to follow him. But then she said it was a joke, that there was a ceremony going on now, and suggested that they talk later. The president continued her speech and said that thanks to the recommendation system they had introduced this year, they had already accepted 3 students. All of them were swordsmen, whose abilities she had observed with her own eyes. So they would not disappoint. Then she turned to the 3 of them and asked them to introduce themselves one by one, starting with Leah Westeria. Name, academy, and at the end, add something from themselves. Leah came out first. She said that she was glad to welcome everyone. Her name was Leah Westeria. She studied abroad in the kingdom of Westeria. Her style was an absolute rule. Although she was of royal blood, she was a student like everyone else. She hoped to make friends with everyone. Alan thought, the princess of the neighboring kingdom? Rose was also surprised. Leah acted so confidently, she felt the dignity of the royal family. There was a whisper coming from the front row. One girl told another that this was the same Leah who had developed her spiritual power at the age of 5. And another girl told her that she was a black and white princess. One guy said dreamily that he would like to be her classmate, and another guy cut him off by saying that they were accepted on recommendation and they were on a completely different level. Meanwhile, Leah finished her speech. The president of the academy announced that Rosa was next. Rosa came out and introduced herself as Rosa Valencia, Hokkaido style, and asked to take care of her. Short and sweet. One guy in the audience recognized her, was surprised, and said to another that it couldn't be. Rosa Valencia? A bounty hunter? A graduate of the Senjin Academy with a dark past? I wish I could see her style in person. Meanwhile, she finished, and the president thanked her and announced that Alan was next. He took the microphone. He thought, after such a great performance, what can he, an ordinary person, do? How he wanted to go back, but he couldn't escape from here. He was motivating himself. Hold on. And Alan said into the microphone that he was from the Kenjutsu Academy. His name was Alan Rotorua. He had his own style. He was glad to meet them. Everyone in the room was surprised. One guy asked, didn't he just say his style? Another replied that he did and didn't hear it right. The third asked, this must be a joke, right? The fourth said that it was embarrassing to look at such a person, and he also entered on recommendation. One of the girls was surprised. His own style, is he serious? The protagonist thought that he had simply introduced himself, but was already ready to disappear into thin air. Goodbye, peaceful student life. Hello, hell, how stupid it turned out. The professor approached the microphone and said that today's entrance ceremony was over. The president of the academy approached the three and said that that would be too easy. There was one more thing to do. She said that she had high hopes for all three of them. Before she could finish her speech, Alan took off. Everyone was surprised what had happened to him, and he ran into the nearby forest. He wandered around and was indignant that the president had made him look like a complete idiot. He was very upset. Meanwhile, all the students were getting to know each other and discussing the ceremony, and the protagonist was still wandering and thinking that in the end, the same thing would await him as in the Kenjutsu Academy. He came across a vacant lot and, taking out his sword, decided to practice. He decided to practice his style. Alan felt lonely. For some reason, today the movements that always brought pleasure seemed boring. It was already evening and it was getting cool. He thought he could go back now. He was sweating profusely today from excitement. It would be nice to go to the bathhouse. He found a public bathhouse and went in. He walked down the corridor to look for the men's locker room. He was surprised. A whole building for a bathhouse? Today was a terrible day for him. He needed to wash it all off in the bath. He opened the door and was stunned. There stood Leah in her underwear. He quickly apologized and hid behind the door. He thought, what is Leah doing in the men's locker room? And Leah looked out from behind the door and laughed, saying that she was challenging him to a duel. He was surprised. A duel? She said yes and asked, so he accepted the challenge? Alan, a little confused, said that he was not against it, but on what terms? She thought about it and then cheerfully said that the loser becomes the winner's slave. How about that? He was surprised. A slave? Of course, it was bad to see her in her underwear, but he did not do it on purpose. She threatened him with her fist and already sternly asked whether he accepted the conditions or not. He raised both hands up and agreed. She cheerfully said that it was great. Alan thought, where is that kindness that she showed at the entrance ceremony? Suddenly, the president of the academy, Leah, appeared and said that she heard everything. The protagonist was surprised, and Leah asked the president why she was here. Leah answered that she felt that something interesting was about to happen, so she was nearby. She asked, were you planning a duel? Then she would be their second. She hugged them both and said that they needed to hurry. She dragged them by force to carry out their plans. Leah hurried them and said that they needed to start quickly, otherwise it was already late. The president called them by name and asked if they were ready. Leah answered belligerently, of course, and Alan mumbled inaudibly that he was ready. Then the president announced, Leah Westeria and Alan Rotorua have begun. Leah immediately launched an attack by grabbing Fafnir. Elaine asked, is this a soul dress? She replied that he was a good boy. Those with innate talent can transform their soul into a weapon after long and rigorous training, into a soul dress. This is something that the protagonist cannot achieve even after more than 1 billion years of training. Leah thought for a moment and then asked, why is he standing there like a pillar? And told him to quickly release his soul dress. Alan apologized for disappointing her, but he is not capable of such a thing. She asked if he was serious. He confirmed. The president stood aside and snorted in disappointment. Leah burst out laughing. She barely managed to say through her laughter that her stomach was about to burst. Who would have thought that a newbie who did not know how to summon his soul dress would be going to fight her, the black and white princess? Weakling. She continued to release the soul dress and directed all that power at Alan. MC thought that she was a princess with a high spectrum of emotional expression. He was not eager to participate in this duel from the beginning. She said that she acknowledged his courage and bravery, but asked him not to think that everything would end in a moment. Okay? She will slowly roast him over the fire. Unlike her elegant appearance, she seems to have a catch. Everything she showed at the entrance ceremony was probably just a farce. He shouted at her that he would start the attack. She answered him. Come on. Even he has the pride of a swordsman. Being underestimated to such an extent, he just couldn't keep quiet. First sword style, Flying Shadow. She was surprised, and responded with white scales. They began to fight, directing attacks at each other. He is the 8th sword style, and she is the Yatagarasu style. She sent a black dragon's breath at the protagonist. He fought off this attack. Her attacks were really strong as expected. However, her soul dress abilities exceeded all his expectations. This girl's black flames were incredible. She burned away all 8 of his slashes with one blow. He decided that he needed to get closer and started moving towards her. Leah screamed at him to stay back and called out a dragon roar. Alan counterattacked her and fought her off. Anya wondered, what kind of tricks were these? The protagonist said that he didn't know what she was talking about, but he had made it all up himself. She said that she now understood that this was how Alan got Leah's recognition. Now she was sure that he had been seriously engaged in swordsmanship and had devoted a lot of time to training. She said, okay. She acknowledged him as a good swordsman. He thanked her. But Leah continued and said that there was no point in improving his ball skills if he couldn't use the soul dress. And now she would prove it to him. Anya charged at MC. She used the Supreme King's style and dealt a powerful blow. He fought back and tried to hold it back. Alan thought, what kind of power is this? He can't stop it. He swung and dealt his blow. Leah screamed in war and dealt him a powerful attack. He was thrown to the side. He barely stood up and thought, this is an unpleasant power. At this moment, when their balls collided, the flames behind her burst out and she received this explosive power? Leah said that she was annoyed that if they compared their ball mastery, he would surely surpass her, and asked, does he know what he is missing? Her swordsmanship, which is increased by the soul dress, cannot be defeated by his improvised swordsmanship. Alan thought, the combination of swordsmanship and soul dress is worthy of respect, but how naive. She relies too much on her soul dress, her attacks become more relaxed. Plus, her carelessness and pride in herself increased his chance of winning. Should he use that? Then he would have to accurately predict her moves. Leah-san consistently makes rational and conservative choices. And currently, she has used an effective strike against him. He has a pretty good idea of her next move. Now he can take advantage of that. He had a plan and everything was ready. Leah told him that he would fall after her next strike. She aimed the High King style at him. It was a strong strike. He was expecting it and smiled. The second sword, Hazy Moon. He counterattacked and Leah was defeated. She didn't even realize what it was and fell down exhausted. The president of the academy came to her and said that it seemed like it was over. The protagonist thought that she was a serious opponent. Leah announced that Leah Westeria could no longer continue. Thus the winner was Alan Rotorua. The president said, as expected from Alan, he really is strong and did not deserve her recognition for nothing. He thanked her for it and said that he needs to take Leah-san to the infirmary. But Leah objected and said that Leah is unusually strong, she will come to her senses in a couple of minutes. He was very surprised, right? Leah stirred and sat up. She asked what happened. The president told her that it was very unfortunate, but she lost the duel. The girl was very disappointed and could not believe it. She bombarded him with questions. What does this mean? Why did she lose? What did he do to her? How did he do it? He replied that he predicted the point where she would appear in advance and struck there. The cuts set in space are not completely invisible, and if she had looked more closely. She interrupted him and said that she was not asking about that. What kind of technique is this? She thinks it is unfair. Even if he says so. Leah intervened in the conversation and said that in any case, the duel ended with Alan's victory, and asked her what she planned to do now. The princess asked again, in what sense, what she planned to do. Leah's face stretched out in surprise. Then she remembered the promise before the duel and was horrified. The protagonist thought that she really forgot, and then Leah asked if she remembered. The loser becomes the winner's slave. Leah tried to get out of it, saying that it was just an expression. But the president said that the current duel did not go through the reception room and was not held officially. Therefore, she did not mind keeping quiet about it. Alan stood and thought, at least he was saved from trouble. Making the princess of another country your slave is somehow not very good. And the president asked the princess, would she really agree to this? The princess asked for what? Leah continued to say that she was the proud princess of the kingdom of Wisteria, who had lost the battle she had appointed. And now she was trying to escape the punishment she deserved. But if she was okay with it, then it was okay. The president said that she had just thought about it in passing, but asked Leah not to worry so much. The protagonist stood there in confusion. Leah stood silently and thought, Leah-sensei really did have a good personality. And the president continued and asked, well, what is Leah? If she hadn't participated in this duel, then she could live as usual from tomorrow? Well, she wanted to stand out as usual. Leah thought that she shouldn't mess with Leah. She said with displeasure that she already understood everything. She would keep her promise, then everything would be okay. Leah asked not to speak as if she had forced her. It's Leah's problem and she has to decide, right? To keep her promise and become a slave, or to run away and break it. She asked her to make her own decision. Leah got very angry and glared at Alan, but then she walked up to him, bowed, and said that she was still inexperienced, and asked him to take care of her, and called him her master. The protagonist answered, okay. He was very tired. The president led both of them to Leah's room. The young people didn't know what to do now. Leah cheerfully said that slaves should completely devote themselves to their master, and added that tomorrow she would bring Alan's things. The protagonist thought, a princess from one country became a slave to a stranger while studying abroad. What will happen if this becomes known in her lands? So his life together with Leah-san begins. Leah sat and did not understand. How did this happen? Leah closed the door and walked away, thinking how interesting it was to watch them. She really liked remembering Leah's face when she realized what had happened. It was so much fun. Besides, the abilities of all three students who came in on recommendation were simply amazing. She had a plan, and she thought that this would be the best solution. The players participating in the Five Saints Festival would be Alan Rotorua, Leah Westeria, and Rose Valencia. Let's go back to what happened, namely an hour before. Alan wondered what to do next. Although both of them did not have to live in the same room, he suspected that the headmistress was involved. Looking at the way she acted, it was definitely not a small coincidence. In a duel, the honor of a swordsman is at stake. This is the rule of fair combat. Both parties decide in advance what to promise or bet, and under no circumstances should a promise be changed. In the duel with Doriel, the same thing happened. Once Alan emerged victorious, the loser kept his word and apologized. Therefore, once the rules are set and promises are made, it is difficult to break them. Alan was sure that this was the reason he was in this sticky situation now. Even if he offered to break the slave agreement, Leah would not accept it to cancel this contract. She has no choice but to defeat MC in a duel. Maybe he should lose on purpose? No, that would not be good for him as a swordsman. This is a stupid reason to lose a duel on purpose. But he thought about it. Leah was sitting on the floor, confused and looking away. Her torn uniform made things visible that shouldn't be there. Alan wished that if he could just look a little bit where her clothes were torn, he could see the Garden of Eden. He was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't notice the torn clothes right away. But Leah-san didn't seem to notice either. He didn't know how to tell her or how to bring it up. The protagonist looked at the room. It was a very nice room. She must like stuffed animals, Alan thought. Since she was royalty, he thought she would have some kind of luxurious room. It was a room suitable for a girl her age. For some reason, she smelled really good. It's embarrassing, so don't stare too much, please, the girl asked. It was careless of him, the MC apologized. He almost missed it, but this was his chance. Since the first time they met, they were able to understand each other. But now was his opportunity. He wouldn't let her slip away from him. Alan took off his uniform jacket and handed it to Leah. She asked in surprise why he was undressing. Did he plan to get closer to her? The protagonist asked to take the jacket. He explained that his attack had torn the front of her uniform, so he asked her to use it to cover herself. Leah looked down and saw the cut. She felt embarrassed. Alan suggested to drop the formal talk. Leah clutched her jacket to herself and reasoned that she was a slave, and it felt strange to not use any formal language towards her master. And as a swordsman that she was, she still had her will and pride and couldn't go back on her promise. MC was sure that she was very stubborn. Even if she spoke poorly and pretended to be a lamb, the promise of a duel would keep her in place. And she also had her pride as a swordsman. The protagonist decided that he wanted to get along with Leah-san from now on. Maybe she could teach him how to manifest the soul dress ability. He had no other choice and decided to play along with her. Actually, it was an order. From now on, he forbade her to address him formally. Leah was indignant. Was this normal? It was a privilege for the master to do what the slave did not like, Alan explained. The girl understood everything and agreed. Leah decided to clarify whether the master was really happy with such communication. Couldn't he take his words back? Of course he could. Then, in a commanding tone, she said that he should drop the formalities when communicating with her, because it made her feel strange. MC agreed that he would call her as she wanted. This made everyone feel much better. He had just arrived and many ridiculous things had already happened. In the conversation, the girl clarified who was to blame for this. He was sure that it was obvious to everyone, but it was not so. So he asked Leah-san about the fact that when she changed in the men's locker room, did she think that some kind of situation could happen? The girl was sure that she changed in the women's locker room, and only after hearing from him, she began to doubt that she was wrong. They both realized that Leah had set them up on purpose. Grabbing her hair, the girl could not believe what had happened, why and for what purpose it was done. At least there was no doubt that this woman had very big problems with her head, Alan claimed. They exhaled at the same time. Then an argument began about who was copying whom. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. The protagonist agreed that it was already late. Leah wanted to get ready for bed, otherwise it would affect her tomorrow. If so, the girl should wash herself first, MC suggested. This was a perverted way of saying it. The heroine was embarrassed. In what sense was this perversion? The young man did not understand. It did not matter. Leah was upset. She stood up and went towards the bathroom. Closing the door, she clarified that if he spied on her again, she would never forgive him. He remained sitting on the floor with his head down. After some time, Leah said that it was an amazing coincidence that they went out at the same time. He cheerfully agreed with her. She asked if he wanted water and handed him a bottle. He thanked her. They drank together. They stood next to each other and she told him that he was too close. Alan pointed out to Leah that it was already midnight. He said that he was almost asleep and she thought that this was it. She could not believe that this was her first time, and he, as if he read her mind, said that she did not need to worry about anything bad happening and that he would sleep on the floor. He lay down on the floor with his hands under his head. She was very surprised by this and asked if he was not going to do anything. He was surprised. What? He had already taken a bath and brushed his teeth. She said okay. Leah sat on the bed and asked if he wanted to sleep together. He could not believe his ears and asked again what she had just said. She clarified, wasn't it strange that a slave sleeps on a bed and her master on the hard floor? He was surprised, but she demanded that he not complain and go to bed. He lay down on the bed and asked if he should turn off the light. She said yes. They lay back to back, but not touching each other. They said goodnight, and Alan fell asleep. She couldn't believe that he hadn't done anything. She sat up, looked at him and pinched his cheek. She saw that he was already fast asleep. It seemed to her that he was unconscious. She began to stretch his cheeks or squeeze his cheekbones, but he didn't react in any way. She found it a little funny. She decided to play with his face. Stretching his face into a frightened grimace, she said, "Oh no, the monster is attacking you." And then she answered herself, "Calm down, Alan. She's here." Having played enough, she said that she would leave him alone for today. He was saved. She lay down on the bed facing him. Leah didn't think he was a bad guy. He was a very strong swordsman with hidden intentions. He was also very cute. She didn't understand why she was thinking such crazy things. She decided that it was better to sleep. She was very tired. She told him, "Good night, my strange master." In the morning, they walked to school together. On the way, she told him that in her country, there is a traditional dish called ramzak, and it is a very tasty dish. Alan told her that he would like to try it someday. Leah said that there is a store near the school, and she will buy the ingredients and cook this dish for him. The protagonist walked and thought. Although he expected something to happen last night, nothing disturbed his sleep. He thanked her and said that he will wait with impatience. She told him to trust her with it. They entered the classroom and a girl greeted Leah-san and said that today is a beautiful day. Leah waved her hand and said hello in return, saying that it was a really beautiful day. The girls stayed to gossip. One said, "Look at her, she really does look like an elegant princess." And the other one said that she doubted that this was the Leah she knew. Alan decided not to interfere. He saw that not everyone had come. There were still a lot of empty seats. The protagonist noticed 3 guys talking. One was telling that there was a woman the size of a bear in the forest. The second one said that it seemed like a fantasy. The third one agreed that it sounded unconvincing. Alan approached them and said hello. They looked at him sternly, turned away, and continued their conversation without greeting him. MC was upset, probably because of the greeting ceremony. He was already imagining what insults would be rained on him. Then Leah approached these boys and said hello, and asked if they could talk. They all answered in turn, "Of course, what's wrong?" "Is something bothering Leah-san?" Alan noticed it and thought how quickly their attitude had changed. But why did Leah suddenly address them? And she continued the conversation, saying that she noticed Alan greeting them, and asked if they were too busy talking to notice him. They hesitated. No. They heard, but how should he put it? His voice was too quiet. She then cheerfully answered them that they were really bad guys. She hated their behavior. They were extremely embarrassed and surprised. She told them to never even try to talk to her again and wished them a good day. Leah turned around and went upstairs to Alan and sat down next to him. Alan apologized, but Leah asked why he was apologizing. She didn't like the way they treated him and said that he didn't need to worry about such things. He replied that he wouldn't. One of the 2 girls asked the other why Leah-san sat at the back with that guy. The other girl told her she didn't know. Rose entered the classroom, looking sleepy and yawning widely. Rose found Alan and Leah with her eyes and walked towards them. She sat at the desk in front of them. She greeted the protagonist and the girl next to her. Alan greeted her back, and Leah asked what that could mean. MC said that Rose-san's hair was a mess. Is everything okay? Rose answered that everything was fine, there was no need to worry about it. Leah entered the classroom and said good morning everyone. Everyone greeted her back. She said she was surprised. No one was late or skipped class on the first day. What a start. One girl raised her hand and asked the principal why she was here. Leah was surprised. Didn't they know? She would be in charge of this class and would be their homeroom teacher. Alan thought he had a bad feeling about this. Was it normal for the principal to have two jobs? He didn't think he had time to be a principal and a teacher at the same time. The principal said that anyway, let's start with the class. It was too early to talk about it, but she had an important announcement for them, concerning the participants of the Sacred Festival team. The Sacred Festival is a rookie competition where the academy selects 3 first-year students and they compete to win among other schools. If they can make an impression here, they will be closer to their dream of becoming a great swordsman. Alan thought, no wonder all the students were excited. The principal went on to say that usually it is decided through a series of practical tests that evaluate all of their skills. But this year is different, because the school has already decided who will participate. All the students listened very attentively. Everyone wanted to go to this competition. Alan realized that he was right about the bad feeling. Leah said that she will announce the names of the participants now. Representing the school during the festival will be Leah Westeria, Rosa Valencia, and Alan Rotorua. Alan grabbed his head with his hand. He had a feeling that this would happen. She continued, that these students. But then one guy stood up and said loudly, no. Wait a second. It was one of the 3 guys who did not greet Alan. The principal was surprised and asked, what's the matter, Tessa Vermond? He replied that he could understand why she chose Leah-san and Rosa-san. They are swordsmen who surpass everyone in skill and experience. But he could not understand why they chose the unknown Alan, whose skill and skills he did not know. Alan did not understand why Tessa looked at him with such a scary face. Leah made a surprised face and asked, why is he saying that? Does he think that only skill matters? The other 2 guys supported Tessa. They stood up and asked, is this kid stronger than them? And Tessa continued to say that he is not convinced at all. He demands that she choose another student. Just look at his stupid face. It makes him look like he has no courage at all. A poor boy from a third-rate school with no experience in real combat or higher education can't represent this academy. Alan sat there confused about the reason for their insults. Should he be sad because someone insulted him in front of the entire class? Leah thought she wanted to cry and asked how he was. He said that he was fine. The principal called Alan. He asked what? She said that he really was hopeless. Who did he think was to blame for this? Alan reassured himself. There was no point in getting angry about this. He replied that he was scared, but that was the case. The principal continued to say that he was not as strong as he thought. Unlike Leah, he had no ability. Alan interrupted her and asked for forgiveness. She was surprised and said that she didn't expect him to resist insults like that. He said that was enough. Alan stood up and walked towards the principal. She asked him what he was going to do. Alan whispered to her so that no one could hear that it would be better if she chose someone else. Honestly, he didn't care. He had no desire to join this festival. The Sacred Festival was a battle to show off the results of his high school education. He never dreamed of getting into this academy before, and this wasn't where he belonged. He had nothing to show. She put her hand on his shoulder and said that she understood his point of view. She thanked him for telling her about it. Then she turned to the class and demanded that they listen to her. She said that she was going to agree with what Alan told her. MC hung his head. He realized that she had planned this all along, hadn't she? He had only made things worse. The principal continued her speech, saying that Alan was sorry to be compared to those 3 incompetent classmates. He knew that he would shut them up. They would fight against him. And he would show them the difference in their abilities. That's what he said. Alan was shocked at how the principal had just set him up. The 3 boys perked up. One shouted that Alan would decide. The second one was indignant. Who did Alan call incompetent? And the third one shouted louder than everyone else. If the protagonist wanted to die, then he would make sure of it. Alan was scared and asked them to calm down, because he didn't say that to Sensei. The principal said that he was a swordsman. If so, then we need to go to the training grounds immediately. Alan was angry at her, and she winked at him. Did he really not care how much trouble he would cause? They all went to the training grounds as a class. MC stood silently. He didn't expect to be here for 2 days in a row. Tessa took out his sword and said that it was too good for a mediocre swordsman like him and would definitely finish off the protagonist. Alan calmed himself down internally. He just needed to deal with them one by one. Tessa asked if he was ready. Alan replied, "Whenever." And Tessa went on the attack. Alan shouldn't let his guard down against an opponent like him. Tessa used the cutting iron style, then rushed away. He thought that with this technique, the opponent would be easy to deal with, but Alan easily parried this attack and knocked Tessa down. Holding the sword to his head, the protagonist said that the duel was over. He thought he had won, so he hoped that after this, Tessa would at least acknowledge Alan a little. The director intervened again with her suggestion. She said that this was completely unfair of him. Isn't this supposed to be a battle of 1 against 3? So this fight doesn't count. She declares this battle null and void. Alan didn't understand whose side this stupid principle was on. One of the guys approached Tess, helped him up, and asked if he was okay. And the second one asked what happened. Did he trip? This guy is not as simple as he seems. They can see what kind of difficulties he had to go through. 3 guys surrounded Alan and prepared to attack. The protagonist understood their idea. It was a strategy in which the guy in front attacks to get his attention, while the other 2 attack from behind. Alan did not understand why this was happening at all. All he wanted was a happy and peaceful school life. He believed that life does not always go the way you want it to. MC decided to first sort out the fight and start with the guy standing in front. He went on the attack, the 8th sword Yatagarasu, and in response he received Cloud Style, then Feathery. With a strong blow, he was defeated and flew to the side. Tessa was next. He shouted at Alan not to get cocky and rushed to attack. Tessa used the Iron Cutting Style and Iron Break. Alan saw that it was too slow and parried the attack. Tessa was defeated and thrown aside by Alan's blow. The third guy remained. He said that he would now deal with the protagonist. He stood behind and began an attack, using the New Moon's style, Moonlight Slash. Leah shouted, "Watch out, Alan," and Rose shouted for him to dodge. The protagonist understood that he could not dodge, but for him, this was no problem. The guy was within reach of the enemy's sword. MC put out his sword and parried the attack. The guy did not even understand how it happened. Alan used the second sword and the Hazy Moon, and so the third opponent was defeated. Leah again saw this trick with which Alan defeated her too. The protagonist thought that he had been fighting too much lately. Can we go back to a quiet life already? All the students stood there in amazement. They said it was cool. They asked how he did that last trick. They asked him to teach it. They asked him to teach him how to do those 8 consecutive hits. They congratulated him on his brilliant victory. He thanked everyone. Leah said it was a good job. And Rose asked what magic trick he used to make the invisible cut. Alan thanked Leah and asked Rose when she said invisible cut, did she mean the Hazy Moon? And he told them how and what he did. Rose remarked that it was a rather interesting technique. Leah said she still thought that this technique was cheating. Alan replied that he found it very convenient. The defeated began to come to their senses. Alan saw them getting up and thought that they had trained well since they could move after that. He went up to Tess and asked if he was okay. The protagonist extended his hand and helped him to his feet. Gradually, all 3 of them stood up. Alan thought that he didn't want to continue any longer. Tessa bowed to Alan and said that he was sorry. He apologized for going too far. The protagonist was very surprised by this turn of events, right? The second guy also bowed, apologized, and said that he underestimated him. He confirmed that Alan was the one who was most suitable to represent the academy. And the third guy suggested that they start over from scratch. The protagonist smiled good-naturedly and said that they shouldn't worry. He wasn't angry at all. He simply couldn't be angry with them. The students of the academy go through the most brutal training to get into the academy. And then out of nowhere, he appeared and became the representative of the academy at a 5-day holy festival. One of the guys said that he had lost not only the sword fight, but the kindness of his heart, and was now disappointed with his actions. The second guy also confirmed his words. Tessa said that now that everything was over, he would like to get along with Alan. The protagonist replied that he would be glad to. They all extended their hands and, placing them on top of each other, shook them. The director intervened in the conversation and asked if anyone else had any objections to Alan being one of the representatives of the academy. Alan stopped her and was indignant. Why was she saying it as if the others also had a complaint about him? Tessa told the protagonist not to worry. Now everyone in the class agreed that he was worthy of representing the academy. Another guy explained that in the academy, students were divided into classes depending on their strength. And the third guy concluded that if the strongest class fully supported him, then there was nothing to worry about at all. The director decided to make an announcement. The students representing the academy will be Leah Westeria, Rosa Valencia, and Alan Rotorua. Sometime later, early morning at the academy, the students were standing outside on the training ground inside the academy courtyard. Alan stood with everyone else, rubbing his cold hands, and said it was too cold in the early morning to wear something like that. They were wearing t-shirts and shorts. Someone said that April mornings really were the worst. One guy said it wasn't as bad as Alan thought. He pointed to the door. Girls were coming out onto the training ground. The girls were complaining about how cold it was. One girl, very short and very skinny, said her legs couldn't stop shaking. The other one didn't understand why they had to study so early. The girls were wearing t-shirts and sweatpants that hugged their female figures. The guy continued to tell her that the girls dressed like that because of the academy's traditions. However, for some reason, most girls couldn't stand it. The two guys folded their hands as if they were praying and whispered, "Thank you, Academy traditions." The protagonist asked who they were praying to, and then Leah came up to him and greeted him. He greeted her too. She asked what he thought. He tried not to look at her and pretended to be deep in thought. She looked at him questioningly. Yeah, he couldn't even look away. He suddenly remembered how Pora-san taught him that if a girl ever asks him about her clothes or an accessory, he should say that it suits her very well. And he told Leah that it suits her very well. She was happy, thanked her for the compliment, and went to the other girls. MC wondering why she asked him about it. He was called again. He turned around and saw that it was Rose. He asked her what happened. Rose asked Alan how she looked. The protagonist this time immediately answered that, of course, the clothes suited her very well. She thanked him and went to the others. He was confused. Was this some kind of ritual? Then the director of the academy appeared and asked the first-year students of Class A to gather. Alan thought that her voice sounded even louder than the teacher's whistle. Why did she even need a whistle? Leah, as if reading his thoughts, said, "For those who think that she does not need a whistle, it is needed to create an atmosphere." This is important. Remember? Atmosphere. The protagonist thought that she was too energetic like that and early in the morning. The director continued. She said that today they will be tested. For beginners, the use of their own styles is prohibited so that it would be possible to evaluate the true abilities of the students. The test will have 3 parts, a normal cut, 10 normal strikes, and a continuous attack. If everyone understands it, then they can start with the cut. For those who don't know about it, she will give a short explanation. First, they need to stand in front of the bamboo in a stance. Then, when they are ready, they quickly draw their sword and cut the bamboo in half. The time it takes them from drawing their sword to cutting the bamboo will be recorded as the test result. And this man will be recording all of your results. He also has 50 years of experience as a scorer, so be polite to him. By the way, the average time for first-year students is 0.8 seconds. Just remember that. And the first examinee she called was Leah Vesteria. Leah was not very happy about this, but she went to the bamboo, drew her sword and cut the bamboo. The man happily reported that she did it in 0.5 seconds. An excellent result. Leah was pleased with herself. The director praised her and said that this was a great start and a good sign. The next examiner she called was Rosa Valencia. Rosa pulled out her sword and used the cherry blossom one-handed sword style, attacking with a lightning cherry blossom. The man said it was amazing, 0.3 seconds. Rosa said happily, she thought she won, and Leah snorted and pouted in displeasure. Alan thought cheerfully that the two girls were getting along well. The principal said that, as expected of the cherry blossom one-handed sword secret technique, an incredible attack. The next one she called was Alan Rotorua. He came out and thought that he only needed to make a normal cut. This was his worst part of swordsmanship before, but now that he has trained for millions of years, I wonder how he will cope with it. He walked up to the bamboo and cut it, but the bamboo did not fall. The principal just gasped. Everyone else stood there, not understanding what happened. The man sat in his place and continued to look at the protagonist. MC asked how he did it. The man frowned. Then Alan asked again, "Excuse me, how many seconds?" The man didn't answer again. Then the protagonist walked up to him and asked again, "Could he tell me how Alan did it?" The principal walked up to him and said that she was also curious. The man became indignant and asked what the two of them were talking about. Alan hadn't cut the bamboo yet. Now the protagonist became indignant. He said that he had already cut it. He walked up to the bamboo and pushed it with his hand. The top part fell. The man jumped up and said that it was impossible. The classmates also whispered that they hadn't noticed anything. When did Alan manage to pull out his sword? The man said that there was no way that he, a measurer with 50 years of experience, couldn't catch the moment of his strike. The principal decided that it was a big problem if he couldn't notice at such a speed. She turned to Alan and said that there was no way to count. Could he repeat it more slowly? The protagonist agreed. He never thought that he would be asked to slow down in a competition that tested his speed. In the end, he completed this part of the test in 0.1 seconds and took first place in the class. He also set a new record for 10 normal strikes in continuous attacks. He used the first sword, Flying Shadow, 8th sword, Yatagarasu. Finally, the principal announced that the test was over. She praised everyone for trying hard. Leah said that the training room would be open all day so they could do whatever they wanted with it. With that, the lesson was over. Alan found it quite interesting to see his growth in numbers. He had improved a lot. He was about to leave, but one of his classmates called him and asked if he had a minute. The guy asked, was that the technique Alan used during the 10 normal strikes, Flying Shadow or something? The protagonist confirmed and asked why he was interested. The guy asked if Alan could teach him this technique. And in exchange, he would teach him his style of iron cutting. The protagonist apologized and said that he was not a good enough swordsman to teach others. The guy begged. He called him sensei and asked to show at least a little. Alan stood, thought for a while, scratched his head and agreed. He said that he would try to teach. The guy was happy and said that he loved him. The other guys also came up and told the guy not to try to get ahead of them. And then requests poured in from all sides. One asked to teach Yatagarasu in exchange for the new moon style, and the girls also kept up with the guys and asked to teach them. Alan was happy and said that he did not mind. Leah and Rose also said that they wanted to learn. There was no end to those who wanted to. The protagonist asked everyone to calm down and promised that he would try to teach everyone. After that, they all had a fun time showing and teaching each other their techniques. Alan thought that he always wanted to spend time like this. During the past 3 years at the Kenjutsu Academy, he didn't have a single friend because of all the bullying. One girl asked another, "Well, what about now?" They were showing each other their techniques. Tessa told another guy that his new moon style was incredible. He said that he could help make the cut faster. One girl said that the iron slash style wasn't that bad. Another girl said, "So that's how to use the shimmering water style." Alan really was talking about all the sword stuff with his friends. Yes, he was happy. Right now, he was happy. Leah wanted to ask him something, but she saw that he was crying. The protagonist said that it was not like that. He just got something in his eye. Someone called out to him and asked what to do after that. He laughed and said that in order to use Flying Shadow, you first need to raise your sword. The next day, everyone had a day off. Alan decided that since today was a day off, he could train all day. But then Leah called him and asked if he was free today. He thought about it. To be honest, it was hard for him to answer such a question. Whether he was free or not depended on what she was going to do. So what should he answer? Seeing that he was silent, she apologized and asked if he was busy. Alan was silent and thought, of course, he needed to train, but Leah was his friend, and spending time with friends was no less important. And he smiled and told her that he was free all day. Leah was happy and suggested going out to eat ramzak together. He was surprised what it was. She reminded him, in case he had forgotten, that it was a traditional dish from her homeland, Westeria. He remembered, she seemed to have mentioned it before. She said that there was a wonderful restaurant nearby, and they served ramzak there. Leah suggested having lunch there together. He said that he didn't mind. They walked down the street together. She said that the weather was great today. He agreed and said it was a good day for training. She made a dissatisfied face and asked what he just said. Training? Alan replied that she imagined it. He hadn't even thought about fencing while walking with her. It wasn't a lie. It was the result of 1 billion years of training. Words like training and fencing seep in completely unconsciously. Leah thought about it and apologized, saying that she must have imagined it. They turned the corner and Alan asked if there was a passage here. Leah replied that she had been there many times. And suddenly, Rose appeared on their way. She was surprised to see them together. She said hello and asked where they were going on a day off. The protagonist replied that they were going to eat ramzak. She didn't understand what ramzak was. Alan said that it was a traditional dish of Westeria, and he invited her to go with them. Rose immediately agreed. Leah tried to object, but Alan said that they had to go already. They went into a restaurant and said hello. The waiter asked if they were ready to order. Leah said that they wanted an assortment of ramzak. She again began to tell them that this place made the best ramzak. Rose was surprised, right? And Alan said that he couldn't wait. After 10 minutes, the waiter apologized for the wait and brought a huge platter with a mountain of ramzak. Leah exclaimed that it looked great. Alan said that it was quite a lot, but it looked delicious. Rose confirmed that the smell was illuminating, but there really was a lot. Leah suggested that they start while it was hot and wished them a pleasant appetite. Rose also wished them a pleasant appetite in return. They devoured it with great gusto. Alan said that it was very delicious. Leah replied that she had told him it would be so. Rose confirmed Alan's words. Leah added that of course it was delicious because ramzak is a very popular dish in her homeland. The protagonist said that he never thought it would be so delicious. Rose confirmed his words again. 30 minutes later, they were still sitting and devouring ramzak. Leah said that it was nostalgic for her. She was very pleased. Alan thought that he could not take it anymore and decided to leave the rest to her. And suddenly, Rose and Alan's eyes met. The protagonist felt awkward. Rose said that she had always been interested. Why does Alan use honorifics only with her name? He thought about it, and he really wondered why. Then she said that she wanted him to stop using this prefix with her. He told her, "Okay, Rosa-san." She was already angry and demanded that he remove it already. He told her, "Okay, Rosa." She was happy and said that this is better. While they were talking, Leah had just finished eating. She thanked him for the food and stood up. She said that they should hurry up and move on. They asked her to wait since they had eaten too much, but she was already unstoppable. After enjoying the ramzak, they walked around the aquarium, pastry shops, department stores, and much more. Then they found themselves in the most famous luxury jewelry store in the capital. The girls put on jewelry one by one and asked Alan if it suited them. He answered that it was just great. "It looks great, just don't drop anything, okay?" The financial strength of these two is simply amazing. If he breaks even one of these decorations, that will be the end. He will end up with a huge amount of debt and, in the worst case, drop out of the academy, and then immediately look for a job. He would not be able to look his mother and poor son in the face. The protagonist sat down on a bench and sighed heavily. He apologized to the girls and said that he was a little tired, so he would rest here. Leah asked if he was okay. Rose asked if something was wrong. He said that everything was fine. Really, just a little dizzy. He asked them not to worry about him and to look beyond the decorations. One agreed, since that's what he said. And the other said that if something was wrong, then immediately tell them. The girls stepped aside and talked. Leah asked Rose how many months she wanted. The standard 3? Rose answered that ideally 3, but the most important thing is the feeling. Everything will be fine, even if there are no feelings from the outside. And you are surprisingly devoted. Alan sat and thought, what are they talking about there? Suddenly, masked men with swords burst into the store. They shouted at everyone not to move and to raise their hands. One of them said that it was a robbery. The shop assistant begged, "Why now?" Alan told the girls that there were many ordinary people in this place, so for now they had to follow the robber's instructions. One of the robbers shouted at the shop assistant to quickly collect all the jewelry in a bag. The shop assistant begged him to spare her. Then he demanded that she do as he said and hit her on the back with a sword. After that, the guys could not hold back and began to attack the robbers. One of them asked in fear, who were they? But it was too late. Each of the guys used his own style of swordsmanship. They threw the robbers left and right. One of them managed to run out of the store. The girls said that they could handle these ones. Alan told them no problem. He decided not to let the fugitive get away. He was still within his reach. Alan used the first style, a shadow strike. This attack knocked the robber down and he was able to be arrested. The next morning at the academy, one of the guys told the protagonist that the 3 of them had made a real splash yesterday. Alan asked again what he was talking about. The guy was surprised that they did not know. He said that he was exaggerating a little when he said 3. He showed a newspaper where Rosa and Leah were printed in full growth and Alan in the background. He said that the protagonist was so small in the newspaper. Leah said that even though he was small, the main thing is that we know how it really was. Rosa said that even a small achievement is an achievement. Alan read the newspaper to the end and was glad that at least the store clerk's wound was not deep. How their academy's first opponent was announced in the newspaper today. But no one even knew anything about them in their classes. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced that first-year Class A students Alan Rodorwa, Rose Valencia, and Leah Westeria were asked to come see the principal. The protagonist and the girls entered the office, and the principal asked them to wait a little. She was in the middle of it. She was reading something enthusiastically. MC thought she must be very busy. He was sure that she handled a terrifying amount of work where an ordinary person would faint every day. Despite this, the principal behaved completely differently in front of the students, for which she admired her very much. Finally, she exhaled, stretched sweetly, and exclaimed to her students that this week's blade was good. The protagonist wondered what exactly was interesting. She continued that it was especially great to read it all in one sitting. This series is sure to be popular. The friends sighed in relief, so there were no problems. At this moment, a male voice said, "Shouldn't Leah be very busy?" Usually, if someone held the positions of both the principal and the homeroom teacher, he didn't think they would have time to read manga. Only now did the students see a man in a hat sitting behind a pile of papers. The protagonist thought, who is this? Since when is this man here? It's not that his presence was weak, it's that he didn't feel it at all. Leah introduced the man to them as number 18, the servant in charge of her affairs. MC and the girls were confused, why not a name but a number? The principal continued to tell them to be careful. He is a criminal who was sentenced to prison with hard labor for 100 years. Leah exclaimed, what is the teacher doing? Why did she drag the prisoner out? Leah replied, didn't she tell them that he was her servant? Document preparation, communication, planning, and more. The reason she was always free was because she dumped her responsibilities on him. The girl asked her in surprise, what did he do that he was sentenced to 100 years in prison? The director cleared her throat and replied that he was peeping. The protagonist asked her again, what do you mean peeping? She replied that that was exactly it. This man liked the female body, especially the body of teenage girls. He made a living doing this in many academies across the country. The girls looked at each other in disgust and said how disgusting it was and that he was the enemy of all women. Why was he still free? The protagonist chuckled and replied that it was just peeping. The principal paused and then continued that number 18 was actually a graduate of the Thousand Blades Academy, a very good swordsman, and by the time he was finally arrested, he had committed hundreds of crimes. When they managed to put him in prison after a battle, this guy broke free immediately by tearing down the prison bars with his bare hands or cutting down the walls with chopsticks. And by peeping and escaping from prison over and over again, his prison term increased to 100 years. MC briefly replied that he understood everything, but Leah still could not calm down. She asked the principal why she was leaving such a dangerous person unattended. Leah answered that they had nothing to worry about. He was completely harmless. She told him what he was not allowed to do, and he was behaving very well now. With these words, she put her hand on the criminal's shoulder, and laughing, asked him if she was right. He exclaimed that she was right, addressing her as the greatest persona. MC wondered what she had done to him that he was so obedient. Leah then said that the discussion had reached a dead end, and the lunch break was almost over, so she suggested to her students to get to the main point. She hoped that they had already guessed, but the reason she had called the three of them here was none other than regarding the Big Five's sacred festival. As reported in this morning's newspaper, their opponent in the first match was that damned Ice King Academy. She then noticed the students' surprised expressions and corrected herself, saying that they, who had just entered, did not know the details of their academy. First of all, they had a wonderful rivalry with Ice King Academy for many years. In the past, Thousand Blade Academy had always been the best, and their opponents had been second in various tournaments, including the Big Five Sacred Festival. Her academy won all the competitions. They were called the Golden Generation, but times have changed. They have indeed changed. Due to various problems, both academies have fallen into decline. The public and the media wanted to make things as interesting as possible, and have joined forces against them. Moreover, their academy lost to Ice King Academy, and as they can see now, in every tournament, their school is now in last place, and right above them is their opponents. This academy that was once wonderful competed with them, baring their fangs at them, as if they were taking out their anger for always being second in their golden days. They began to fan the flames towards them. The protagonist looked at the enraged Leah and thought that this was getting hot. She continued that she couldn't believe it. It was unforgivable, and that was why the rival academy had to be destroyed. The prisoner muttered that was why they couldn't lose to the Ice King Academy no matter what. Leah exclaimed that they were great. They were the strongest team she had created last night without even blinking an eye. The director showed them the team list, which included the protagonist, Leah, and Rose. Alan understood why their teacher seemed quite tense. He was worried that she might do something irreparable, but all was well. As he had guessed from this lineup, his role was to identify the opponent's fighting style, technique, and behavior pattern. And of course, ideally, they should win. Leah asked, why is the protagonist the vanguard? Usually, he should be the leader, shouldn't he? Rose replied that she had thought about it too. The strongest fighting unit should be the leader. The principal exhaled and asked them, did they notice that, right? Of course, there's a good reason for that. It is her strategy. As she said before, she wants a victory, however, not just a victory. She wants a complete and overwhelming victory that will make these rivals laugh at her. As they all know, the Big Five Sacred Festival is a victory in a 3-against-3 system. In other words, if their vanguard defeats these three people from the rival academy, they will be defeated without even looking at their center and leader. The girls understood, and Rose replied that if she is aiming for such a victory, Alan should act as the vanguard. Leah laughed maliciously and said that their opponents could not even imagine that their highest combat power would be in the vanguard, and those participants who suffered 3 defeats in a row would think so. Even if their vanguard was so strong, then what kind of monsters were the center and leader? The girls enthusiastically supported her idea. The protagonist thought that the Ice King Academy would be scared by the invisible illusion of their academy's strength, and that would be good. But he immediately pulled himself up short because he had to win 3 times in a row against 3 first years from one of the 5 academies. No matter how you look at it, they overestimated him too much. For him, even one victory would be a great achievement. Leah dreamily said that she could already imagine how these guys would tremble and chatter their teeth from 3 defeats in a row. Valentine's Day of the Big Five, the day of the sacred festival, had arrived. When Leah saw the scoreboard with the participants, she went crazy. Their opponents had no vanguard and the center was designated as Cain material. Leah was also furious. She thought it was disgusting from the opponents, and even Rose was a little angry. Alan was also outraged. 2 people are enough for such weaklings as the Thousand Blade Academy. Is that what they think? The director tried to calm down. She said that since they want to play like this, then she also has an idea. She is changing their members. They will also have no vanguard and center, only the leader and Alan. They will need only one person to defeat the opponents, and she does not care when the deadline was. After all, she did not add new members, she just swapped them a little. But the secretary replied that she was sorry, but this cannot be done. Rules are rules. The protagonist noted that he understood the feelings of the director, but people without self-control are quick to find flaws in others. Sensei didn't have time to answer him because at that moment, Ferris came in and greeted Leah saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The director was unpleasantly surprised by the meeting because it was the director of the Ice King Academy. The teacher angrily asked her what she had done. She would never have thought that she would be so cunning. The rival answered her that calling it cunning was an exaggeration. She had simply chosen the right number of people. She turned to one of her escorts as muscular head. Would he confirm her words? The guard, of course, answered in the affirmative without question. The 2 girls clashed with each other. Leah screamed that her rival had not changed at all. Was she in such a hurry that she had already forgotten about her series of defeats? Ferris retorted that they would now revive their former glory because their academy had long surpassed their institution. They shut each other's mouths, called each other all sorts of swear words, and the protagonist looked at all this action and thought that these were the directors of the academies. He was already afraid for the future of the country. The rivals clashed with each other again. Leah screamed that today she was going to bring back that era. It would be the era of the strongest Thousand Blade Academy. Ferris responded by saying that anyone could talk, but soon she would be crying. Then they suddenly calmed down, and each went their separate ways with their teams. The protagonist started shaking. He couldn't understand what was going on. Then he felt one of the opponents named Sid Euclius. It was his killing intent. He thought that it would definitely be difficult with this academy. Finally, the host of the duel thanked everyone for waiting and announced that the first match between famous academies would begin right now. Alan felt a frightening tension and thought that these were good conditions. Leah wished him to do everything in his power. He would definitely win. Rose reminded him that he must not lose. MC answered them that he understood everything and went to the arena. The announcer announced that without further ado, the vanguard of the Thousand Blade Academy, Alan Rodorua, came out of the western gate. The spectators chanted his name, and the protagonist thought, what an amazing crowd. His fans vied with each other to shout at him to do everything right. They were behind him, let him defeat these insignificant opponents, and that he should not dare to lose. He was very pleased with their support. It was not like before. Now he was no longer alone, and he would make sure to win for them all. Then the announcer announced that the representative of the Ice King Academy, Cain Material, came out of the eastern gate. His fans also warmly supported their idol. The opponent addressed the protagonist that today, as swordsmen, they would fight, experiencing shame and disgrace of the gods. The protagonist agreed with him and thought that he was cautious because of Leigh's words, but the opponent seemed to him to be a polite person. The commentator declared that if both participants were ready, then they would begin the match. Alan was surprised when Cain knelt down and began to summon the hellish creature. A strangely shaped sword appeared in his hands. The protagonist thought that it was his spiritual weapon. He recognized his sword. It was indeed the hellish creature. The opponent told him that now the time for his trial had come, and called MC to fight, saying, "Let's finish right now." He ran towards him, and the protagonist managed to analyze that the opponent was fast, but his steps were too clear. In this case, he could easily counter him with this. Alan also noted that he had opened himself up perfectly. Suddenly, something happened that no one understood. The protagonist fell. The spectators began to whisper, saying, "What's going on? What is he doing?" His opponent exclaimed enthusiastically, "Goodbye, stupid swordsman." MC was floating somewhere and saw time consisting of 99 years, 12 months, 31 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 42 seconds. He remembered that he was wounded by the opponent. The protagonist looked around. It was strange, but this was exactly the same place as 100 million years ago. Perhaps he was in the world created by the spiritual weapon Cain. He decided that he needed to try how it all worked. MC swung his sword and realized that he could cut this world, which meant he could escape from here. He looked at the numbers again, saw 99 years, and thought that the Hermit of Time gave him 100 years, but he needed a little training. The protagonist swung his sword, woke up and thought, 100 years have already passed, and what is going on? He heard the voice of the commentator, who said that, as expected, his opponent fell from Cain's fatal blow. He asked the Ice King Academy representative to do the same to the other opponents. The announcer thought to himself, "Hell of a beast was really terrifying. Should he end this match?" At this moment, Alan jumped up and called for them to stop. He was still alive and could continue. Hadn't they started the match? The referee was shocked. No way. Was he sure he was okay? The protagonist replied that he wasn't sure he understood, but he could continue the match. He received a positive response from the announcer and thought that this was his chance to try out the results of his training. In his mind, he apologized to his opponent, but as a swordsman, he had to take this fight seriously. He would take full advantage of this opportunity. Cain was equally shocked that his opponent was alive. The protagonist used the cherry blossom technique in the one-handed blade style and mirror strike. His opponent was furious. The hellish creature was supposed to lock him in there for 100 years. Why wasn't his spirit broken? The protagonist struck him and said that he had only locked him in there for 100 years. It wasn't that long. The announcer ran up to the defeated Cain and exclaimed that he couldn't continue the match. Thus, the winner of this match was Alan. His team was in awe. Leah shouted that it was amazing, how good he was. The principal happily noted that they had done a good job, but he should stay away from that spiritual weapon attack. Rose asked him in surprise when he learned how to use her techniques. He told her that, while he was locked in the spiritual weapon world, he decided to train for 100 years. During that time, he practiced the techniques he learned from everyone in the class. He also managed to learn the cherry blossom style by recreating what he saw her do. She was amazed. This style that took her years to learn, he learned the form by recreating it from memory. He countered that his cherry blossom style was different from the original. He combined it with his yatagarasu technique. The girl noted that he was even able to improve it. No wonder it was sharper than hers. The protagonist was embarrassed and then exclaimed that he thought of something. How about teaching her this technique? Rose happily agreed to his proposal. At this point, the announcer apologized to everyone for the delay, but now they were starting the second match. The team saw off their hero for the second match, wishing him luck and victory. The MC solemnly proclaimed his affirmative answer. The referee announced that the vanguard of the Thousand Blades Academy, Alan Rodorua, was coming out of the West Gate. And now, from the East Gate comes the representative of the Ice King Academy, Sid Euclius. The protagonist noted that the mood of the Ice King students completely changed after his opponent came out. The commentator continued that, due to the fact that the Ice King Academy did not register Vanguard, this is their last participant. If Alan Vanguard wins, his opponents will finally fall from first place for the first time in 10 years. Moreover, according to preliminary information, both of them are self-taught. The referee is sure that they will arrange an exciting and unusual match for them. Before he had time to think that self-taught in this day and age is questionable, a blade was thrust into his window. Sid thought with annoyance that he missed. This freak was laughing at him. He already remembered his face, so he should be more careful at night. Alan thought in bewilderment, what kind of guy is this? After all, he really did throw that knife with the intention of killing the announcer. Moreover, such accuracy and power from such a distance suggests that it is not ordinary at all. The referee continued that if we ignore this, the second match is about to begin. He asked the opponents, are both fighters ready? They nodded to him in agreement, and he declared that then the second match will begin. MC looked at his opponent and thought, is he going to just stand there? Does he want him to go first? Well, in that case, it's worth seeing what his unusual opponent is capable of. He delivered his first strike, Flying Shadow, but his opponent continued to stand as well, and MC's Flying Shadow disappeared. Alan thought, is this another spiritual weapon technique? Well, then he will try again, and again use the same technique. but the opponent also reflected it without even moving. The protagonist thought that Sid was laughing at him. He barely noticed the speed of his sword when he was concentrating on the strike. The enemy called him a fool and said that they were not here to just stand around. They were here to fight. So he was going to destroy him. Sid attacked MC, but he deftly parried all his blows. He also noticed that the opponent's reaction was getting slower and slower with each passing second. He was amazed at how strong this guy was. He didn't even see him as a threat to himself. But this fight had just given him an idea of sword fighting. The opponent was simply using his high physical strength to cut everything. All his movements were unlimited. And what he lacked more than anything was a sincere desire suitable for fencing. The protagonist decided that he would not lose to anyone in this regard. He looked closely at his opponent and Sid grumbled. Was there something wrong with his face? Let him accept the fact that a talentless piece of trash like him would never be able to defeat someone like him. MC told him that he, Sid, was a genius, but it was he, Alan, who would win this match. The opponent drawled, let him try. If he wanted to die so badly, he should have just said so. The protagonist attacked him with the cloud and dark sky styles. His opponent kept shouting dirty words at him. MC didn't give him a chance to retreat. He used the cutting iron and iron break styles, and then added the Hokkaido and Sakura blossom styles. He noticed that Sid had lost his balance, and without wasting time, he used the same technique and added the mirror strike. But he realized that this was not enough and added the 8th sword and Yatagarasu. After a while, they stopped for a breather, and MC admitted that his opponent was truly amazing. Sid told him that his talent was also amazing, but all he had was talent, nothing more. His swordsmanship was much higher than the protagonist's. Alan laughed in response. His opponent got mad and attacked him, shouting at the protagonist to shut up. That all the effort in swordsmanship or something like that, he believes in all this crap with all his heart. It all just shows how ugly he is. No matter how much effort he puts in, trash will still be trash. He continued that now he will show him how pathetic his efforts and swordsmanship are against his talent. Sid summoned the spiritual weapon Van Argand and asked it to absorb everything around him. The protagonist had previously assumed that the opponent could use this weapon, but now he was convinced of it. But he said out loud that it became cooler. The opponent laughed and told him that he noticed correctly. He used the ice spear on Alan, but Alan deftly dodged the blow. The protagonist was mesmerized by the power of the blow with this spear and thought that it was so strong. The opponent asked him, what was he looking at there? And again repeated his blow with a cold weapon. MC thought that if he stopped even for a second, it would be the end for him. He began to run away from the blows, which angered Sid even more. The opponent began to urge him not to run away and increase the frequency and strength of the blows. Alan thought that he was in trouble. Sid became much faster when he activated his cold weapon. He should think faster. The opponent seemed to guess his thoughts. He asked, did he probably think that he became faster? The protagonist asked him, what does he mean by this? He told him to look at his hands. He looked and was surprised. They were blue. Sid asked him, has he never heard of hypothermia? The protagonist realized that the opponent caught him and the situation was very bad. The opponent continued, is he going to reach his limit? Then let him help with this. He attacked him even more powerfully than before, striking him with blow after blow. MC could not withstand such an onslaught and fell. Sid got angry and exclaimed that he had dirty his shoes, and no matter how he looked at it, this was going too far. He got too carried away. The opponent heard the murmur of the audience and the screams of the protagonist's friends. He turned to them and said that they were right. He should not make him suffer. He would simply hack him to death. Sid raised his hand with a sword to use an ice strike. MC's friends screamed in fear, and at that moment the protagonist grabbed the blade of the sword with his hand. He understood that he could not move from the spot. Was he really going to die like this? He did not want to die. He did not want to accept defeat. He wanted to defeat this genius. With bitterness, he said to himself that he, as always, was losing. Sid wanted to continue the attack, but MC held his sword tightly, and the opponent shouted that he finally woke up. How many years had passed? 100, 1,000 billion years? The protagonist's allies exhaled, but could not understand what was happening. The director thought, with relief. He finally appeared. Sid continued to tell him that it would seem such a power, but he cannot even use it a little. One can say that he has no talent. He asked him, what is he? A spiritual core. However, why should he crucify himself in front of someone who will soon be nothing but a wet spot? The protagonist answered him that it does not matter who he is. The opponent was indignant. Who did he tell? Let him disappear and not be an eyesore. He used his ice spear again and prepared to attack Alan. MC's allies were shouting at him to run, to dodge, and the opponent said that he was very bored. At that moment, the protagonist began to transform. He turned into a slender young man with long hair and asked his opponent what was wrong with his face. Did he think he could scare him with his toys? At that moment, he saw an old hermit in the commentator's booth, who was finishing his business and got angry at him. Damn old man, what kind of frail body is he? Is he mocking him? When he finds him, he will not like it. At that moment, Sid thought that Alan was distracted, as he expected, and decided to deliver his signature blow while he was distracted. But at that moment, when his sword almost touched the protagonist, he turned to him, grabbed his sword by the end, and said that he should not think that he was distracted. He has everything under control. The dumbfounded opponent thought that it couldn't be, but the protagonist asked him if that was his strongest move. He felt sorry for him. So sorry that he didn't even know what to say. He let go of the opponent's sword and pushed him away. He couldn't believe that his first opponent after going out was this piece of fool. But it didn't matter anymore. He still needed to get used to his new body and try to hold out for at least a little while. The protagonist attacked the opponent and thought that if the source of this power was the spiritual core, then it must have a time limit. If he could hold out in the arena against his opponent, then he still had a chance to win. He was able to dodge another crushing blow from Sid and exclaimed, "How wonderful," he sees. His reaction has accelerated, but he's already played enough. With these words, the protagonist activated the black sword. His essence seemed to split into two parts. One part kept saying that the opponent was too dangerous, he wouldn't be able to win, he had to run or he would kill him. And the other side exclaimed, "No way! How could he run away from such a piece of idiot?" He used the time stop seal and ice waterfall pillar, easily broke through the opponent's defense and asked him, "Is this what he called defense?" The opponent only had time to put up defense again and think that he was a monster when MC called for the double time stop seal, and again, the ice waterfall pillar. Sid was shocked, so much power in just one blow. The protagonist swung to strike, counted from 3 to 0, and delivered a crushing blow, destroying the defense and wounding the opponent. Sid fell exhausted. The monster approached him saying that he would kill him with one quick and easy blow. He swung and suddenly saw that his opponent was being covered by a girl. She shouted at him to stop. She knows him. He is not that bloodthirsty. He stared at her and asked who she was. Leah told him her name and asked him if he had forgotten hers. But since his other side was dominant in MC at that moment, of course he didn't know her. He told her not to interfere. Otherwise he would get it from her too. The girl asked again, was he serious? He didn't remember how they chatted while eating ramzak and then had a little fight. Let him remember. They had a lot of fun. The monster rudely told her to shut up, she was going to die now. Leah appealed to him with all her might. Let him become kind again, like before. She really begs him for it. The protagonist made an attempt to transform, but heard the indignant voice of the soul core in his head, saying, "This boy has enough courage to seize control. He should not have held back from the start." He still did not stop his attempt, and at one point he turned back into his former self. MC literally fell into his girlfriend's arms. She asked him if he was okay. He reassured her that he was fine, apologized to her for scaring her, and added that she believed in him, so he heard her voice and came back. The protagonist was filled with gratitude to her. But at that very second, he heard the voice of this soul core again. It asked MC if he could hear it. At that moment, Alan lost consciousness. After a while, he woke up and did not understand where he was. Sitting up in bed, he saw his girlfriend sleeping. He called their names, looked around and realized that he was in the hospital. But he couldn't understand how he ended up here. The last thing he clearly remembered was Sid using an ice punch, and then it was as if something inside him began to rage joyfully. But what was it? Leah woke up first. He greeted her, and the girl happily threw herself at him, hugged him and said that finally, he woke up. She was so worried about him, and the protagonist was touched by her concern. Suddenly she asked him what he was pushing against her for. MC was embarrassed by his natural reaction to a beautiful girl, and she jokingly called him bad. At that moment, Rose woke up. They greeted each other. The girl asked him how he felt. He answered her that everything was fine. Such an answer satisfied her. He looked at the place where he received a very deep wound and noticed that there was no trace left. Was this also his power? Leah entered the room and saw that the protagonist had woken up. She said that apparently he was fine. He apologized to her for making her worry. The girls asked her to tell them what happened to Alan. She reassured them that she would tell them everything. But first it was necessary to explain the current situation to the protagonist. The director continued saying that regarding the results of the competition, both academies were disqualified due to violation of the rules. MC sadly noted that it was all because of him, and asked for forgiveness for this. Sensei told him not to worry about it, it was just an accident. However, he still has not received his punishment as a result of the trial held by the Executive Council of the 5 academies. His punishment is a ban from visiting their academy for a month. Rose asked her again. They didn't just suspend him from classes but banned him from attending school. Leah added, the principal wasn't mistaken? Leah answered that no, she wasn't mistaken. It was hard for her to say, but both girls received the same punishment due to collective responsibility. The protagonist cried out, why were they punished like that? Let her explain? The principal answered that they were representatives of the academy, but they did nothing to stop him. At least, that was the official reason. But she guesses that the true goal of the conspirators from the Executive Council is to weaken their academy. In a month, 5 academies will be holding a very important soul dressing class. By banning them from attending school, all the principals hope that this will affect their powers in the future. MC dejectedly apologized to the girls, but they assured him that everything is fine, that he should not worry about them. Leah said that the most important thing for them is that he is okay, even if he was banned from school. It can even be celebrated. Leah turned to Leah and Rose. She admitted to them that their punishment was her fault. If only she had been more eloquent, if only they would have allowed them to be acquitted. There were 2 very stubborn old men there. She made a lot of noise, if only she had been more restrained. Leah boldly stated that then it was entirely her fault. Didn't she say that they were punished because of collective responsibility? Rose picked up on her, that they would not allow anyone to shift the blame for what happened to the protagonist. The principal mumbled something and apologized to them again. Alan thoughtfully asked if he had to be in the dorm for the entire month because of this ban. If so, he would completely lose his form. Sensei smiled and said that he should not worry about it. They had a great idea about it. For the next month, they will be magic swords. A few days earlier, the friends came to the director. Leah happily greeted them and asked how Alan was feeling. He replied that he was okay, and his tests were also fine. Noting that this was great news, she wanted to say something, but the protagonist asked her permission to ask one question. He asked her what happened to him during the sacred festival of the Big Five. Sensei replied that in short it was a spiritual core. She thought that Leah had already guessed what it was. The girl nodded and explained that the spiritual core is the power of the soul that is hidden in the body of every person. It comes in different types, including the souls of ancestors, legendary monsters, and ghosts. In essence, the core is the personification of the soul. The director added that this core intercepted control of his body, but it rarely happens that someone has a core with such a strong essence. His soul lurks a special danger. The protagonist thought about these words. Leah continued that there's nothing to worry about yet. She suspects that being released has exhausted all his strength, which is why he lost consciousness. Now they should talk about what will happen next. As she said, they will spend a month in the ranks of the magic swords. Since this is officially their punishment, they will not receive payment for their work. Rose said that she thought they were almost there. Sensei added that first they should visit the Magic Swords Unification Unit in Alesto. The commander of this unit is an old acquaintance of hers. She had already informed him. After some time, the friends arrived at a new place. It turned out to be a huge, shabby building made of bricks with small windows. The allies were surprised. Was this the Magic Swords Unit? Rose asked them if they didn't like the view. Leah hesitantly said that they should at least try to go inside. The protagonist supported her. Maybe everything inside wasn't as bad as outside. They knocked on the door, it opened, and they found themselves in a place where there were a lot of people and a foul smell. MC thought that his fears were confirmed. Everything was really bad here. One man called out to them, saying that he hadn't seen them here before. He noticed that the girls were pretty and offered them wine. The protagonists told him that they apologized, but they had other plans. The man roared at him, saying that no one had asked him, and threw beer at him. Leah called out to him, but Alan calmed them down. He was fine. If they made a fuss here, their director might get in trouble. Besides, that lout had just spilled beer on him, nothing more. He suggested that they leave this place. One of the people present addressed the man as Dread, saying that the guests thought he was unworthy of them. Let him show them what he was capable of. The lout called out to the protagonist and exclaimed that if he thought he could make a fool of him and he would just let him leave, he was deeply mistaken. This was too much, and the protagonist couldn't let it go like that. But he shouldn't use the sword to threaten either. He simply grabbed the hilt of the sword, created a fiery aura around himself and asked him if he didn't agree. Dread immediately changed his mind. He apologized profusely. He just drank too much. MC told him that that's why he forgives him. But in the future, he should be more careful with alcohol. The man apologized again and offered to treat him. Alan refused and turned to the girls. They were both fine. Maybe they could all rest a little? Leah replied that everything was fine, although she was a little scared. They reached the reception area where they were met by a real brutal guy with a mountain of muscles, in dark glasses and a newspaper in his hands. The protagonist decided to find out the information they needed from him, but the girls objected. Leah asked, "Is he crazy?" "This guy is so scary." Rose supported her. "You shouldn't mess with such people." She was ready to bet that he has more than one murder behind him. The protagonist chuckled. "Is this a murder reception area?" Leah repeated his words, and Rose replied that they needed to prepare themselves mentally. MC got the man's attention with an apology. He stood up from his chair, his height could be compared to a large mountain, and asked who they were. He hadn't seen them here before. Maybe they were volunteers from Leah? They confirmed his assumption, and he told them that it was good that he remembered that. The man continued that she had recently called him and told him to look after her students, but she hadn't given him any more information. She hung up. He tried to call her back, but the director didn't pick up. The friends apologized to him for the behavior of their teacher. He introduced himself to them as Bones Darlton, and added that he was the head of this department, and was very glad to meet him. The friends introduced themselves to him one by one, and expressed mutual pleasure at meeting him. He said their names and added that they were the ones who already had experience. He remembered them. Bones continued that they first needed to complete their registration as Magic Knights, but that was only for Alan and Leah. To the silent question of her friends, the girl answered them that she had worked with the Knights of Magic before, so she was already registered. The protagonist noted that this meant she already had experience. MC said that he had finished and handed the sheet to the head. He carefully read what was written and said that they should not worry about their information, that everything was in the strictest confidence. Bones asked them to wait so that he could make them tokens. He left, and the friends laughed at their fear. Rose said that he looked very scary, of course, but he was a good person. Alan added that he had cute eyes too. Leah wisely noted that a book should not be judged by its cover, and she threatened MC, let him just dare to open his mouth again. Meanwhile, a noise was heard in the tavern. Shouts could be heard like, "How many times do they have to tell him that it's all his fault, that they screwed up the order?" Someone was egging him on, like, "Come on, hit him in the belly," and so on. The friends were surprised. Another fight. Is it like this everywhere with the Knights of Magic? They came to the conclusion that everything here was so wild. At that moment, Bones looked out and exclaimed, "What's all the noise?" Rose answered him that a fight had started. The man sighed and muttered that this always happens to them. The fuss did not subside, and Bones, when he entered the tavern, called out to the fighters. Had they forgotten where they were? The two began to justify themselves, saying that there was no fight, they were just joking, nothing more. The man continued menacingly, "Do they know the rules of the Magic Swords Division in Alesto? Both participants in the fight are considered guilty, and those who break the rule will experience the strength of his fist." He gave them a good beating. His friends noted that he beat them cruelly. Bones told the quiet knights that beer should be drunk, not gulped down by the leader. He apologized to his allies, saying that everyone here gets excited in a second. His friends assured him that everything was fine, and he handed them the tokens. The man explained to them that these tokens confirmed their status as Knights of Magic, so they should not lose them. The protagonist and the girls thanked him, and MC noticed blood on his token. He voiced it, and one of the brawlers replied that it was his blood, left on the commander's hand after the blows. The friends thought in unison that he should never be angered. The head of the unit asked them if they would take the order right away. The protagonist answered affirmatively for everyone. The man asked why they volunteered in the first place. The friends briefly told him their story. Bones answered them that if they wanted to learn more, he advised them to take up monster hunting. They were surprised. Monsters, not moths? Bones chuckled. What can you learn by chasing moths? Monster hunting is a real man's business. The protagonist objected. Leah recommended them to hunt moths, to which the leader advised him not to pay attention to her words. She always confuses moths and monsters. He gave them memos on how to hunt them correctly. Leah admitted that she used to hunt goblins in Wisteria, and Rose said that chimeras are certainly strong, but the three of them should be able to handle it. Alan thought, ogres, goblin and chimera, he had never fought monsters before. But his friends will be with him, so there is a chance that they will cope. The most important thing is practice. He approached the head of the unit, handed him 3 sheets of paper, and said that they wanted to take an order for these 3 monsters. Bones looked at the order, approved of their choice, and wished them good luck. They went hunting. Leah asked the protagonist. He had never seen monsters. Had he? He replied that he had not, but had heard of them more than once, but they can easily be found on the highway. The protagonist explained to them that he was born and raised in Goza, in a remote village. Suddenly, MC stopped, became wary, and said that he saw them. They were goblins. He told his companions that they would act according to the plan. This was training for them, so they would attack them directly. The girls agreed with him, and they moved forward. The friends jumped out into the clearing where the monsters were. MC gave the command to begin the attack and used the first sword, then the flying shadow. Before they had time to deal with the goblins, the ogres appeared. Here, Leah was the first to enter the battle. As she expected, it was impossible to hit the ogre with a sword. It was necessary to start an invasion, which the girl did. The protagonist was just about to help her, but Leah had already dealt with it herself, apologizing to him. Before she could exhale, a chimera appeared in front of them. It was a dangerous enemy. The monsters they had fought before were no match for it. They decided to attack it together. The friends rushed to attack, but Alan was faster than everyone else and in the blink of an eye was next to the monster. He himself was surprised. When did he manage to run so much? But since it came to this, he furiously entered the battle, using the 8th sword and Yatagarasu. By the time the girls reached them, the chimera was already finished. Leah was indignant. She and Rose would never learn anything. The protagonist apologized to them. The girl asked him, "Does this mean he is stronger than the ogre?" Rose also asked where he got his powers from. He told them that he himself didn't know where everything came from, and he thought, maybe it was all thanks to his battle with Sid, or a byproduct of interaction with the core. Rose said that they couldn't let him run ahead of them anymore. Leah supported her, because they also needed to train their souls. MC thought that he still had time to become stronger. When they returned to the unit, Bonds was very surprised that they had already dealt with all 3 monsters. A week later, in the tavern, Dredd called the protagonist over. He invited him to sit at the table and asked him, "Who is he with?" Alan didn't quite understand what his interlocutor was asking about. Dredd said, "Don't pretend that he didn't understand anything." He was asking him, who is he with, Leah or Rose? The protagonist was indignant. They all got it wrong. They don't have that kind of relationship at all. The knights laughed, saying, "Does he think anyone will believe him?" MC realized that there was no point in explaining anything, so he replied that no matter what, if any rumors spread, it was not his fault, right? The knights were forced to agree with him. At that moment, the girls appeared, apologized to him for being late, and suggested that he go take a new order. Bonds told them that today's order would be simple. He trusted them with it. Alan was surprised. Was it an order for security, not for monsters? Bonds explained to them that the customer was an old woman who had back problems, so she wanted skilled swordsmen to be with her caravan just in case. Bonds stopped them and added that he had another order for them, but this one was from him. He asked them to explore the market. Seeing the surprise on the allies' faces, he explained that the preliminary order would be heading to Drestia. There will be a big festival called the Dido Shopping Festival. He wants them to watch what people buy. The friends were very surprised. Are they allowed to go to the festival? They are supposedly serving their sentence here? Bonds was indignant. They are like first graders every day, always talking about studying and studying. They are children, first and foremost. Let them go and have fun. The allies were very happy with his proposal. He continued that his order was to research the festival. If any of them had any objections, they should say so right away, and he would immediately give them a hard time. The protagonist thanked him heartily. The leader told him that they had decided on that, and wished the friends good luck. When they got to the customer, Miss Shandy was very happy as soon as she found out that they were from the Thousand Blade Academy. The old woman said that she was calm now. Lately they often say that the school has fallen into decline. But they have an image of the strongest. She continued her story, that Leah Black Fist was especially strong in this school. Her style was called fist fighting. She was a beauty. She could throw skilled swordsmen around with one hand, even though she was a girl, but watching her was a real pleasure. Only Ferris from the Ice King Academy could compare with her, although even she could never defeat the beautiful Leah. She wanted to continue her story, but they had already arrived in the trading city of Drestia. Her friends told her that everything was ready, and Miss Shandy thanked them. She added that she had not talked to anyone like that for a long time, but suddenly the old woman grabbed her lower back and screamed. The protagonist asked her what happened. She replied that her back hurt, and the allies decided to take her to the hospital. Miss Shandy opposed their decision. She made a deal and had to deliver the wheat to the recipient. MC volunteered to do it for her, and the old woman agreed. The protagonist ordered his friends to take the woman to the hospital. They agreed, but asked if he could handle it alone. The protagonist answered in the affirmative, and added that when everything calmed down, They would meet at the clock tower they were standing near. The friends said goodbye and went their separate ways. Alan approached the right shop, said that they were there, and went inside. He introduced himself as a sword of magic and came here from Miss Shandy. Rocky, the shop owner, asked again who it was from and said that he didn't believe that a brat like him could be a magic sword. He asked for a contract and started checking the wheat. After checking, the shop owner said that it was no good. The protagonist asked him if something was wrong. He answered that this wheat was of poor quality. He would give half the price for it at most. The protagonist objected to him. That couldn't be. Let him take another look. The merchant was indignant. How could a second-rate magic sword know anything about wheat? MC got angry and exclaimed that he grew up in a village famous for its agriculture. He knows what he's talking about. This is excellent quality wheat. The merchant muttered something like, "What an annoying brat," and turned somewhere into the depths of the shop, inviting someone. Two big guys came up to him and asked him if the owner had a problem. He confirmed their assumption, saying that this magic sword had gotten carried away, and pointed at MC. The guard said that he was still a child and came up to him. They told him instructively that children should silently obey adults, right? He still had time to improve. He should apologize to Rocky. MC responded with dignity that demanding to sell such excellent wheat at a low price was wrong. He once again asked the shop owner to change his mind and take it at the original price. The merchant told the guards that they shouldn't take empty-headed magic swords and ordered them to explain to him how it should be done. They said that nothing could be done. Impudent children needed a good lesson, and were just about to teach the protagonist a lesson when they both ended up on the floor. The protagonist couldn't allow these people to be so impudent and taught them a lesson. The merchant cowered in his chair in panic. MC told him that he was not asking him for anything extra. He was just asking him again, and this time for the last time. Does Rocky agree to buy the wheat at the original price? The merchant squealed that he agreed. He would never do this to anyone again, and asked for forgiveness. He gave the entire amount of the original contract and asked the protagonist to double-check. MC calculated, agreed that the amount was correct, and was about to leave. The merchant asked him who he was. Alan replied that it was not that he was some important person. As he said at the beginning, he was just a sword of magic. When the protagonist left, he did not suspect that 3 girls were following him. They said that their target was alone. The princess and the scholarship hunter were not with him. One of the girls in a black suit suggested that her partners quickly deal with him and go home. Their next job was waiting for them. The second girl in a hooded sweatshirt told her that she didn't need to talk. It was clear that they would finish him off quickly. The third girl, with 2 ponytails on her head, said that she liked his face. She asked if she could take his head after they killed him. The first girl suggested that she talk to the customer about it, and the second answered that, as always, her tastes remained unclear to her. At that moment, they heard a male voice greeting them. It was none other than number 18. He continued that he apologized to the lovely ladies. He had no intention of scaring them. The first girl thought, "Who is this?" She didn't feel threatened by him. Moreover, she didn't feel anything at all. The girl answered him. She didn't know who he was, but since he noticed them, let her send him to the other world. All 3 girls prepared to attack, each of them activating their skills. The girl with pigtails ordered him to kneel and summoned the king of compulsion. The girl in black ordered him to sleep in the endless ice and used eternal ice. The lady in the hood ordered him to feel thirsty and activated the great devourer. They said that his end would be painless. However, their unexpected guest instantly scattered them in different directions, which confused them. He exclaimed that this could not be. Nature had given them incredible gifts, but they did not understand anything. If you look at their clothes, you can see a vulgar design calculated to be looked at. He continued that he has nothing against people who are aware of the fact that they attract other people's gaze. However, if you allow people to look at others excessively, they will lose their shame. They enjoy other people's attention. Moreover, they deliberately attract it, but it is all fake. An unsuspecting face, a slight movement, then incredible shame at the realization that someone was peeping. Naturalness will never lose to artificially created and brought to the limit beauty. No. 18 continued to rant about how there is no point in peeping at someone who attracts attention himself and has lost all shame. The girls thought, who is he and what is he talking about? He said that it is hard to watch them waste what nature has given them. The man thought that Leah, of course, was great, that she was able to foresee the hunt for Mr. Allen. When the friends went to the bonds unit, the director turned to him with a request. She was worried about what the directors might do, who insisted on MC's expulsion, and asked to guard him from today. No. 18 assured her that he would do everything exactly, But what about his other tasks? Leah replied that she would give him special permission to take out the materials. The protagonist's protection was the most important thing. He was about to leave, but stopped and asked permission to express one thought. The director asked him what he was talking about. No, 18 said that in order to protect Mr. Allen, he would also need to keep an eye on his companions. They were both charming girls, and he would like to ask her permission to keep an eye on them. His imagination drew him seductive bodies of girls. But Leah was angry. What did he say? Did she not hear? He gave in and replied that there was nothing, let her not pay attention to anything. She ominously said that if he touched them with even a finger, then she would have to take up his education again, because he remembered how it happens. The man replied that he remembered everything and left. On the way he thought, protecting Mr. Allen, helping with the duties of the director, self-discipline, what a terrible job he has. However, today his mustache was restless. At this time, the protagonist walked past the shopping arcade and looked around. It seemed that the Daido shopping festival would bring trouble. When the friends finally met at the agreed place, the protagonist summed up that their mission to protect was over. It was good that everything went well with Miss Shandy. Leah remembered how the old woman thanked them warmly for everything, smiled and replied that yes, everything was fine. Rose said that back problems were, of course, serious. They came to the festival and noted that it was very crowded. Would they be able to cope in a day? People looked back at them and chuckled. By their standards, the guests were dressed strangely. The allies saw a girl approach a woman and tell her that she was ready. The woman asked her what kind of cute clothes she was wearing. The girl explained that it was a local traditional dress, called a yukata. Leah immediately wanted to try on the same one, and they decided to buy similar outfits for themselves. After a while, the girls appeared in front of the protagonist, and he was enchanted by their appearance. Leah asked him if he liked it. He replied that these outfits suited them both very well. MC looked in the mirror, assessed his new outfit and winked at himself in the mirror, saying that it suited him very well too. Rose noted that now they could start completing the task. Alan asked where they should start. Leah exclaimed that, of course, they should definitely start with the food tents. Her allies were not at all against it, and the girl rushed between the tents with the speed of the wind. She collected so much food that it all barely fit on the table. The friends ate their fill and noticed the shooting gallery and other hobbies. Leah won all the prizes she could at the shooting gallery, and her allies did not lag behind her. As a result, they won everything they could in all the entertainment. But then, they returned everything back. They kept exclaiming that it was so much fun, they hadn't had so much fun in a long time. One of the merchants told them that they were great, but were they sure they didn't mind giving back their prizes? The protagonist told him that they had a good time, and that was enough. Besides, they wouldn't have been able to take everything they won. His attention was drawn to a huge building. Rose said that it was the Daido trading house, and most likely, even now, the 5 great merchants were meeting there. 5 powerful merchants who were the proud owners of a huge fortune and wielded political power. The only ones who could compare to them in status were the directors of the 5 largest academies. The protagonist now understood why everyone around here was so serious. He noted that Rose knew so many things. She told him that she had once been here with her grandfather. MC asked her if her grandfather was a master of the Sakura style. At that moment, an explosion occurred in this building. Panic arose in the street and everyone wondered what was going on. The protagonist saw several people in black clothes running away and thought, who are these people? Did they sneak into the trading house? Rose replied that they were looking for the 5 great merchants, and this explosion was also their doing. Many people suffered from this. One man could barely stand on his feet and asked to call the knights, or better yet, doctors. The leader of the knights at that moment gathered his squad and told them that they must take out the 5 merchants. Everyone who can stand on their feet should follow him. He told the rest to leave. It was too dangerous here. Alan thought that at such times, as a knight, he cannot stand aside, and told the girls that they will help the knights protect these merchants. They enthusiastically supported his idea, and they ran inside the building. There was devastation and panic all around. They approached the head of the knights. MC introduced himself to him, said that he was one of the knights, and had come to their aid. The chief replied that this was great news. The merchants were on the upper floors, and invited his friends to follow him. Having risen to the right place, they saw that the strangers had entered into a fight with their personal guards. The protagonist noted that the guards of the 5 great merchants met all expectations. Their movements were coordinated and perfectly honed. The chief told them that they would stop the enemies and they should go forward. Having risen even higher, the allies saw a wounded knight. They asked him if he was okay, but he seemed delirious, said that his sword was no problem for him. The friends did not understand anything, but heard some kind of sinister laughter. They saw a man in a mask and a hood, guards were lying around him, and he was shouting that they had no fighting spirit at all. He was calling for someone to cheer him up. At that moment he saw his friends and exclaimed that new toys had arrived. MC was curious about this man, who he was and why he was behaving like this. Suddenly the stranger called him by name and asked if it was really him. Surprised, Alan did not have time to answer him. The stranger shouted that it was him. He would not confuse him with anyone. MC asked him who he was. He answered him like, how rude, and yet they loved each other so much back then. The protagonist did not understand what he was talking about. The girls covered MC with themselves, told him to go ahead, and they would stop this madman. They had better split up. Alan thought they were right and agreed with them. The stranger offered MC to play a love duet with him. The protagonist approached one of the doors and thought that the merchants should be here. He entered the room and saw that they were there. The protagonist asked them if everything was okay with them. They were very scared. The protagonist introduced himself to them and added that he was here to save them. One of the merchants asked him, "He is a knight of magic, so an ordinary mercenary, and where are their guards?" MC did not have time to answer him, because at that moment Mrs. Rise, who was present here, laughed nervously. She said, "What a cute knight. Did he really come to save them?" Alan almost swore this. She continued that such a simple-minded boy would hardly lie to them. The second merchant pulled her up. How can she trust anyone in such a situation? Rise sharply answered him that, as far as she remembered, they were alone without guards and weapons precisely because of someone's cowardice. And now, they have no choice. The forest is being cut down, chips are flying. She turned to MC and asked him to lead them out of here. He exclaimed, "Let her, leave it to him." As he led the merchants out of the room, he thanked her for standing up for him. The girl replied that she just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. And he was not bad, so young, and he was able to reach the top floor alone. Alan replied that he was not alone. She told him not to be modest. Just by looking at him, it was clear how many years he had honed his skills. The protagonist remained silent and led them to a secret exit. He explained to them that this way they would be able to directly go to the first floor. After all, they could immediately meet their guards through there. The girl said that then he would not have come for them, right? Alan became embarrassed and told her that he had to help his friends, so he would leave them at that. Rise replied that they would meet him downstairs. MC ran to the girls. On the way he thought that Rose and Leah were strong girls, and everything should be fine with them. But still he had a bad feeling. He ran and prayed that they would be okay. Running back to where he left them, MC started calling out to them, and his voice broke. The sight he saw made him shake. The girls were lying motionless on the floor, and the stranger was gone. He ran up to Leah to see if she was okay. At that moment, the stranger called out to him and congratulated him on his return. He added that it had been boring without him here. He thought he would pass the time by having fun with his allies, but they were too weak and even refused to talk to him. The protagonist apologized to the girl for coming so late. The stranger was too strong, and both Rose and Leah lost the battle. But he would never let him insult them. The protagonist looked at him with hatred, and the stranger exclaimed that he couldn't control himself when he looked at him like that. When the protagonist stood in front of him, his opponent admitted that he had been waiting for him, waiting for them to cross blades. Didn't he remember him yet, the failed swordsman? The protagonist was surprised. How did he know that? Because that was what they only called him at the Kenjutsu Academy. He looked more closely at his opponent. His stance was recognizable. It was the autumn rain style, and only Royal Button had it. The opponent laughed. Well, finally the protagonist recognized him. Alan asked him what he was doing. He remembered. There were rumors that he disappeared after their duel. Doriel asked him, "Well, what is he doing? Is it really unclear?" He just wants to experience Alan's love again. Seeing the surprised face of the protagonist, he continued that after that duel, he was not himself. How could he, a true genius, lose to someone like him? He did not heal his wounds so as not to forget his hatred for the protagonist. The hatred boiling in his heart pushed him forward, and for the first time, he took care of himself. And all for the sake of killing him. And yet, day after day he spent shrouded in anger, but one day he realized something. Doriel made a sad face and continued. He realized that MC loved him. At these words, the opponent burst out laughing. He felt cheerful. The indignant protagonist thought that he was talking complete nonsense. He was completely broken. This unpleasant aura emanating from his sword, without a doubt, this is the same power that MC received with sweat and blood. However, the opponent continued that thanks to this, he was able to calm down. And then his heart cried with love. He could not think of anything. The protagonist asked him. His sword looks very ordinary, but it is a spiritual core, right? Doriel noted that he has a good eye. He really understands him better than anyone, and with that, he rushed at the protagonist. Alan thought that he hadn't changed at all. He still swung the sword just as well. He tried to block Doriel's attack, but realized that he didn't feel any recoil at all. The opponent asked, did he think that was the end of it? He used his signature autumn rain style and added summer rain. MC realized that his strikes had changed. It was like a different swordsman was in front of him. Could his swings before have been just bait? He couldn't believe that in such a short time he had acquired a spiritual core and was able to master the sword. He would still be a genius, albeit with a rotten root. The opponent exclaimed, where did he run from him so stupidly? It was clear to Alan that he couldn't assess his opponent's strength and was losing the advantage. Things were bad. He needed to attack him and force him to spend all his strength on defense. The protagonist turned sharply to him and used the eighth sword, Yatagarasu. Doriel responded with the style of rain, downpour, rain stream, and piercing rain. He noted that his strike passed through. The protagonist thought that this was most likely his specialty. Leah and Rose encountered this power. The maddened opponent said that his face was distorted with a grimace of pain. It was so beautiful. In addition, he loved the feeling of the blade cutting flesh. Cut, stab, chop, slash, tear, shred. He must make sure of their connection. The protagonist decided that he would not let his madness knock him off balance. He needed to calmly analyze his abilities, remember his every move, remember all the oddities, analyze and find an answer. He went straight ahead without hesitation. Even when the sword approached his face, he did not hesitate. In other words, he was sure that the attack would not hit, and he did not need to dodge or block. At that moment, a guess pierced his brain, and he exclaimed to him that his ability is to hide in the shadows, right? The rival confirmed his riddle and added that he was the first to guess this. He understands him without words. They are connected with him by the red thread of fate. So what if he understood? In the shadow world, no attack would touch him. He was invulnerable. But the protagonist disappointed him. There was nothing like that. Doriel drawled that he was very interested in this. Let the protagonist show him what he was capable of. Alan concentrated, called upon the secret technique of Murasame Rain Stream, put all his strength into one blow, into the strongest blow that would be able to cut the world, used the fifth blade, rupture, and with one swing he struck his opponent. Doriel was shocked. How did he do it? Because he was in the shadow world. MC answered him that everything was simple. Since he was in the shadow world, he just needed to cut the shadow world itself entirely. Honestly, Alan himself was slightly confused by the fact that he had succeeded in doing this. Hundreds of millions of years had passed since he began training in the world of time. This happened suddenly. His sword cut through space itself. Finally, he realized that this was the very special thing he had been looking for. And hundreds of millions of years later, he had finally mastered it, the strongest blow that cuts through worlds. Doriel said that he had cut through the world of shadows, which was surprising, but it was expected of him. He would like to play with him a little longer. But time was running out. They would see each other again sometime, and quickly began to leave him. The protagonist called out to him, tried to detain him, but the enemy had disappeared. MC excitedly asked, everything was shaking here. Had they really planted bombs here? He looked at his allies and thought he needed to get them out. The protagonist grabbed them, ran away, and shouted, at this rate, everything here would blow up. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard, and the protagonist, covering the girls with his body, thought he would at least save these two. Instantly, Rise ran up to him and, using the ability Dry Garden, put out the fire. She noted with a smile, it's a shame that there are no such big fireworks during the festival. At that moment, Alan's allies came to their senses. He shouted happily. He was so glad that they woke up. They instantly got into a fighting stance and started shouting, where is that swordsman? MC explained, like everything is fine, he defeated him. Rose noted, well, yeah, he is strong. Leah repented, like she was very sorry, because she couldn't help in any way. Rise called out to him and asked if he was close. Was he hurt? The protagonist thanked her for saving him. She replied that there was no need for gratitude because she did nothing wrong. The protagonist appeared, like, after all, to suppress such an explosion in an instant. It's amazing. Rise explained with a smile, it's just a simple defensive technique. She hasn't introduced herself yet. One of the 5 merchants gave her name and added that she owned a small shop called Fox Shop. The protagonist gave his name and said that he was a student at the Thousand Swords Academy. Rise noted that she had heard about him from her younger sister. Her sister's name is Ferris. She was from the Ice King Academy. He seemed to have defeated her favorite. She was so angry, but let him not take it to heart. She was afraid that she owed him a lot. MC was perplexed, like on the contrary, he owed her. He was an ordinary swordsman. Rise covered his mouth with her finger and said with a smile, "Then they will do this. If he ever has problems in the future, she will lend him her power, but only once." The protagonist asked in surprise, "Anytime?" She agreed and added that she really liked him. Reese hugged him and began to hit on him, when suddenly her allies pushed her away with the words, like he was unpleasant. "Don't cling to him like that." She smiled and noted how his guards were. But seriously, they should be on their guard. The people in black robes are the Black Knights, and they've been making a lot of noise lately. They're a large criminal organization that's involved in robberies, murders, smuggling, kidnappings, and other shady dealings. Rumor has it that they have some very strong swordsmen in their ranks. They've really gotten in their way, so they'll want to punish them. Let them be careful. MC thought about it. He clearly didn't want to get involved with that, but he'll probably have to deal with them again. Rise started to leave and said with a smile that she still had a lot of things to do, so she'll leave them alone. They'll meet him again. The protagonist remarked that he thought the people from the 5 merchants would be stern and scary, but she turned out to be kind and nice. Rose and Leah exclaimed in displeasure. "Where?" 3 weeks later, Bonds looked at the documents and happily noted, "Great, the last request was completed. They did a great job. Thanks to them, they were finally able to get rid of the accumulated requests." He shouted to the other mercenaries that they should follow their example. After a while, they went outside and MC noted with a smile that it was hard, but he liked being a swordsman mage. Leah added that at first it was a little scary, but now she thinks it was even fun. Rose also noted that it was a worthy job, although full of dangers. The protagonist asked, "Will they return to the dorm now?" Leah happily said, "Tomorrow, they are finally returning to the Thousand Swords Academy." Rose noted, "The classes of the Soul Shroud will finally begin. She's really looking forward to it." The protagonist thought with a smile, "Will he finally be able to master the Soul Shroud?" He is looking forward to tomorrow. After some time at the academy, Leah began to praise them with a smile, saying that they were great for volunteering for a month. It seemed that their faces became even more courageous. They told her the whole story and the headmistress said with a smile, "Then she lifts their suspension. They can return to school." A little later, they entered the classroom, and Leah noted with a smile that they had not seen the guys from Class A for a long time. Rose replied that they were a month behind. Now they need to catch up, right? They turned to the protagonist and, seeing his confusion, asked what happened. He explained that he was a little nervous about meeting the guys. After all, it was because of him that they were disqualified at the festival. Leah replied that he was not to blame for anything. Rose added that he should not be so strict with himself. Shido was the first to break the rules. Leah came to the door and informed that their first lesson was soul dresses. The boys were probably all in the classroom already. MC started to approach the door and thought, anyway, he should apologize to everyone first. Their classmates happily started to congratulate them on their return. One of the knights asked what was wrong with his face. It was a stunning success. The protagonist asked in confusion, weren't they mad at him? They stopped him, like that dude really overdid it. He was a rare asshole, although the branch was a bit unexpected, right? The protagonist bowed his head, apologized, and thanked them. Bubble grabbed him in a friendly way and shouted, "What is he talking about? Let him tell you how their suspension went better." Suddenly, Leah interrupted their conversation and noted that now is the lesson, so they will chat about everything during the break. So, finally everyone is here. From today, they will start the soul dresses lesson. MC asked in confusion, "From today?" She explained, at the request of his classmates, the Ornies decided to start the soul dress classes after they returned to school. He thought with a sad face, thanked them all. He was really sorry. Bubble put a hand on his shoulder and asked, what's wrong with his face again? He didn't think they just did nothing this month. Did he? Under Leigh's guidance, they were working on improving their bodies. They all took off their clothes and started showing off their newly acquired muscles. Bubble said with a smile, they had a hell of a training session, but it was worth it. They should have a duel. Leigh called out to them and said, she didn't mind their friendship, but they better get dressed, so have them watch this. First, have everyone take one of these spirit swords. MC grabbed the weapon and thought, so this is a spirit sword? It's pretty heavy. Now they'll have a good workout. The teacher pointed out that these swords were very expensive, so they should handle them with care. Leah clutched the weapon with a tired look. The protagonist asked what was wrong with her. Was she okay? She apologized and explained that she had made some rather strange sounds. Rose noted that she felt hot and excited. Leah explained that the spirit sword was a special sword that could only be used once they had learned to wear the soul armor. There was something magical about just holding it. Strong swordsmen like them should feel pain just thinking about it. It was a sign that their spiritual core, dormant inside them, was rising. Now, let them try to listen to their spiritual core. Let them talk to it. Fight with it. Try to take its power. The embodiment of the power they had received was the soul armor. But she had to warn them not to get carried away. Basically, the spiritual core is on their side. But there are people who start seeing terrible nightmares. And the spiritual core, Alan, is one of them. But there is no need to be too afraid either. If something like this does happen, she will cover them with her power, so it's time to begin. First, have them close their eyes. They need to focus their minds. Then let them let their consciousness slowly sink inward into the soul world. If they succeed, they will be able to see their core. MC thought fearfully. In fact, he is still a little scared. What if he tries to take his body again? Leah said that she will stop him if anything. Everything will be fine. The protagonist looked at his reflection with the help of the sword and went into a trance. In the soul world, his spiritual core met him and noted with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time. MC noted, so after all, he is his core, his monster. He agreed in bewilderment, like, let it be so for now. And what? He finally decided to give him his body. The protagonist refused, like, let him not talk nonsense. If he gave it to him, he would fall into a rage again, right? The demon asked furiously, isn't it stupid that he has all these abilities and doesn't even use them? Attacking, destroying, enjoyment. You have to live in the moment. MC started to appear, saying that they are too different. He wants to live a quiet life. The opponent replied that a quiet life is too boring. The protagonist said that no matter what, he will never give him his body. He wondered if he hadn't saved his life. It was too ruthless to do that in response. The protagonist excitedly agreed, when suddenly a part of him interrupted him and noted that it was very difficult. He had to take the initiative, although there was still no way. Well, now he was sleepy. Well, in any case, there was no reason to be grateful, but no reason to regret either. If he was not going to give him his body, then he should get lost. He wanted to sleep. MC called out to him and remarked, he came here to learn how to wear the soul armor. He needed his help. The monster rushed to attack with lightning speed and shouted. Even if it was a joke, it was not funny at all. From such a powerful blow, the protagonist flew back and screamed in fear. What a stupid force. His arm was about to break. The demon remarked, earlier than planned, oh well. He would tell him a little about what awaits him. If he does not want to die, let him come here with the intention of dying. MC thought, he cannot let him attack first. He rushed to attack and used the ability of 8 sword strikes. The spirit appeared behind him in an instant and said that he cannot cut his flesh with this knife. He grabbed his face and, pressing it into the ground, said that the strength here is the strength of the heart. He is still not ready to fight him. At this moment, the protagonist's friends realized that it would not be easy for him to cope with his second essence, the antagonist, especially since he was going to play harder with MC this time. Leah intervened with her power, and the enemy shouted, what is this, an unknown technique? When he realized that the director used the skill termination, he shouted even louder, that this is a setup. Is this the technique of such a fool as her? She answered him that she just does not like his dirty little hands, nothing personal, and eliminated him. After that, she said, such a weak body but such tenacity as expected from a monster. Leah asked her what it was and how she guessed that it was Alan's spiritual core. Surprisingly, it is so strong and evil. Leah answered her that the only weakness of the spiritual core is the original tenacity, using which you can take control of a person. If the tenacity weakens, then even she will not be able to help. Anyway, the protagonist is fine now. Among other things, she advised them to focus on their studies. At that moment, MC came to his senses and asked where he was. The principal was glad that he was already awake and added that she understood what recovery abilities were. He remembered everything and asked Sensei what happened to that monster. She told him not to worry. She restrained it with her power. The protagonist apologized to her and thanked her for her help. Leah told him not to worry about it. That's how she imagined it. MC thought sadly that the principal said something about fortitude and determination, which meant that it was beyond his capabilities. At that time, several guys entered the school, and one of them exclaimed that he came here for a little fight. He asked if Alan, the swordsman of 3 styles, was here. The protagonist asked his classmates in confusion, who is he anyway? They told him that this was the leader of this gang. His name was Reisu Bortgun from the Curved Swords. MC was surprised, the same Reisu who caused nothing but trouble in middle school? He couldn't believe that he was also admitted here. The guard apologized to Leah and said that he would take them away from here right away. She told him that it was okay. She loved such hot-tempered students. He didn't even have time to come and immediately fight. Wouldn't it be better to have a big fight? Memories of the Thousand Swords Academy in the past flooded her. Alan thought that, in his opinion, it was better to lead a quiet school life. He stepped forward, introduced himself and asked the guy what he wanted from him. Reizu turned to his friend and asked him why such a puny guy participated in the sacred festival of the 5 academies. The friend answered that maybe MC gave a bribe, or did he have familiars? The guy turned to the protagonist, addressed him as a failed swordsman from the Kenjutsu Academy, and asked him what kind of personal style is this, acquired without going to school? He feels like he and Doriel were unfairly defeated back then. MC told him that he found out a lot about things that didn't really happen. At that moment, Tessa stepped forward and told the idiot to shut up and listen, and not to talk too much about trivial things. The protagonist wanted to stop his friend, but he, not paying attention to it, continued. He asked Reizu if he didn't watch the final duel of the sacred festival. The guy also asked in return, did Tessa watch it carefully? In the beginning, he was a doormat, and by the end of the duel, he was consumed by his own spiritual core. He went beyond the permitted limits and was disqualified, is that right? MC's ally said that after watching that fight, he could only draw such conclusions. The opponent told him that he was as worthless as MC. Tessa grabbed his sword and called on the cutting iron with rust style. The opponent called him an idiot who played at being friends and invited him to play. The ally's friends exclaimed that he should beat the opponent. Reisu attacked MC's friend, but he deftly parried his blows and struck back. Then he began to dodge them. The opponent teased him, saying, "What happened to his initial pressure?" The protagonist admired his friend's actions. He noted that he was doing great. He parried blows and dodged them with minimal movements. His defensive tactics were much different from what they had before. His friends cheered for their friend. He used the cutting iron style, rust away. The opponent in response called for the 3 skeletons to rise. Tessa was surprised. What was happening? The opponent said that he was finished and called for skeleton rain. When MC's ally fell, his friends ran up to him, asking him if he was okay. Reizu called him a weakling and asked if Class A really had such untalented students. He continued that idiots like the protagonist always messed around with such worthless swordsmen. Leah yelled at him. Maybe he would calm down already? He nonchalantly offered her to explain his point of view. Will she tell him what he did wrong? A swordsman's evaluation is highly dependent on whether he has a soul dress or not. It was the stupidest idea to give up on the soul dress classes and devote himself only to building up his muscles. And now was the time to test what Class A was capable of, because they, Class B, had long since surpassed them. His friends were confused. Did they all have a soul dress? Alan asked his classmate to take care of Tess, and he himself was ready to join the fight. He was joined by Leah and Rose, who expressed a desire to help him and fight next to him, but the protagonist, apologizing to them, asked them to let him be alone this time. The girls reluctantly gave in. He went to the center. His opponent grinned like, finally the failed swordsman decided to come out? What happened to his other friends? The protagonist answered him that they would fight only with him. The opponents grinned, 5 against 1, is he joking or something? The protagonist thought that he didn't care at all that they were mocking him. However, a class is much different from them. For the opponents, the most important thing is excellent talent in swordsmanship, but in his opinion, he doesn't mind postponing classes on dresses of the soul. He suggested that they start the battle already. They ironically answered, as he wishes, a rag. Alan concentrated and began the attack first. He did something unimaginable with a furious speed. The opponents were taken aback. They did not expect such agility from him. He fought alone against 5 and thought that he would not allow them to insult his friends. He would not forgive them. The protagonist summoned the 8th sword Yatagarasu and dealt with all 5 opponents in almost a few blows. Reizu said in confusion, what the hell? How could they lose to this idiot without the soul dress? MC told him that it was easy. No matter how strong the soul dress was, if the swordsman was inexperienced, it was a useless trinket. And their defeat showed that they did not have enough simple and boring physical training. He thought to himself that he was inexperienced too. If only he could keep the spiritual core under control, then no one would bully his friends. Anyway, what happened then? An unknown force burst out from the depths of his soul. That feeling, it seems, he began to understand a little only now. He didn't get it even after 1,000,000 years of training. It turns out that the fighting spirit of friends, the willingness to fight for them, that's where the confidence in absolute victory comes from, and this is what Leah meant by strength of spirit. He didn't immediately understand that his friends were expressing delight. They tore him out of his thoughts with their cries of joy. Leah exclaimed how great he was. He dealt with 5 people who owned the soul dress in a second. Rose winked at him and said that he was a very interesting character. The rest of his friends said that this was to be expected from him. They also will not lose now. The protagonist was overwhelmed with a feeling of gratitude for their faith in him and sincerity. Leah watched her students with a smile, noting their unity. Alan exclaimed that from now on he will definitely become even stronger. The girls asked him not to overdo it. Sometime later, Lilimu and Teresa were reading the news. One asked the other, "What is the next article about?" She read that Reizu and his 4 other henchmen had barged into the first years of Class A, but they were all sent to the hospital after their fight with Alan Rodorua. She said that she was seeing that name again. The third girl, who had been standing by the window the whole time, the student council president of Siak Historia, thoughtfully spoke about the disturbances in the middle school, the suspicious admission process of the Thousand Blades Academy, the bloodshed at the Sacred Festival. According to rumors, was he also involved in the explosion at the Sacred Festival or not? When the protagonist calls out to evil, a very annoying boy appears. However, from what she saw during the fight at that festival, his art is excellent. Lilimu asked her if she was interested in MC. The girl told her that she was a little, besides, she just can't pass by the bad guys. The Sacred Festival is starting. Who will take the place of the strongest first year? After some time, the recruitment period began at their academy. The protagonist was waiting for Leah when she came out, yawned and apologized to him for making him wait. He noted that she looked very sleepy. She replied that they had started the soul dress class, so she had a hard time falling asleep. Really, it had been hard for a week. The girl, embarrassed, asked him not to look at her in the morning. Alan apologized and replied that her sleepy face was as beautiful as always. Leah was completely embarrassed. Did he say beautiful? Does he always look at him like that? The protagonist reassured her that this was not the case. They went out into the courtyard and saw a large number of students. The girl asked the MC if he didn't think it was a bit crowded. They were seen, and the crowd exclaimed enthusiastically that these were heroes. The friends were surrounded from all sides. The girl was asked if such a cutie would like to join the cheerleading team. The protagonist was asked at this point, how about a cool mountaineering club? There is nothing better than the feeling of climbing to the top. The allies were confused by such pressure and found the best solution to run away from everyone. They ran into the classroom, caught their breath, and the protagonist said, "Well, we're in deep trouble." Leah said that she had already managed to get scared. Suddenly they saw Tess. He greeted Alan and said that it looks like they got it too. They paid attention to a pile of paper. Their friend explained that all these leaflets are for judo clubs. He remembered how he was attacked at the exit by barkers, inviting him to join the club, saying that it will pump up your back muscles. This is an excellent solution for those who practice judo, and shuddered. He told all this to his allies and added that he thought he would end up there. Starting today, the recruitment period for freshmen, better known as the rookie hunt, will last for about a week. He suggested that they stick together. Alan noted that this race will be difficult. Leah replied that she heard that this rookie hunt in the 5 academies is a scary time, but she could not even imagine that it would be this much. The protagonist looked at the paper pile of leaflets again and thought about their number. I wonder who it was who did so much. Rose came to them, falling asleep on the go. She greeted everyone, barely saying the words. Leah noted that it was dangerous to go to school sleepy now. Rose replied that the rookie hunt was very lively now. She asked her friends where they were going to join. Leah replied that she was confused. There were so many things she had not yet chosen. Alan had not yet decided either. The girl continued that she had a similar situation. She suggested to her friends, if they were not busy, to see what was going on together after classes. The allies enthusiastically accepted her idea. MC took several leaflets, and while reading them, he thought, this is it, student life. It would be great to find an interesting club. At that moment, the director came in, greeted everyone, and said that she was starting the class. After classes, the allies left the classroom exhausted. The protagonist said that today had been hard too. Leah grumbled that every day there were only classes on soul dresses, and Rose complained that she was tired, not physically, but more mentally. MC thought about his spiritual core. He's still constantly lost to it. However, lately when he struck, he learned to immediately make decisions and dodge. If he managed to remain without a single scratch, then it made him think that he was gradually getting closer to mastering the soul dress. Leah called out to him and asked if he couldn't hear her at all. The protagonist asked her again, what did that mean? Rose asked if he wanted to go see the cheerleading club first. When the allies got there, they were delighted with what the club members were doing. They were doing incredible somersaults and chanting that the Thousand Swords Academy is the best. MC exclaimed, what cool moves they have. And Rose also enthusiastically noted that it was even better than she imagined. Leah said that she was not sure about cheerleading. She did not like bold clothing style and naked body. Her friend objected. She thought it was very cute. Then they visited the swimming section, where they also did not linger too long, and came to the fencing club. They watched with interest what was happening there, including practical classes. When a 10-minute break was announced, the protagonist said that this club looked a little different from what he imagined. He wanted to be more free and relaxed in fencing. He suggested that they first go to other clubs. Suddenly, a girl called out to him. She asked him if he was that Alan, and without waiting for his answer, she continued that it was definitely him. She was glad that he was interested in her fencing club. The protagonist was about to tell her that he was not particularly impressed, but the girl interrupted him and asked how he liked her training. She immediately noticed that she did not give her name and introduced herself to him as Shiruti Rosetto, the vice director of the judo club. The girl added that she was very pleased to meet him. In response, MC introduced himself to her, and the girl could not believe that it was really him. Shiruti exclaimed that this was very good, and asked him if he wanted to have a trial fight with her right now. The protagonist apologized. He and his friends would like to visit other clubs as well. She repeated her question again. The protagonist politely declined her offer again. She thought, wow, he declined again. She blocked their way with faceless translucent warriors and apologized to him. MC said that, as he understood, she would not let him go so easily. Shiruti answered him that it was not so easy to find such talented students as him. He thought that something had gone wrong again, but he did not refuse her. One of the coaches announced that a trial fight between Shiruti and Alan would begin now. The protagonist dejectedly decided to think positively. So what? He had a fight with the deputy director of the Kenjutsu club. The girl offered him this time without using the soul dress. They would fight with wooden swords for practice. She added playfully that he should not worry. She would slightly give in to him. MC thanked her for her concern. Once ready, they began fighting. The protagonist assessed the girl and realized that he couldn't see her weak points. What if she had taken a stance to strike and had simply shifted her center of gravity back? That meant the first sword with the flying shadow would do for now. The girl exclaimed that she had blocked his flying attack, but then she realized that he had only distracted her. By the time she realized this, the protagonist had used the 8th sword Yatagarasu. Shiruti responded with the spin style and wind circle. She was surprised to see that MC had deftly gotten out of the position he was in. He attacked her with a counterattack, and the girl said that it was too soft. Adding that she was actually a little surprised, Shiruti shouted at him to attack. He couldn't break her sword of defense. He told her that it was possible. He thought so. The protagonist encountered this style of spin and defense sword for the first time. All his opponents before were not like her. He was becoming more and more interested, and he put in all his efforts. The protagonist attacked her faster, sharper, and stronger. She wanted to stop him, but MC noted, "What? Too fast? Let her hone her sword skills." He struck her with a swift blow, and the girl managed to dodge it in a split second. The protagonist noted that this was to be expected from the vice principal. Well, now he will be even faster. Shiruti asked him for a break and asked if he cheated at the festival, because here and now he has become noticeably faster. He asked if she thought so. He was glad to hear it. The girl said that in any case, she needed some time to think about her strategy. MC asked her again, a break to think about the strategy? He understood. A little time would be enough for her? Shiruti answered positively and thanked him. At that moment, she clapped her hands and fell. The protagonist thought, what a lucky guy he is. She herself plunged into the moonlit night, in the middle of a weapons challenge. The coach ran up to her and asked what happened. Alan told him to quickly carry the stretcher. The protagonist was declared the winner of the duel. Sometime later, the friends were sitting in the classroom, and the protagonist complained to them that he was exhausted. Leah praised him, that he was doing well, not without adventures, of course, but overall fine. Rose asked him, had he decided which club he would join? He answered that at the moment he would not join any, he liked them all, but he did not find anything for himself. The girls answered with a dejected voice that it was sad. MC was surprised. What was wrong? Did he say something? At that moment, Leah exclaimed, what if they create their own new club? The friends were confused. She asked the protagonist, how did he like the idea of training? Then we could create a training club. The protagonist said thoughtfully that he was a little confused about some things, but he thought it could work. The girls happily jumped at the idea. Is that even okay? If they just train? The girls imagined how it would be. Leah thought that finally, she had found an excuse to be with the protagonist for 3 years. Rose thought that it was even better than she expected. She would also be able to train her swordsmanship right next to the protagonist for 3 years. The girls exclaimed that if they had decided on everything, then they needed to start the training process, and they better hurry up and ran off somewhere. He thought about their enthusiasm. Did these two really want to train so much? He immediately felt so happy in his soul. A few minutes later, his friends flew into the classroom with permission to open their club. Leah exclaimed that Leah would be their consultant. Rose read the terms and conditions, which stated that they needed 3 people to open the club. Well, she said, right on target, there were exactly 3 of them. The protagonist was surprised. They pulled it off so quickly. Rose said that they needed to fill out paperwork with a request to open a club. The MC would be the director, and she and Leah would be members of the club. Once that was done, the question of the name of the club arose. Rose rightly reasoned that since the protagonist would be the director, it was his right to choose the name himself. The protagonist, without thinking twice, suggested that they call their brainchild simply Training Club. He asked them how they liked his idea. The girls had no objections to that. Now the question arose, where would they hold their training? The MC offered them a corner of the schoolyard and muttered that he was very tired. At that moment, Tessa and her classmates looked in on them and asked what they were doing there. The friends briefly explained to him the reason for their gathering. Tessa asked excitedly, were they creating their own club? It sounded cool, and he would be the first to join their group. All of his classmates also expressed their desire to join them. One girl said that she wanted to go swimming, wondering if she could combine the 2 activities. The protagonist exclaimed that there was no need to rush. They hadn't even said what they were going to do in their club yet. Tessa wisely assumed that since the protagonist was there, it would be training. Or was there something else? The girl standing next to him answered that it was unlikely. He was the star of the training. Leah decisively said that those who wanted to join their club should write their name on the list. As soon as they finished the registration process, they would immediately begin training. Everyone present received this phrase with delight. After a while, they began training. And that was the beginning of their training club. They stood silently in the corner of the schoolyard, holding their swords. They were considered a rather strange group. A competition for the budget was planned for some time at the academy. The protagonist did not know anything about it. He was curious. What did it all mean? Leah was surprised. How could he not know about this? The competition for the budget consists of 3 fencers from each club being selected, and they will fight each other to the last. Rose said that the competition will begin next week. It will be held according to the tournament system, and at the end, the winner and the amount of winnings given to the club will be determined. She added that this is a real war. The protagonist read the rules of the competition and was surprised by the big difference between the first and last places. Leah added that the mandatory condition was the participation of first-year students in the tournament, although the student council was an exception to the rule. MC thought that this was crazy, but they know how to lure people. Another important point in the rules was that due to the participation of freshmen in the competition, the use of the soul dress was prohibited. Rose summarized that this would be a competition of true fencing art. The friends saw the allocated money, and the protagonist asked if this amount was too small for the club's budget. Wouldn't it be better to have a little more in reserve? Leah suggested making an agreement with other clubs and buying equipment for everyone. The protagonist thought it was a great idea. When the question arose about who would participate from their club, Tessa answered that he was already competing from the judo club, so he could not. One girl also apologized, but she was also going from the swimming club. MC asked if there were any more people selected as participants. He meant those who were also members of other clubs. Everyone raised their hands except Rose and Leah. The protagonist thought that this was to be expected. Leah said that this way they would fight as a threesome. Rose added that, as usual, there were only them left. The friends gathered in a circle and exclaimed that they would do everything possible to win this tournament. And finally, the competition began. Each team was whispering about something. 2 healthy guys said that they were finally here. This time, they would not be ashamed. Last year, because of the defeat, they thought that it would be better to choke on mud. The other team said that the student council would be defeated. This year, they are only determined to win. The allies, listening and watching all this, were surprised. The protagonist said that the atmosphere here is quite tense. Leah replied that for large clubs with a lot of people, winning the tournament is a priority for maintaining the life of the club. Rose said that this is a real war for desperate high-level students. They have motivation. Leah replied that she is too emotional. The protagonist understood, because it was true, that fighting with high school students who would give it their all would be a great practice for them. Finally, the host said that the time had come when he could declare the competition for the club budget open, and the opening ceremony would be held by last year's winner, the student council chairman of Psi Akustoria. The girl went on stage and greeted all the participants of the tournament. The protagonist asked Leah, If she was the chairman, was she strong? She answered that without a doubt. The chairman of all 5 academies are real beasts. Would it be an exaggeration to say that she is the strongest swordsman in the academy? Rose replied that in fact, Chairman Shi was a first-year last year, but that did not stop her from defeating a third-year from the fencing club. It was an absolute victory and a complete defeat. And the 2 who were behind her were chosen by her as the fencers with the strongest style. The protagonist thought that he would like to see their swordsmanship. She said that the formal greeting was over. She declared the competition for the club budget open. One of her assistants exclaimed, "Well, here's their long-awaited opportunity. Let them all show their fighting spirit." After some time, the protagonist's friends accepted the battle. The girls showed real miracles in their styles in all the battles. Alan analyzed the course of the battles. Their vanguard in the person of Leah and the main force in the person of Rose were rapidly advancing. However, he did not participate in any of the fights and was waiting for the final fight. After the girls won another fight, Leah said that their training club had quickly pulled ahead. Rose added that this was a great start for them. MC had no doubts about her friends. Their fundamental knowledge of techniques came in handy. The ban on using soul dresses played into their hands. Leah said that the final fights were finally starting. The protagonist exclaimed, "Well, it's time to go." The host announced that the best of the best would now take to this stage for the final fights. A mystical community of people using their swords in the corner of the schoolyard, a suddenly appearing black horse called the training club. The protagonist thought, what kind of disgusting performance was this from their team? The host continued that their opponent would be the absolute champion from the Thousand Swords Academy, the current winner, the Student Council. In the vanguard is the secretary of Lilymoot Serene, the main forces are the accountant of Teresa Magdaloth, and of course the general of the group is the Student Council president of Saya Custoria. He continued that the vice president said that the loser of the competition will have to leave the country for some time. The protagonist was indignant to himself. What kind of punishment is this for losing? The host exclaimed that he asks the members of the vanguard team, Leah and Lilymoo, to come on stage. The protagonist wished good luck to his friend. Rose asked her in support, is there no room for error? The girl told her that everything will be fine, let her not worry. The host continued that both participants are ready, then the vanguard duel begins. Leah was the first to attack her opponent, but unfortunately, no matter how much she tried, she still lost. The referee announced that the fierce battle was over. And the winner of the duel was the vanguard of Lilymoo. The winner of the main force duel is Teresa, and therefore, the winner is the current student council. C praised her members. Lilymoo replied that it was easy. Teresa objected. They were almost equal. Are they really first years? Meanwhile, Leah was dejectedly apologizing to her friends. Rose told her that they were just unlucky. The protagonist exclaimed that it was nothing to worry about. They took second place, and that was already an excellent result. Although he was a little upset that he could not fight the chairman. The host announced that it was time for the awards. At this moment, C asked him to speak and said that they had already passed the main duels of the competition for the club budget. Maybe they should have a decisive battle? She continued that neither she nor Alan had ever participated in the current duels. She thought it was a little unfair. The protagonist thought happily that he hadn't even hoped for such a chance. He also thought that something was missing, and besides, he really wanted to fight the chairman. He thanked She for her honesty, and she said, "Well, let's fight." All the teams supported this decision, and the host announced that the chairman's unexpected proposal to hold the main match was approved. The girls were worried about their hero, and Leah asked him to be careful. Rose added that these ladies from the student council were incredibly strong. Alan thanked them and said that he understood everything. When he entered the arena, the girl told him that she had heard a lot about him. The protagonist chuckled and replied that he thought that he had heard some unflattering things. She confirmed his words and added that she was thinking of taming this devil. Look at him today, and he seems so kind. So now they should enjoy real fencing. The protagonist accepted her challenge. The host introduced them as a problem student who was suspended from school a week after enrolling, the head of the training club, Alan Rodorua, and a descendant of the famous Acustoria family, a gifted swordsman, the chairman of the student council club C. Acustoria. His opponent said, "Let the main battle begin." The protagonist knew that his opponent was a high-level winner, so he launched an attack first and used the first sword. With Flying Shadow, he noted that she was able to hide from his technique. His opponent asked that the fogging technique worked well, right? MC was surprised. How could she predict it? He used cloud style and feather clouds, but she was able to dodge all of his attacks again. The girl said that she had heard of his own style. Without thinking twice, the opponent struck back with her technique, but the protagonist barely deflected it. She said that it was commendable that his nervous system was able to reflect her attack. He was like a wild beast. The protagonist thanked her and thought that she was able to reflect his attack with the feather cloud technique. She has an amazing ability to switch from defense to offense. She asked, she understood correctly, that's not all, right? Then let him show his best. MC promised her this and analyzed that her basic techniques were superior to his own. Well then, he would win due to his speed. The chairman immediately noticed that he had suddenly gained strength, but his sword movements were still obvious. He said in response that this was only for now. The protagonist used the cherry blossom style and Sakura mirror cut. She wanted to respond to him with her own strike, but she was amazed he was nowhere to be found. Did he disappear? While his opponent was looking around hoping to see him, he himself appeared and told her that he was here. Without wasting a second, the protagonist used the fifth sword, but the girl successfully parried this attack as well. The protagonist was surprised. What the hell? C told him that his attack was very strong, but his technique was not fast enough. She did not care at all about parrying his attacks. He realized that she saw all the shortcomings in a flash. She chuckled and asked him what he was going to show her this time. Or was this all he could do? Alan cursed and rushed to attack. The host commented that they saw the MC's fierce attacks, but the student council president easily parried them. Leah cupped her hands and asked the protagonist to hold on, and Rose wondered what level of ability C had. The protagonist continued to fight and thought that her movements were excellent. Parrying his attacks, attacking, physical ability, she showed him what a first-class swordsman is. Both the fact that she saw his inexperience, and the fact that he was fighting a first-class opponent, to be honest, all of this gave him insane pleasure. He increased his speed time after time, urging himself on, faster, faster, faster. He really wanted to defeat his strong opponent. If he continued in the same spirit, maybe he would defeat her. The protagonist struck her. The girl wanted to fight back, but suddenly her sword broke. She wondered how this could happen. She was distracted for just a second, and this is the result. Alan himself did not expect this turn of events. He asked her if she was okay. She sighed and replied that there was nothing to be done. Her sword broke, and she was giving up. Everyone in the audience was shocked. How come? Participant C was leaving. The host announced that the winner of the competition was the protagonist. Leah exclaimed in delight that the loss of the student council chairman was an unexpected outcome. She congratulated her friend and noted that he was, as always, on top. Rose asked in admiration, what kind of attack did he use at the end? The protagonist did not have time to answer, because at that time the host said that the problematic student of the Thousand Blades Academy, Alan, fought amazingly. He had not seen anything like this before. The protagonist listened to himself and could not understand what kind of feeling it was. He asked his opponent, was she sure she was okay? She answered that she did not have a scratch, everything was fine. She honestly admitted to him that she thought it would be a draw. After a while, the friends were in the dining room. C came in and asked MC for a minute. He was surprised. The chairman? The girl smiled and apologized for interrupting his lunch. The students were whispering. Did the chairman herself come to see this problematic student? What had he done again? She asked him if he could come to the student council room for a while. The protagonist told her that he would come a little later. But C was persistent and asked him to come right away. He was surprised, but agreed. They went, and Leah suggested that Rose follow them. The girl told her to finish eating first. C and Alan went to the student council room, and she asked him if he knew why she called him. He assumed that it was probably because of the competition. She asked if during the competition yesterday, he gave in to her from the very beginning. The protagonist began to assure her that this was not the case, but she interrupted him and told him not to lie to her. Then what kind of blow was that attack that broke her sword? The protagonist honestly admitted to her that, in fact, he himself did not understand. It was not he who helped him, it was some other force. The girl answered that she now has a deep emotional wound because of him, and he must take this responsibility. The protagonist was scared. Did he really hurt her with that attack? And what can he do for her? She smiled and answered that everything is very simple. And already without a smile, she continued that he disgraced her in front of many, and for this he should join the student council as a public figure. MC was very surprised. Did he disgrace her? And this is punishment for her emotional wound? Sai answered positively. Her reputation as the chairman of the student council suffered because of him. He objected to her, because he also has to deal with the training club. Teresa and Lilimu began to press him. Was he going to refuse? C is a top-notch swordsman. He doesn't want to have such a great training partner? Doesn't he want to participate in school life? The protagonist was indignant. Is this blackmail? This already smells like threats. The chairwoman told him that he doesn't have to worry about the training club. Being a public figure doesn't mean he has to work much. It's enough if he attends the student council lunch meeting. They want him to be with them because he promotes his own style. She asked him if he was with them. The MC thanked her for the offer, but before he could finish, his friends burst into the room and said that they won't give up their hero. They can't take their club chairman. The protagonist didn't expect to see them. The chairwoman asked them if they were the girls from the training club. Leah exclaimed again that the protagonist is the chairman of their training club, and she won't let him be taken away from them. C winced, like, what a fuss about nothing. She explained to them that he just had to come to the council meetings during lunch, and that was it. Leah categorically stated that he always had lunch with them. Rose also did not stand aside. She replied that she could not allow these wonderful moments to be stolen. C drawled that she understood everything. Everything was clear with them. She suggested that they join their student council too. Would they agree? The girls were confused. They certainly did not expect such an offer. The chairman continued that they had a lot of work for public figures, so she would be glad to see them in her team. It would be a lot of fun with them. Several times a month they organize a party of delicious food, and during the long holidays they go on training camps. Don't they want to enjoy these delights together with MC? She continued. Moreover, during the summer holidays they are going to a resort. Girls and boys in bathing suits from dawn to dusk. They can also train there. Well, do they agree? He asked them why they were frozen. His friends began to persuade him to join the student council. The chairman is a wonderful person. He could not believe his ears and asked to see what she told them. She chuckled and replied that she only explained some points to them. What's wrong with that? But what will be his decision? Will he join the student council or not? His friends looked at him pleadingly and asked him to accept the offer. MC realized that there was no point in opposing them and gave his consent to join. The chairman and friends were happy with his decision, and Lilymoo told him that it would be difficult for him. He would have troubles because of women. After some time, they began their next meeting of the already updated student council. First, everyone should get acquainted. The first to introduce herself was Lilymoo Serene. She is the secretary of the student council, second year, Group A. The second girl was Teresa Mcdalot, their council accountant, second year, Group A, asks to love and favor them. The third to introduce herself was C, also a second year, Group A. She suggested that they work together and have fun. The friends also introduced themselves to the girls one by one. C said that in fact, she transferred all powers to her deputy, so they do not have much to do. Lilymoo continued, saying that the only thing they do during regular meetings is eat their lunch. Sai added that that deputy is currently abroad because of a loss. The protagonist asked her if she was talking about the same deputy who was expelled from the country. She answered positively. He is now illegally in the sacred empire of Runeria. The friends were amazed. How is that possible? Isn't this the dangerous empire where they do dark magic? And he's there illegally. The chairwoman replied that when they were choosing his punishment, she jokingly told him that she wanted a blood diamond, and he really did go get it. They can only be found there. She thought sadly, what a fool. Lilymoo suggested ending this stupid story and eating in peace. Teresa supported her, and for a while, everyone was silent. Then, she said that they had already decided where they would spend their summer trip. Lilymoo exclaimed to the protagonist that he would be surprised when he found out. There is a resort on Mount Vicheria where celebrities vacation. Teresa was indignant. Why was she taking back her lines? The girl did not pay attention to her friend and continued that last year they had a barbecue there at the villa. Teresa was finally able to put in her word. She said that the most important thing is that there is their own private beach next to the villas. Alan said that he had never seen the sea in his life. When they all exclaimed in surprise, he became embarrassed and explained that he was from a mountainous area, so he was not familiar with the sea. She winked at him and asked if he would be more relaxed when he saw the sea for the first time. Leah and Rose immediately blushed, and the chairman noticed this. She continued that since she mentioned the summer camp, she wanted to know they were already hard at work preparing for the exams, right? The protagonist and Leah said that they were fine with it, and Rose replied that she wasn't preparing for them at all. Her friends were shocked by her confession, and she asked them what was wrong with that. She entered the Thousand Swords Academy to perfect her one-handed sword, Cherry Blossom style. She is driven by dedication to her work, and she has no time for the rest of the educational process. Indignant, Teresa told her that if she fails the exams, she will have to do extra classes all summer vacation. Did she not know about this? And she will not be able to go to the resort with them. The friends turned pale from this news, and after that, the protagonist and Leah prepared their friend for the tests until the exams. They passed all sorts of tests with her from past years, and now they could only hope for her luck. She said that in any case, she has never lost yet. If anything, they can always help her. After some time, Teresa returned their tests to them. Looking through them, Leah asked MC what his results were. He answered that he was doing well, but she got the highest mark in everything, for which he praised her. They asked Rose how her results were. She told her friends that she was doing fine, she had passed the minimum threshold. They praised her, she had tried very hard, and the girl thanked them, adding that it was all thanks to them. They had helped her a lot. Leah happily exclaimed that now they could all go to the summer training camp together. She couldn't wait for it. The protagonist thought that tomorrow they were going to the chairman's house. Why weren't they going to the airport, but to her house? The next day, everyone gathered in the hall of the academy and headed towards the chairman's house. When they arrived, the protagonist couldn't contain his surprise at how huge the estate was. Leah told him that given the chairman's status, it was not surprising. The Akastori lineage is one of the most famous lines, whose representatives hold high positions in the government of the country of Ringard. Many people in her homeland know about this lineage, and if he watched the news more often, he would know about it too. The protagonist laughed and replied that he was far from all this. It didn't interest him. At that moment, she called out to him. She called her group to her. Everyone greeted each other. The chairman asked him how he liked her outfit. Did he like it? He replied that it suited her very well. The girl said thank you and turned around, inviting everyone to follow her. They went out into the open area, where a huge plane was parked. Alan was shocked. He saw an airplane for the first time in his real life. Although he did not quite understand, of course, but he would be able to fly on it? He was told that this private plane was the property of the Akustoria family. Leah asked the chairman, only those who are part of the student council will fly to the summer camp? She told her that the advisor will arrive a little later. She exclaimed that she had enough chatter, she still had to prepare everything, and invited everyone on board. After some time, they landed, and she said that they had arrived at the place. It was a resort of the Southern Sea on Mount Venus. When the friends got off the plane, they were enchanted by the view that opened up. Leah drew the protagonist's attention to how beautiful it was here. They saw the endless surface of a blue body of water, and MC happily thought that this was the sea. Just like his mother told him, the sea has no end, no edge, everything is just like that. And he breathed out in admiration that it was really very beautiful. She said that first they should tidy up the villa. The friends asked her if they should do it too. The chairman categorically answered that no way. There were enough of them and they could handle it themselves. Lilymoo thought about the real reason for the refusal. She knew that C refused the help of the allies because her room was in terrible disarray and her underwear was scattered everywhere. Sai told her friends that they should relax on the seashore near the villa. The protagonist noted such pleasant words. After resting a little, they headed to the villa. They were warmly received. Leah was amazed at how huge the villa was. Rose said that everything here seemed so elite. They saw watermelons in a net and asked what it was. Watermelon slicing, right? They were told that it was a traditional game in this country. You need to find and smash a watermelon while blindfolded. Leah asked, would that be fun? Then she suggested that her friends try playing a little later. At that moment, a group of angry people entered the villa, and the leader grabbed Leah by the arm. The friends rushed to her aid, not understanding what was happening. The leader pushed the protagonist away, saying, let this stupid boy stay out of the way. The allies took a circle stance back to back. MC counted about 20 opponents. He asked them who they were. The leader exclaimed, they will do without acquaintances, because the princess will die here and now. Leah used Sakura Flash and attacked the bandits. Rose told her friends to leave here, but the leader of the gang shouted at them to take their time and rushed to block their way. He said that no one would leave here and gave the command to his thugs to quickly surround. The opponents pounced on the allies. Leah used the style of the Supreme King, MC 8th Sword, and Rose the style of One-Handed Sword in Sakura Blossom. Then the protagonist used a strong blow, Yatagarasu, Sakura Flash, and finally, the opponents were routed. The leader groaned, lamenting, so stupidly they lost to some brats. Alan exclaimed that they lost. He thinks they can no longer resist. He turned to Rose to call the knights and approached Leah. The girl asked him, was she the target of these people? The protagonist answered her that they definitely said the princess. The opponents somehow came to their senses, and the leader muttered through clenched teeth that he would finish off this bastard, meaning the protagonist. His comrade asked if he was in his right mind. The leader answered him that they had failed their mission. Even if they returned, their leaders would still kill them. In that case, he could only take a risk. MC asked him what he was muttering about. The leader swallowed some pill and exclaimed that they were doomed. Instantly, the entire gang began to turn into monsters. The friends were confused. The protagonist asked, "Did he just swallow some pill, huh?" Suddenly, the protagonist realized that the opponents all had soul dresses. Leah noted that they were acting very strangely. Alan said that this was indeed unusual. He did not understand why their soul dresses were so unstable. The leader struck with such force that MC was surprised. With just one strike, he blew away the entire sand beach. Where did he get such strength? At that moment, Leah used the interception style, then Fafnir, and the protagonist exclaimed that she was in time, he would be next. A squad of monsters approached them, saying that they were all going to die. The protagonist noted that the leader was strong. His physical strength also increased. What was going on? The leader shouted to his warriors to kill the princess, but the girl responded with the Supreme King style with a strong strike. Suddenly, the leader grabbed her leg and told her that if they killed her, they would be saved. Leah screamed at him to take his hands off, and the protagonist warned her that she was in danger. She saw that the strongest monster was attacking her, and at that moment, the protagonist covered her with himself. Suddenly, they realized that they were behind an ice barrier. They were very surprised. Where did the ice shield come from? The leader tried to cut through this barrier, but all his attempts were in vain. He was furious. What is this? Is he impenetrable? At that very moment, someone appeared, who used the ice spear style and defeated the opponents with one blow. The barrier flew apart, and the friends were surprised to see Sid in front of them. He, as if nothing had happened, asked them if they had any problems with these small fish. The allies did not know what to be more surprised about, either that Sid called the enemy small fish, or how he appeared here at all. Ferris appeared nearby and indignantly asked Sid to do something about his freezer. "It is insanely cold here." The guy apologized to her. She continued that because of the bitter cold, she cannot enjoy the tropical atmosphere that she was so looking forward to. The protagonist watched them and wondered what these people from the Ice King Academy were doing here. He had this question written all over his face. Ferris noticed it, laughed and said, "What are they doing here?" "It's just that their student council is having a summer camp here." The MC, confused, voiced his guess like, "Is Sid your subordinate?" The guy was indignant. "Are there any problems about this?" The protagonist answered that no, he just didn't expect this. The girl laughed again and noted, "If you look at it like that, then he really is a little crazy, right?" Sid was indignant again. "What does that mean if you look at it? He's not that stupid." Ferris reassured him. "Let him not worry, he's cute." The protagonist noticed that the guy was acting so nicely towards Ferris. I wonder what kind of relationship they have? At that moment, a helicopter appeared above them, and when it landed, Leah and her assistant number 18 got out. Alan was surprised. Was he here too? She asked them how they were spending their time, and she hoped that it was just great. Leah asked her if the advisor had really let her go. She replied that she was dying of boredom, but she could justify herself by saying that this was her only chance. She couldn't help but run away. Leah saw Ferris and asked her what she was doing here. The girl replied that she would like to ask her the same question. Why should she see that awkward face during her long-awaited vacation? Leah angrily retorted, "What did that humanoid fox just say?" At that moment, they heard the sound of feet, and Rose ran up to them with a squad of knights. The leader of the squad exclaimed that they were an organization of holy knights, and they would save them from their enemies. But imagine their surprise when they realized that all the opponents had already been destroyed. The leader gave the order to call a rescue squad. Rose said sadly that she was a little late. She had no idea how far the knight's office was. MC told her that it was no big deal and thanked her. The girl saw the people who came and asked what the Ice King Academy was doing here. He answered her that a lot had happened, and she couldn't tell everything at once. The leader of the knights suddenly exclaimed, holding something in his hands, like, "Is this a pill of a ghost crystal?" This gang seemed to have taken these pills. He gave the order to urgently contact the high-ranking knights in the main office. The protagonist wondered, a pill of a ghost crystal? A sharp increase in physical strength and the appearance of soul dresses of opponents. Is this the effect of these pills? And besides, their target was Leah. At that moment, C and her friends appeared. She apologized for the long wait and asked what was going on here. The protagonist briefly told her what happened here. The girl understood and suggested something interesting. This amazing idea was inspired by this unusual incident. She asked, what if their summer training camp was held together with the Ice King Academy? This question confused everyone. The main character was the first to react. He said that it seemed like it would be a wild vacation. He thought that in any case, it was not so important. Much more important was the recent attack. The enemy's target was undoubtedly Leah. He was afraid that this could be an attack by another country or organization that was hostile to the kingdom of Westeria. He sometimes forgot about it, but the girl was a princess after all, and there were always some troubles around her. If he could do something, he would do it. His attention was drawn to the shout of his friends. He turned around and saw that all his allies were already in bathing suits. Leah apologized to him for being late, and Rose asked him how he looked in those suits. The protagonist was embarrassed and muttered that they all looked great in them. Lilamu replied that it was obvious, and Teresa chimed in that it was easy to tell by the way his eyes were darting around. Only the director was alarmed by his reaction. She asked him if he was immune to girls. Didn't he? He asked her not to make fun of him. C said that since everyone was gathered, they could go. They were going to have a joint summer training camp with their rivals, so let everyone spend this time usefully. The protagonist wondered where their director was. Had she already changed and rushed to the sea? He wondered if she was their leader. When the allies arrived at the beach, they were greeted enthusiastically by Kane. He shouted at them, "Welcome to the private beach of the Ice King Academy." He had been waiting for this day to meet them. The protagonist was surprised. Was this the same Kane? And he still remembered him? The interlocutor exclaimed that this was now his best memory. The protagonist asked Sid if Kane had such a peaceful nature. The guy asked what was he talking about. MC apologized to him. He did not want to offend anyone. Sid said that Kane became like this after the sacred festival. He said that this idiot, who lost to the protagonist, imprisoned himself for 100 years, and as a result, he had a nervous breakdown. He could not withstand 100 years in oblivion. At that moment, Kane himself ran up to them and told the protagonist that his spiritual power was granted by the deities. Unfortunately, he himself could not go this way, and went crazy. He asked MC if he could call him a deity. The protagonist was embarrassed and asked him to stop saying such things. Sid turned away from them and thought that this was a disgusting sight. At that moment, Leah called out to her allies, saying, if they had already arrived, let them come to them quickly. She told them that she had talked to Ferris and they had decided what their training program would be. The friends could not hide their surprise. Their director was talking about work? She was indignant. What were they even thinking about her? Ferris asked them, how about organizing a training competition in the sea and on the beach? Leah answered her that their team would obviously win. To which Ferris objected, saying, what was she talking about? Did she overheat in the sun or something? MC, who was watching them, noted that they were up to their old tricks again. The director of the Ice King Academy suggested that everyone start the first lesson of beach volleyball. One team would be Alan and Leah, the second, Sid and Kane. Leah exclaimed to her students, go ahead. Ferris told her students that if Sid and Kane lose, they know what she will do to them. The girl loudly proclaimed, let the first match begin. The teams entered the game, and very quickly, the Thousand Blades Academy team began to win. After several rounds, the protagonist shouted to Leah that this was the decisive round, let her pay attention. He threw the ball, and at that moment, Sid shouted that he was weak and hit him with an ice wolf blow. MC responded with a cloud style, with white scales, but no matter how hard he tried, they lost. Ferris announced the score 21-19 and added that the Ice King Academy wins. C said that the next round was the beach flag competition. Sid asked Kane to stay out of his way. Kane said that he knew that himself. The girl gave the command to start. Sid rushed from the spot at a furious speed, using the Trojan horse style, and exclaimed that this flag was his. The allies couldn't even catch up with him. He grabbed the flag, shouted that he did it, and said that they didn't know his talents. Ferris praised him, saying that he did a great job. The guy told her that he hadn't had breakfast yet. The protagonist told Rose that he had simply fooled them. Sid, looking at them, thought that they were discussing his speed. MC wondered if the physical abilities hidden in this monster had increased, or if this was the result of simple training. Sid thought that in any case, he needed to be more attentive. Ferris chanted that their guy was the coolest. C continued that they had another decisive round ahead, which would start right now. This is how the day of the Academy representatives passed. Towards the evening, the protagonist was scrolling through the entire past day in his head and thought that although he was tired today, the day was productive. Competitions with rivals motivate them all, and after that, they had an excellent dinner. Training alone is good, of course, but sometimes it is worth practicing together. Besides, it is fun. He entered the room and said that he just returned. He was met by C and Ferris. As the protagonist noted, both were in a strange state. He greeted them and froze in place. Ferris asked him what was wrong. The atmosphere had changed. The protagonist saw truffles with champagne and realized that they were drunk. MC saw that Teresa and Lilamu were in the same state. The secretary exclaimed that she should fight with her holy sword, Excalibur. The accountant retorted that she would defend herself with her magic shield. Sai and Ferris asked him where he went anyway. They took his hands, pulled him towards them, invited him to sit with them and asked him if he wanted to chat with them. Rose appeared in front of him. He asked her if she was going there too. The girl fixed her hair and asked if he was talking about truffles with champagne. She had tried them too. It was just that it was a common occurrence in her family. They were very resistant to alcohol. She looked at the others, who were snoring sweetly, and said that they were too weak. The protagonist agreed with her and noted that from now on it was forbidden for them. He asked his friend if Leah was okay. Rose answered that she was a little worried about this morning's attack, but tried not to show her feelings, so as not to give them a reason to worry. Leah was a very strong girl, she was completely fine now. The protagonist thoughtfully said that as her friend, he would like to help her somehow. The girl agreed with him. When everyone finally went to their rooms, the protagonist exhaled and shuddered in surprise, because at that moment, he saw Leah, who told him that she had been waiting for him. She apologized for her late visit, but she had something to talk to him about the group that attacked Leah. He invited her to come into the room. She couldn't stand by the door. She went in and continued that she would get straight to the point. They were probably assassins of a group that used dark magic. Or, they could be from the Holy Empire of Ronaria. She was currently investigating these two societies. Therefore, she heard that the 20 people that the Holy Knights were transporting were killed by someone. The attack happened while they were being transported to the prison. This is what was said in the report to the public. The protagonist was surprised. Were they talking about murder? The director continued that the autopsy showed that they were all completely reduced to ash due to carbonization. Unfortunately, the analysis of the contents showed that it was the effect of the phantom crystal tablet. The protagonist remembered how the gang leader swallowed some pill. Leah wondered if today's incident was to test these pills in combat and kidnap Leah. So those 20 people were just guinea pigs from the beginning. He exclaimed that it was so easy to control people's lives. The director continued that this hostile group uses such a radical approach and the protagonist should be very careful. He asked her why she was telling this only to him. Shouldn't he tell Leah and his friends about this? Leah wanted to say something about him, but changed her mind and said that let it be so for now. Many different situations happen to adults and she decided to tell only him about it, so it is not worth spreading this information. She wished him good night and left. After some time, the friends enjoyed the fresh sea air and hot sun when suddenly something incredible happened. Bubbles appeared on the sea surface, and suddenly the water around them began to boil so much that the friends fell into the sea from their swimming rings. It was Sid and Kane who decided to play a joke on them, pranking them to the point of fright. The rest of the time, everyone did whatever they wanted. Someone was talking, someone was making a castle out of sea sand until the evening. In the evening, Ferris invited students from the Thousand Blades Academy to their villa. She suggested that they enjoy the most delicious barbecue prepared by her Dora Hind family. The table was groaning with food, and the protagonist thought that this was exactly what he needed. Everyone wished each other a bon appetit and began to eat. Sid was passing by his friends. Suddenly he snatched the fish from Leah, which the girl was about to eat. She screamed at him. What was he doing? The guy was holding the fish that Leah had just wanted to eat. He said that, as he thought, it was a very poisonous marbled sea bass. If the girl ate it, she would die in 3 minutes. Ferris did not believe him. She said that he was an idiot, because after they caught the fish, their local fishermen checked it all. Sid said doubtfully that he hardly checked everything thoroughly. He asked to bring him all the fish that was in this villa. He was going to check it himself. The protagonist thought that the guy knew about fish. Kane said that he would not be embellishing if he said that he was a fish master. MC was surprised to think that all this time Kane was behind him, and he did not even see him. Kane continued saying that they say that Sid was raised in a special family where all kinds of knowledge were above all. The protagonist thought that the guy was definitely a mystical person. He thanked him for saving Leah. She also expressed her gratitude to him. If not for him, it is hard to imagine what would have happened to her now. Sid was embarrassed and rudely replied that she should not say stupid things. He just accidentally noticed. But this does not mean that he wanted to save her, and called her a fool. The protagonist noted that in any case he has a kind heart, if only he did not swear. Rose smiled and agreed with his words. Alan suggested that the friends forget about this incident and enjoy the barbecue. Despite many incidents, it was a fun summer camp. He so wanted this peaceful time to continue. In the evening, they arranged a fireworks display. The friends looked at it with delight. Leah suggested that her allies go to the summer camp next year. The friends enthusiastically supported her proposal. The next morning, Leah and Ferris clashed with each other again about the draw game. The protagonist thought, well, they ended everything on such a good note. Sai could not resist, and asked the girls to stop arguing. She suggested postponing the decision until the Royal Sword Festival. Seeing the bewilderment in the students' eyes, she explained that this is a festival where all fencing schools compete for the title of the strongest swordsman. Sid asked again, that is, whoever wins the festival will be the true winner? The protagonist replied that he had no objections. Sid said that he had no questions either. He looked at MC and said that he would return the favor for the sacred festival there, and said that the protagonist should not lose before their fight. Leah and Rose were surprised. Did this guy just call the protagonist by his name? The girl from the Ice King Academy was also surprised. Did he just call another person by his name? The second girl exclaimed that the ice of his soul had finally melted. Sid got angry and told them to shut up. Ferris laughed and said that on this note, they would leave them. C said that it was time for them to go back too, and everyone got on the plane. Thus, having settled all their differences, their joint summer camp ended. Everyone dispersed to their homes. Leah asked the director why she was wearing a suit. Leah replied that a certain gentleman would be visiting her today, so she was going straight to her office. The principal left, and a young man in a beautiful outfit appeared in front of the friends. The protagonist noted his uniform and asked him if he was an aristocrat. The young man suddenly attacked him, using the style of domination and destruction. He fiercely attacked the protagonist over and over again. MC thought, what kind of power does he have? Alan was indignant. What is he even doing? And so suddenly, the young man covered Leah with his body and shouted that this vile boar should not approach the princess. Leah, confused, called out to him. As a Kuroto, she did not expect to see this man here. The protagonist asked her if she knew who this was. She explained that this was Kuroto Stroganoff, the commander of the bodyguard detachment of the Kingdom of Westeria. She thought, and when did the commander only manage to grow to this rank? Kuroto exclaimed that they had not seen each other for a long time. At that moment, Leah appeared. Kuroto pointed his sword at her and asked her what all this meant. She replied, well, hello to him too. He continued to be indignant that some dirty microbe-like man was next to the princess. The director noted that he was slightly overdoing it with expressions. These two have a special relationship, don't they? Kuroto was indignant. What kind of special relationship is this? Are they really a couple? Leah said, he misunderstood everything. Leah is subordinate to MC. In a word, she is his slave. It seemed that the royal commander's brain was about to explode, he said in bewilderment. Subordination? Slave? He turned to the princess and asked her, is this true? The protagonist thought that this was his chance. If he now refutes these words, then that oath will exhaust itself. The girl was embarrassed and confirmed his assumption. Kuroto was on the verge of fainting. He could not believe what he heard. And yet his psyche could not withstand such a load, and he lost consciousness. Friends ran to him. The girl shook him, trying to bring him to his senses. The protagonist offered to take him to the medical room. The young man came to his senses, slowly stood up. The protagonist asked him, is he okay? Kuroto turned to him with a scary face said, so that this microbe remembers, he will show him what hell is in reality. Now he will just put himself in order and come back. Kuroto began to quickly move away. Leah tried to stop him, but it was all in vain. Leah tried to hold back her laughter, and the protagonist thought that it was brutal. This is probably the most disgusting moment in recent times. Meanwhile, Kuroto arrived in the kingdom and reported everything he heard and learned to the king. The king, Gris Westeria, not believing his ears, asked again, did he hear right? There is a man who has dishonored his beautiful daughter? The young man confirmed that he had heard correctly. The king was outraged that this was unforgivable, and ordered Kuroto to bring this man to him immediately. He would personally punish this wicked man. The courtiers arrived after them, and bowed politely when they saw her. She sighed and said that she had already forgotten that she would be greeted like this. The girl apologized to the protagonist for having to see this. He told her that he was fine, nothing to worry about. Leah asked him why his face said otherwise. The protagonist did not know what kind of news Kuroto had brought to the king, but he had noticed notes of anger in that letter from His Highness. Leah was also worried about this. Her father had told her to bring Alan to him. MC decided that there was nothing he could do now. He was the king after all. He hoped that when they explained everything to him, he would understand. The court lady said that her carriage had arrived, that she should be careful when boarding. The girl thanked her. The protagonist could feel the angry glances of the surrounding courtiers. He was worried. Would everything be okay? Leah called him into the carriage, and after a while they arrived at the kingdom. They approached the castle, and the protagonist was amazed by its enormous size. The girl saw his surprise and admiration and asked him, isn't it great? The guards at the gate exclaimed that their princess had returned and ordered the gates to be opened. They went inside the kingdom, and everyone began to warmly greet the princess, rejoicing at her return. The protagonist noted that even the guards were greeting her, but that was natural, she was the king's daughter. The guards looked at him sideways, and the protagonist thought, why were they burning him with their eyes? When they entered the castle, MC was amazed by the splendor of the decoration and the size of the halls. He thought with admiration that this was a completely different world. Leah said that she left here 3 months ago, but she still missed it. He asked the girl if she grew up here. She answered him, laughing, that she often ran around the castle when she was little. The protagonist smiled and replied that he could imagine it very well. She asked him if it was a compliment. The protagonist retorted, what did she think? The lady-in-waiting said that they would go to His Majesty's chamber next. She added that they should try not to be rude to him. The protagonist was really very worried. He had absolutely no idea how to treat kings. If he said something stupid, it could lead to international conflicts. Leah noticed his worry and supported him. She told him not to worry. He was her friend, and he was invited here as a guest. MC was grateful to her for her support and said that he would still try to speak politely. The friends entered the throne room, where the king was sitting. He greeted his daughter and fell silent. The protagonist knew the king's name. Looking at him, you immediately understand that this man is a king. Suddenly he smiled and congratulated Leah on his return. The girl greeted him. He replied that he was glad that she was okay. He was very worried about her. Alan felt freer and thought that he had imagined him differently, and he, it turns out, is a loving father. He thought that now he too would be able to say something nice to him. Leah wanted to introduce her friend, but the protagonist himself took the initiative, greeted the king, and introduced himself, adding that he was a first-year student at the Thousand Blades Academy. Suddenly, the king darkened and exclaimed in a menacing voice, is he that same wicked man? The protagonist thought in confusion. Why did the atmosphere suddenly change? The king continued that he heard about him from Kuroto. He was the same boy who bewitched his daughter and perverted her mind and body. He called him a disgusting, impudent man. Alan asked His Majesty to listen to him. There was a misunderstanding. The king loudly ordered him to be silent. He continued that MC had fooled her with his flattering words and naughty little hands. He was just a liar. But he wouldn't fool him. He was older than him, the impudent one. The protagonist was amazed. That bastard Kuroto had exaggerated so much. Leah exploded. She indignantly told her father to listen to MC calmly. Her father objected to her, saying that that devilish boy had even seduced his beautiful daughter, but he definitely wouldn't fool him. Leah continued to object that the protagonist was not that kind of person, and if her father had listened to him, he would have understood. Grease told her that he had brainwashed her. The girl exclaimed that everything was completely wrong. The king said that it had been a useless conversation from the very beginning, and his swordsmanship was absolutely ordinary. The protagonist suggested that everyone calm down, but no one heard him. Leah continued to prove her point to her father. She told him not to say things he didn't know. The protagonist was insanely strong. He even beat her. The king said that she probably just gave in to him. She agreed that maybe she really did become a little weaker then, and the protagonist thought, what is she saying? Leah continued that in any case, he really is the strongest. Gris thought for a moment and said, since she says so, he will test his strength and make sure of his masculine qualities as a swordsman. He will close his eyes to this situation and proclaim him the strongest in their kingdom, if only he can defeat a swordsman of his choice, the same age as him. The protagonist couldn't believe his ears. Is this true? The king continued that if he loses, Leah's internship abroad will immediately end, and she will never return to the academy again. Alan repeated his words to himself. Leah might not return to the academy? The girl was indignant. What was her father saying? She did not agree with such an absurd condition. He told her to shut up. As her father, he would not forgive such treatment of her. Leah was angry at her father, and MC thought, if he had not agreed to come here with her, then nothing would have happened. The king asked him what he would say to this. He was warning her. He would not be able to win. Didn't he think that turning tail and running away would be a wise choice? MC thought that Leah did not want to complete her studies abroad. Moreover, he wanted to be with Leah. The protagonist said that he understood everything. He offered to outline the conditions once again. The king would call him the strongest in the kingdom, right? The girl looked at him happily, and Grease said that he was making the biggest mistake. If so, then tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, there will be fights in the main arena, and there he will meet 3 opponents. He asked the MC if he had any objections. Leah was worried because he would not have the right to retreat. The protagonist replied that he had no objections. He did not mind because he would win. The king noted that his fortitude was impressive. He ordered Kuroto to take the protagonist to his room. The royal commander led him along the corridor, brought him to one of the doors and said that this was his room, and called him a slug. Leah angrily objected to him, saying that he was not a slug, his name was Alan. Let him remember that. Is there something he doesn't like? Does he want to seriously anger her? Kuroto apologized to her. He was a little unrestrained. Leah hissed, "What did he squeak there?" Kuroto told the protagonist that he, by order of the king, would be watching him. The protagonist asked again, puzzled, "What did he mean, observe?" The commander explained that he would be in the room opposite, so if he wanted to leave the room, he should not forget to notify him. If he did not, he would report everything to the king. He added that he was sure of his defeat tomorrow. In any case, he should have a good rest before the fight. Leah answered him that the protagonist would win and stuck her tongue out at him. She wished Kuroto good night and was about to enter the room, but he asked her in surprise why she was going to sleep in the same room with this bore. After all, her bedroom was on the very top floor? The girl was embarrassed, and really, she had not thought about it. The commander was indignant, so this freak MC brings the princess to his room every day? Leah answered him that everything was completely wrong. The protagonist confirmed her words. Leah asked the guy to walk her to her room, and having wished good night to the protagonist, she left. Alan sat in his room and thought dejectedly that this was some kind of vicious circle. His reputation was getting worse and worse. How did he get into trouble? He just wanted to talk to her father, and everything turned out like this. He lay down on the bed and thought that he should rest, but he was tormented by a feeling of loneliness. He was here, alone in this room. Leah was always next to him, such a strange feeling now. If he lost tomorrow, he would never see his friend again. But he would not let this happen. He wanted to spend time at the academy with her. He decided that he would definitely win tomorrow's fight, and now he should get a good rest. The next morning in the kingdom, spectators were gathering in the main arena. The protagonist stood next to Kuroto, and he said that MC did not have much time before the fight. He, a perverted slug, needed to move. The protagonist thought that her treatment of him was an echo of yesterday's incident. Kuroto took him to one of the rooms. MC asked her where they were. She replied that this was the armory for the participants. According to the rules of the main arena, using your own swords is prohibited, so let him choose whatever he wants. The protagonist thought that most likely this was done so that the quality of the sword would not affect the fight. The girl continued that all the weapons were of good quality, but in any case, they would not help him. The protagonist thanked her and realized that most likely they would not have a chance to talk alone, so they needed to do it now. The protagonist called out to her and began to apologize for yesterday. She grabbed his tie, pulled him towards her, and replied that she did not need his apology. He saw her naked, so he should not think that he can get out of this so easily. In any case, let him quickly choose his weapon. She would like to return to the princess now. The protagonist chose his sword, and Kuroto told him to follow her. Alan thought dejectedly that she did not even accept his apology. It seemed that it would be difficult to establish a relationship with her. She showed him the exit to the stands and told him to come out when he heard his name. When she wished him to suffer well, he asked her if she expected him to justify his indecent behavior like this. Then her expectations were in vain. Today he would leave here as a winner. The host in the arena apologized to the spectators for the long wait and said that today they would have a special match. From the western gate comes the most terrible swindler who seduced our princess with disgusting methods, Alan Rodorua. The spectators shouted at him to get out of here. He is a scoundrel. He played with the feelings of their princess. Do not think that he will be able to leave here alive. There were also shouts that, as the king said, he had a completely lying face, and in general, did this scoundrel know how to hold a sword correctly? He thought that all this reminded him of Kenjutsu Academy. Everyone hated him, expected his defeat, laughed at him, and it was like this every day. At that moment, he heard Leah call out to him and wish him luck. Now everything was different. He told her to rely on him. He was not alone anymore. The audience was confused. The princess was supporting him. What did all this mean? He must have pressed on her weak spot. The king indignantly asked his daughter, was she supporting him? She coldly answered her father that it was her business. She supported whoever she wanted. Then the host began to introduce the players coming out of the eastern gate. The two who had the title of the strongest in the kingdom were Gallius, Strong Arms, and Romera the Lightning. The protagonist was surprised there were two of them? Leah was also confused. She asked her father what all this meant. He grinned and told her that he did not remember him saying that the fight would be 1-on-1. The opponents saw the protagonist and were unpleasantly surprised. Gallius said that when the king made it clear to them that the fight would be 2-on-1, He wondered who their opponent was, and he turned out to be some kind of small swordsman. When they came closer, the protagonist told them that they did not look like people his age at all. They answered him that they, so active, were not even 20 years old. Well, they would soon be 20 years old. The protagonist doubted. Were they playing a joke on him now? Gallius said that he would not even attack such a puny boy together, but if he deceived their princess, then that was a different matter. This would not be a fight, this would be his punishment. The protagonist answered them that they could say anything, he would win and take Leah away from here. The start of the first duel was announced, and the protagonist thought, the advantage of victory is with the one who attacks first. MC attacked the opponent and approached him with such speed that Gallius was surprised. What's going on? What kind of unreal power is this? This is bad. He got closer to him. At this moment, Romero used the autumn wind blowing style, but the protagonist deftly dodged his blow. He thought that Romero's physical strength was at a high level, but he would not be able to keep up with his speed. The protagonist dodged so quickly that he shocked his opponents. Romero wondered how he was able to dodge his attack. Gallius wondered in surprise, who is this guy? What kind of monster is he? In the next minutes, no one could understand what happened at all. But the audience saw the swordsman's defeated opponents. How could this happen? He defeated their strongest pair in the blink of an eye, and did it with one blow. The protagonist was driven by the fact that he loved spending every day with Leah, and he did not want it to end. The king was furious about the outcome of the duel. Alan apologized to him and said that today he was just a little stronger. He had an unreal strength. Greece loudly called Kuroto and ordered the commander to take a place in the arena. When she appeared in front of the protagonist, she told him that she was surprised and did not expect at all that she would have to be his opponent. The host announced that she was here, the commander of the prince's bodyguard squad, Kuroto Stroganoff. She is the last trump card in this duel. The outcome of this fight is in her hands. The protagonist said that this is who the last opponent was. Leah mentally worried about her friend. She thought that he should be careful. Kuroto is a very strong swordsman. Her body is as steel as a string. Her sword skills are honed to perfection, plus her strength. She could no longer silently watch what was happening in the arena. Leah jumped up from her seat and loudly shouted to the protagonist that she believed in his victory. She wished him luck, and the MC was touched by her concern and support. The opponent said that he was enjoying himself to the fullest, the fact that he could control the princess like this. In addition, he humiliated her and deceived the royal family, and he can only atone for this sin with his death. She will expose his ugly monster nature. The host announced the last fight in the special match and asked the opponents to begin it. Kuroto used the Supreme King style and strong strike against him. Alan thought that she had the same style as Leah. He deftly dodged her blows, and she exclaimed that he should not underestimate her. The girl was about to deliver a crushing blow to him, but he responded with a counterblow and jumped so high that she couldn't help but appreciate how skillfully he did it. He didn't aim at a specific spot, he simply used the destruction of the blow. She noticed that he had excellent defensive reflexes, although it wouldn't help him. Now she would be even faster. The protagonist watched her actions and admired the magnificent combination of skills. She had no unnecessary movements, starting from the placement of her feet and ending with the movements of the sword. She expressed grace and skill. Kuroto used the style of dominance and destruction, but the protagonist again successfully repelled her attacks. He saw that her blows were strong. She definitely had the most difficult training. However, he had gone through them too. The girl began to attack even more furiously, but MC used one trick that confused her. He disappeared from her sight, and she wondered where he was. He appeared as suddenly as he disappeared, and used the Cherry Blossom one-handed sword style, followed by Cherry Blossom Mirror Slash. The girl had no choice but to defend herself. The spectators were surprised. Their Kuroto was in a defensive position? Who was this guy? So he could do more than just talk? The king did not like the atmosphere in the arena, and he grumbled at the spectators, saying that these idiots were making a fuss over such stupidity. This fight was only to assess the opponent's strength. Now the duel for the title of a true swordsman would begin. He was right, Kuroto could not let him down. The girl reluctantly said, to her regret, it seemed she had to admit the fact that he was an excellent swordsman after all. He asked her, did she hate him that much? She replied that she had guided and trained many swordsmen, so she saw right through him. His physical abilities did not match those of an ordinary person, but his swordsmanship was exceptional. He surpassed the strongest. She asked, did he have hellish training for several decades? He thought, or rather, several million years. The girl continued that, however, he has no talent, he is just trying his best. MC thanked her for her honesty. Moving away from him to the necessary distance, she said that he is trying to surpass his maximum, although he will not be able to achieve more than now. It is pitiful to look at him. This is her dying parting words to him. She turned to face him and said to exhale her air forces. She shouted at him to look more closely. This is what is called talent. She will not let anyone hurt the princess, because it is she who is her guide in life. She remembered how many years ago, in the castle, they had training. Every day she trained with the little princess. They were almost the same age. Kuroto then did not dodge, and Leah's blow hit her. She fell and cried. The princess ran up to her and sympathetically asked her, "Is she okay?" She wiped her tears and told her that she was fine and admired the princess's strength. Leah answered her then, "What does she think? In the future, when she becomes a strong swordsman, she will definitely protect the country." Kuroto sadly said that she was not even fit to hold a candle to her, but she should always be by her side. The princess laughed and told her that she could not become strong alone. She was sure that Kuroto could become a strong swordsman. Leah suggested that they become stronger together, because the princess is the strongest and kindest. She swore with her life that she would protect such a bright person like her, and so she will destroy everyone who harms the princess. MC realized that she used the soul dress, and the girl told him that this was his end. He had no chance of winning. The audience whispered. It appeared their commander uses the soul dress in the form of air troops. Now she will show her true talent. The protagonist analyzed. The girl turned the stones in the urn into birds. Given the long sword in combination with the ability to control birds, it means she will attack from a distance. Then he will engage in close combat. Kuroto guessed his intentions and said that his idea is good, but this number will not work with her. She launched an air owl at him. Alan noted its speed and reflected the bird's attack. The girl said that now she will turn up the heat and created an explosion. The protagonist did not see anything, and this complicated his situation, and the opponent meanwhile used the domination style with a combat attack. MC was able to dodge and use the second sword of the hazy moon. He successfully reflected all the attacks, and the opponent said that he was a smart guy. He prepared a counterattack in advance. He corrected her, saying that she wanted to say a strong guy. The protagonist saw that she was controlling the objects she aimed at and transforming them into explosions. She had a very troublesome soul dress. However, he noticed that she could only control 3 objects at a time. If only these 3 released birds could fit in her pocket. She increased the number of objects, and after a while, the protagonist exclaimed, "Is she kidding me? They cannot be cut directly." The girl said that now it was time to dance, and increased the number of explosions. The protagonist felt like he had never dodged as much in his life as he did today. He really seemed to be dancing, trying to escape from the explosions. The protagonist tried to create a counterattack, but he simply did not have time. Kuroto exclaimed that he should not even try. Then she used another style. A powerful explosion was heard that almost hit him, and he was indignant that it was dangerous. She tried to balance the shockwave with her flying shadow. After the smoke cleared, Kuroto said that although there was a high probability that he could have been possessed by the soul dress, thanks to this, the situation in the battle had changed dramatically, right? She asked him, did he finally realize that his efforts were meaningless, and his so-called talent was useless? He couldn't possess his soul dress. He was absolutely unfit to be the princess's protector. So it was better for him to give up. The protagonist knew that she was right. He definitely couldn't win this way. He needed to find a way out of this situation. The situation was getting out of control. He thought about it, and came to the conclusion that he had no other choice. He needed to be prepared to take a hit. He needed to get as close as possible. She was using a long sword, and he would be in the black if he could buy even a little time. He was confident that he could withstand the shockwave from the explosion. The protagonist told himself that this was a critical moment. He needed to be more decisive, because if he won, he would return home with Leah. He fell to his knees and bent down to withstand the wave. She shouted that he was desperate, calling him a stupid boy. The protagonist, in a bent position, began to break through. The girl was perplexed. What was he doing? He broke through her air force, continued to move forward. He had the most important bird left, the owl. If he could get through it, he would get closer to his goal. At that moment, a large explosion was heard right next to him. Silence fell. The spectators were worried. It was a direct hit. Was he already dead? After all, he was in the very center of the explosion. Even Kuroto was upset. She said that she had offered him to surrender, stupid boy. However, at that moment, he appeared out of nowhere, used the 8th sword, Yatagarasu, and stood right in front of her face, crossing his sword with hers. Surprised, she asked him if he was immortal or something. He told her no. He felt everything to the fullest. The opponent tried to attack him, but she did not succeed. Now she could not use her advantages. She furiously thought that she would finish everything in a second, and use the fifth sword to break. Smiling, the girl asked him, did he think she could not reflect his counterattack in close combat? And at that second, she used a flash of light, blinding MC. He did not see anything. Where is Kuroto now? She told him not to be offended and delivered the decisive blow. Leah jumped up on the spot and covered her mouth with her hands so as not to scream at the top of her voice from fear for her friend. She couldn't believe it was over for him. The smoke cleared and everyone saw him. He was crouched down and examining his wound, which luckily wasn't deep. He thought she wanted to finish him off or something. Either way, he was really lucky. Kuroto saw him and got furious. She asked him if he was always eating metal or something. He calmly answered her. What was she talking about? People don't eat it, right? She replied that she knew about it and continued to rage. What kind of invulnerability does he have? Even a sword can't cut him. How can he even stand on his feet after her owl? The girl didn't feel that he was using the soul dress. Is he even human? The protagonist said that it was his turn now. But the rival again told him not to underestimate her and once again summoned her air army and ordered them to destroy him. Birds fell near him and exploded, but he had already gotten used to the explosions, his body had adapted to them, or her air troops' attacks had become weaker. In any case, this was his chance that he couldn't miss. Kuroto was furious, thinking that her attacks and explosions were useless, and how could she defeat him? She tried to calm down, because he was injured, but it seemed that she could only hope for her swordsmanship. They began to fight with swords, and the protagonist noted that she had a strong arm. However, simple strength was not enough for her. A minute later, after her next blow, MC was surprised. His sword was broken. He was amazed. Was this also part of the power of her soul dress? His blade simply crumbled. Did all the prepared swords initially have a defect? It can't be. At that moment, the king stood up, laughed loudly and exclaimed, "Did he just notice this, fool?" After all, he told him, if he remembers, that he would never win. The protagonist said with disdain, "What a shame to stoop to such a dishonest act." Meanwhile, the host announced that Alan's sword broke from just one blow. Does this mean that they have a winner? Kuroto answered the protagonist that she had nothing to do with it. It was the king's trick. All the weapons stored in the warehouse were initially damaged. And although she did not intend to win in this way, she devoted herself entirely to serving the princess. And for the sake of her highness, she would cut even an unarmed opponent into pieces. The audience, impressed by the protagonist's bravery, began to shout at him that he was a good boy, holding on cheerfully. This was his chance. He could give up right now. If he did not stop, he would make a fatal mistake. He should give up. Someone exclaimed that he had fought well. It was the best fight this year. Let him not do anything stupid, otherwise he could die. He calmly listened to the shouts of the audience and told his opponent that it was strange that she cared about him so much. But did she really think that he would give up just because his sword was broken? The protagonist understood that now it would be a very desperate step, but it was always like that for him. He had never had an easy fight, if you remember all his strong opponents. What would a person like him do without talent, led by his own emotions? At that moment, Leah was crying from fear on the balcony, and mentally asked the protagonist to stop. She could no longer watch this. Fighting without a sword was suicide. She did not want to watch him cripple himself. He addressed Leah in a loud voice and said that he wanted to be next to her, always, and together with her he wanted to become stronger in fencing. MC asked her what she wanted. The girl shouted at him that she also wanted to be by his side, so that they could always be together. Inspired by her words, the protagonist shouted words of gratitude to her. He turned to Kuroto and told her that they would continue. He would defeat her and free the princess, and he would do it all with his bare hands. His rival, after some thought, told him that she was not very observant, and louder so that everyone could hear, she continued that she recognized him as a swordsman, and also bowed to his courage. His will truly arouses pride, so she would strike him back. They rushed at each other. Kuroto used the dominance style, dragon roar, and air troops. The protagonist thought it was a ranged technique, and he was still here. He needed to speed up. Faster, faster, faster. Kuroto frantically screamed at her troops to tear him to pieces. But MC charged forward no matter what, clearing a path with his hands, and just as he was about to reach her, there was an explosion. He stopped and said, "Why did she blow herself up?" She paused, and then replied that she gave up. He had won. The audience gasped in surprise. Leah rejoiced, and the king was furious. What did this mean? How could this happen? The host, confused, said that this was an unexpected turn of events. Kuroto admitted her defeat. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Alan was declared the winner. A few hours after the competition, the king, looking doomed, was receiving his daughter and her friend. The protagonist thought that the atmosphere was very tense. Leah asked him if he was okay. He replied that she should not worry, he was fine. After the fight, he and his opponent were sent to the doctor's office. After the examination, he was told that he was completely healthy and could walk. For some reason, there was not a scratch on him, although he was sure that he was badly injured. He thought about his spiritual core. Was this really his doing? MC looked at the sad king and thought that this would not work. Something should be done. He turned to the king that he had misunderstood everything about his relationship with Leah. The king answered him that he could not continue. The protagonist thought so. He would not even listen to him, but then the girl flared up. She indignantly said that her father should listen to him until the end. And what's more, she asked him what kind of swords were substituted. Grease thought for a while, then said that the protagonist did an excellent job of his task. He names him the next strongest swordsman of his kingdom. His courage deserves his respect. And he fully approves of their love relationship with his daughter. To say that the friends were shocked by such a statement is to say nothing. They froze from what they heard. But then Kuroto tried to spoil the situation. She asked the king if he knew about their master-servant relationship. Leah pulled her up and said that her father had just called their relationship love, not master-servant. At that moment, the king continued that he only approves of platonic relationships. He doesn't even want to imagine any other type of relationship. He feels disgusted even thinking about it. The protagonist confirmed his condition, and Leah said that he doesn't have to shout. They can hear everything anyway. Grease said that MC shouldn't forget about it. And if he lays a finger on his daughter, he will send an entire army after him, who will be happy to crush him into dust. Did he understand everything he said? He added that their conversation was over and they could return to the academy tomorrow. The king called out to Kuroto, and she told him that she would prepare everything necessary for their departure. He thanked her and said that everyone could go. As Leah and the protagonist left, the king slammed his fist on the armrest of the throne and growled for Alan to remember his words. Next time he would prepare explosives and tear him into pieces. Kuroto said that she sincerely apologized to him. It was an unforgivable mistake on her part as the commander of the bodyguard squad. She was ready to bear any punishment. The king asked her what happened then. Did she have no other ideas than to blow herself up in front of him? She replied that, unfortunately, that was true. If she had continued her attacks, she would have definitely died. Gris exclaimed, "What was she talking about? Let her be kind and explain it to him more clearly." She explained that for a second she saw the spiritual essence of the protagonist. It was a blonde man with terrifying features. In front of her was the most terrifying creature filled with furious anger, and this essence was the monster living inside the protagonist. The king said that if she said so, could it really be true? He would not interfere, but they needed to find out more about this essence. Kuroto replied that unfortunately, this essence had the same features as the dragon Fafnir. Gris asked if this was similar to the modern method of sealing an essence. The girls said that it was more like a complete epiphany. The king objected that it was impossible for such an insignificant body to have such a spiritual essence. Kuroto told him in a quiet voice that she was asking for forgiveness. But the worst thing was his resemblance to Fafnir. If they made a mistake, things would get even worse. Gris completely lost heart and muttered that this could not be. Suddenly he raised his head and asked, was it Leah herself who divulged the information that those two were in love? Kuroto confirmed that it was so. The king exclaimed, "Ah, the little girl, she thought of all this. Her fishing rod was cast on him, and his daughter was just bait. It was because of her that they had a new problem in the form of a protagonist." He cursed. And how much did she know? Suddenly an idea came to his mind. If everything went smoothly, would he be able to keep this guy here? In any case, he needed to act according to the plan quickly. He told Kuroto that he needed to leave for his personal affairs. Let her call 3 royal bodyguards as his guard. He would appoint the chancellor in charge of state affairs in his absence. The girl reported to him that she understood everything and went to carry out his orders. The king thoughtfully spoke about the soul dress similar to Fafnir. Was MC's really that destructive? He immediately reassured himself that it was all just his imagination. At this time, the protagonist was thinking about how tired he was. It had been a busy few days. Was it really still summer vacation? He still couldn't rest. He thought about the king and wondered why Gris had reacted so furiously to his daughter's boyfriend. Leah called out to him. She was worried. His face was so exhausted. Was he okay? He apologized to her and replied that he was fine. She continued that she had to thank him. She had dragged him into this, but she didn't even know how to express her gratitude to her. She went on to say that all this was fine, of course, but her father thought that they were a couple, right? I mean, if they didn't act like lovers, it would look weird, right? The protagonist noted that it was true, you couldn't argue with that. She exclaimed, "Did he really think so?" He answered her positively, but asked how do couples in love behave. The girl answered that she knew something, and she had a great idea. When MC asked her what her idea was, she asked him to go on a date. After some time, they were walking along the main street of Arando. The girl happily exclaimed that it had been so long since she had been here. The protagonist admired his friend and thought that she was in a great mood, because she no longer had to change schools. She called out to him near a grocery store and said that these potatoes with butter looked so delicious. Should they eat them? The protagonist did not mind, and the princess asked the seller for 2 portions. The seller replied that he would be happy to do so. She is Princess Leah, right? He also asked her when she had returned. The girl told him that due to urgent packing, she had returned since yesterday. The common people, having heard their conversation, realized that they were in front of their princess, happily greeted her, and congratulated her on her return. The protagonist thought that there was nothing unusual in this. Even outside the castle, she is very popular. One woman exclaimed that thank God she was alive and well. Noticing the MC next to her, the woman asked if he was her school friend or her boyfriend. Alan wondered how he should answer. If he denied it, rumors would start to spread. But if he agreed, his relationship with the princess would become an official couple. Leah laughed and answered that he was her boyfriend. I guess. People started congratulating them, and someone shouted that this meant the protagonist would become their next king. The protagonist thought that things were getting a bit too complicated. But he didn't know what to say to them all. The seller handed them potatoes and said that their little princess had grown up, and added that these potatoes were on the house. She exclaimed that they were on a date after all, and told the people to get out of the way, or she would unleash her horse on them. The people supported her. They really shouldn't have interfered with someone else's date, and they should go their separate ways and leave them alone. The protagonist thanked her warmly. She saved them. The seller winked at him and said that she didn't need any thanks. She hoped that they would have a great time together. When everyone started to leave, the protagonist asked his friend if it would be okay if she called them a couple in front of so many people. Inspired, Leah exclaimed that everything was fine. It was definitely so. Looking at her, he thought that she really thought so. She added that, by the way, their father himself told them to come back after they finished their business. The protagonist thought that her father was too arrogant. The girl suggested not to talk about him anymore, but to eat potatoes. They were so delicious. He agreed with this and thought that she was still unhappy with such a cold reception and was angry with the king. When they were returning, he told her that Greece would calm down someday. Wasn't that why she had returned to her homeland? The princess thought about it and replied that he was probably right. Suddenly she exclaimed that they had arrived and showed him a beautiful building. The girl explained to him that it was the main attraction of their country, the museum of their kingdom. The protagonist noted that it was a very beautiful building, and she invited him to enter it. MC confessed to the girl that it was his first time in a museum. She was surprised and replied that then teacher Leah would personally give him a tour. The girl began to explain that on the right he could see Henry the Great's work, Before the Darkness. The protagonist noted that then she was not a teacher but a tour guide. She asked him not to mock her. Approaching each exhibit, she told him in detail about this or that work. And so their time in the museum passed. Leah's knowledge simply amazed him. Thanks to her gestures, everything was crystal clear to him. He said that there really were a lot of exhibits here. She replied, of course, the kingdom had a very rich history. At that moment they came to another thing, which depicted a large mountain of something incomprehensible, and MC asked what it was. Leah replied that it was by the author. The date and place of creation are unknown. It is a genuine, mystical painting. He thoughtfully said mystical painting. Leah continued that although it does not meet the exhibition standards, they say that it has been here since ancient times. When she asks the reason for this, her father always tries to evade the answer. The protagonist suggested, maybe because he does not like her? She replied that she is not sure about it. The protagonist said that it really is a mystical exhibit. The girl asked if he thought so too? After some time, the protagonist noticed that they had walked around most of the museum. What are they going to do now? She asked for time to think, and after a couple of minutes said that she remembered that she wanted to go somewhere. The protagonist asked her where they would go this time. The princess answered that they would go to the Hill of Hope. He would see? It was an amazing place. They climbed the mountain for a long time. Leah said that they would soon reach the top. He looked at her and was amazed at her energy. They had been walking everywhere for half a day, and she still had not calmed down, and after the battle, he wanted to rest a little. The girl finally exclaimed that he should look at one place. This is exactly what she wanted to show him. MC approached her, and the picture that opened up was truly breathtaking. At such a height, the whole kingdom was in front of him like the palm of his hand. The princess asked him, "Isn't it beautiful?" He answered that it was and thought that this whole picture did not look like natural beauty, but the view was truly magnificent. The girl thanked him again and the protagonist did not understand. Why is she? She replied that she was glad how he fought for her. Thanks to his efforts, they can now live together. That is why she is so grateful to him. The protagonist said that there was absolutely nothing to thank him for, and he thought how good it was that all this was not in vain. Now he was dreaming of at least a little rest. But Leah noted that, of course, this is not quite the topic, but how does he like her father? He wanted to say that her father is a stubborn person, but instead he said that this is one of those questions that is difficult for him to answer. But he could say one thing for sure, he loves her very much. Leah said that there is only one flaw in his love, he often goes too far. The protagonist replied that this is beyond comment. The princess leaned on the railing and quietly told him that her mother died immediately after giving birth. They say that her health left much to be desired and she was unable to survive the birth. That's why she only saw her in photographs. The head knight told her about it. Right after her mother passed away, her father promised himself that he would protect his newborn daughter at all costs. That's probably why he's so protective of her. Everything became clear to the protagonist now. The king had shackled young Leah in the shackles of his own guardianship, while also becoming her mother, the late queen, which is why he radiates such unkind adoration. The princess continued that this time, when he organized a battle of 2 against 1, the prank with the broken swords, all this was her father's fault. Even if he loved her so much, this shouldn't have happened. The girl looked at the protagonist and added that she wouldn't want him to hate him. MC wanted to support her friend. He smiled and replied that everything was fine, he didn't hate the king at all. After all, he was now a member of his family. She thanked him and apologized. She started such a sad conversation. He assured her that everything was fine, she shouldn't worry so much. The girl wanted him to know that. After a pause, she asked, was it a difficult conversation? The protagonist answered that he was glad she trusted him. He himself had a similar story. His father died of an epidemic right after he was born. His mother raised him alone. The princess said that she admired his mother and would really like to meet her. He noted that she would definitely be surprised to see their village. Leah objected. This is his birthplace. She would definitely like it. Of course, he would be incredibly happy about that. They fell silent, and MC thought, what a pleasant silence. The moment when they completely understand each other. Suddenly, the girl asked him if he would like to make a wish. He asked her again, and she explained that here, on the Hill of Hope, there is one wonderful place where all wishes come true. The princess called him to follow her. When they arrived, MC exclaimed, is there such a huge tree growing here? The tree really was amazing in its size, both in height and width. Leah said that there is an ancient belief. Those who hold hands under the crown of this tree will definitely have their innermost wishes come true. Alan said that it was so dark and he did not notice it when they were walking. The princess said, according to rumors, this amazing tree, the age of which reaches several million years. The protagonist thought about this number and realized that the tree has been through a lot, just like he had been through a lot for hundreds of millions of years. The friends stood under the crown of this giant, closed their eyes and began to make their wishes. A few minutes later, the girl asked him what he wished for. He replied that it was a secret. He was embarrassed to talk about it. The princess asked him to at least hint, and the protagonist replied that since she insisted, would she be happy if they made the same wish? Alan was embarrassed to talk about it for the second time in a day, because he wished for his time with Leah to never end. The princess thought with excitement, maybe they really did make the same wish? At the same time, a girl and her executors gathered in one building. She said that they had a new case. The main warrior muttered something like, this is some kind of empty again, where is their profitable work? The lady dealt a powerful blow to the speaker and shouted at him not to ignore her. What is he muttering under his breath? They need to move already. He apologized, and the girl continued that their next job is a kidnapping. The target is the princess of the kingdom of Westeria, Leah. The main warrior exclaimed that this was the black and white princess. Now that was an interesting thing. He had heard a lot of rumors about her Fafnir, now they could really go wild. At this time, the friends returned to the academy. The second semester was starting. Leah was impatiently exclaiming that she couldn't wait to see everyone. The protagonist also missed everyone and was looking forward to meeting his friends. In addition, he was walking to school with Leah. It seemed like an ordinary day. but he was incredibly happy. He looked at her with joy. She noticed his gaze and asked if there was something on her face. MC reassured her that everything was fine. When they entered the classroom, everyone happily started chatting, greeting each other. Tessa came up to them and said that they hadn't seen MC for a long time. He added that he was like always. Had he already become stronger? The protagonist smiled happily. Only Tessa could say that. Leah congratulated everyone on the beginning of the second semester. At that moment, a sleepy Rose came in and greeted her friends. They were a little uncomfortable. They had a little argument with her right after arriving from the kingdom. She asked them where they had been all this time. After all, they hadn't let anyone know about themselves for 2 days. The allies felt guilty. Somehow they had completely forgotten about her, and what should she tell her now? Leah answered that they had gone to her house. Rose immediately woke up. She exclaimed, "What? How do you understand this?" Her mood immediately worsened. The protagonist decided to take the initiative into his own hands and invited the girl for a walk. And everything seemed to be resolved safely as soon as he went for a walk with her alone. But for some reason, he thought that it would not last long. After the walk, they returned to class. MC looked at his classmates and thought that he hadn't seen them for a whole month. He was glad that everything was okay with them. At that moment, Leah entered the class, and all the guys happily greeted her. She smiled, wished everyone a good morning, and announced that they were starting their first homeroom class of the semester. Once all the students had taken their seats, she continued that they had important news on the agenda. The principal looked around the class and noticed that they had all become so beautiful during the summer holidays. She was very happy about it. Leah paused and told them to listen and rejoice. In a month, they were starting the King of the Sword Festival. It was a festive ceremony where the strongest of all the participating fencing schools was chosen. This event was especially popular. The one who took first place among all 5 academies would become incredibly famous. A bright future awaited everyone who showed good results. 5 candidates from each school participated in the festival. However, there was a limit on the number of first-year students. Every year, their school held a special competition for them. In short, they were starting the freshman war. The main rule was one-on-one combat. Here, you can win with just your skills and your soul dress. The protagonist thought that this would be a competition between the best students in their academy. Now that would be intense. Leah continued that next week they would announce the rules of the freshman war and tell them the start date. She suggested that those who wanted to participate in this competition raise their hands. The entire class raised their hands, and the principal exclaimed, "Well done, everyone wants to participate at once." This year, their class is serious. She advised them not to waste their time this week, but to spend it on improving their skills and mentally preparing for the upcoming tests to ensure victory. After some time, the protagonist was training with his spiritual core. His monster greeted him and said that it had been a month since they had seen each other. And now the hopeless weakling decided to show up again. MC asked him if he defeated him. He would get his soul dress, right? The monster replied that it was. But for someone like him, even 100 million years wouldn't be enough. The protagonist replied that it was okay. He even felt better. The protagonist launched an attack and used the first sword with flying shadow. The entity didn't even move. It continued to lie on the ground relaxed. It only lazily said, "What an unexpected attack." MC used the 8th sword, Yatagarasu, but the monster still didn't make any attempts to counterattack. It looked at the protagonist and noticed that he was a bit pale. Did something happen to him? The protagonist started attacking him again, and finally the monster stood up and easily repelled his attack, striking him back. Alan fell and thought that he was too strong. If he had grown in his own strength, then the entity had obviously also become much stronger than before. It felt like it was trying to regain its original strength. The demon asked him sarcastically, "Is he giving up already? Such a weak body can't even withstand a punch. If he didn't have the initial hardening, he would have captured his body right now." He noticed the blood on his hand and grumbled that this damn boy had injured his tender skin and noted that MC had matured a little. The protagonist stood up and thought that they were having some kind of one-sided fight. This monster was getting stronger proportionally with him. It was like he was in a vicious circle. But he understood that he had no right to give up, and no matter how desperate his situation was, he couldn't give up. The protagonist decided to try again, but at that moment Rose began her training with the soul dress. And the protagonist felt as if sakura petals were swirling here because of Rose. Leah declared that the lesson was over. They needed to take a break for an hour for lunch. In an hour, they will gather here for the next lesson. His friends called him to look into the student council room. He walked and thought about that sakura. Did he imagine it? It seems he was too tired. They walked along the corridor, and the protagonist said that they had not come to the student council for a long time, it seems. Since the training camp. Leah asked her friends if it was normal that they did nothing at all during the summer holidays. The protagonist answered that it was probably normal. They entered the room and saw complete darkness. The director greeted them and fell silent. Her friends asked her what happened. Why was she sitting in complete darkness and alone? She told them that she had something to talk to them. They would listen to her, right? Her allies answered her affirmatively, and the director said that she was at her limit. Suddenly, she fell to her knees in front of her stunned friends and asked them to save her. She could not do everything alone anymore. After some time, they asked her if she had calmed down. And when the director answered positively, the allies asked her what had happened. She asked them if they would help her, right? The protagonist answered that it all depended on what she needed. The director jokingly called him mean. She pointed to the table and told him to look there. Leah exclaimed, "What a mountain of paperwork." Leah sadly said that, unfortunately, the summer holidays were over, and now they had more than enough work. And her secretary and accountant had not arrived yet. She could not even get through to them. In fact, her assistants were not even thinking about returning to work yet, but they could not tell her about it. The director begged. She asked them to help sort out all these documents. The protagonist jokingly reminded her that when he joined the student council, she told him that he did not have to work at all. Rose said that she should be responsible for her actions herself. The director looked at them and couldn't believe her ears. Were they serious? She fell to her knees in front of them again and said that this was a vital request. She really was in a terrible situation. The director pressed on their pity, saying that their older sister was already crawling on her knees in front of them. What demons, evil spirits they were, and called the protagonist. MC immediately pulled her up. His name was not a curse word. Did she understand that? Leah tragically wrung her hands and screamed that the protagonist was mocking her, his older sister. He asked her to shut up. What if someone heard? MC seemed to think that if he refused her, she would cause them a lot of trouble. And anyway, she calls herself an older sister, but acts like a younger one. He had no choice but to tell her that he understood everything, and would help her only this once. She was happy with his consent, but the protagonist warned her that she would not be given any more indulgences. Did she understand? Leah said that since MC agreed, she would help too. Rose supported her friends, saying that they did not have much of a choice, so she would help him. Leah warmly thanked her saviors. The friends sorted out all the documents in 2 days, working overtime and taking their time from their lunch break. The remaining time was spent entirely on preparing for the freshman war and training the soul dress. The protagonist understood that even if he tried his best, it was not even possible for an ordinary person like him to master all this in a week. And of course, in the end, he was never able to master this art. Soon, the day of the freshman war came. Everyone gathered in the arena and waited for their turn. The protagonist thought that he had done everything he could. Although he could not tame his soul dress, he was pleased with his mood and physical training. This was going to be a great competition. His friends called out to him, which he was very happy to see. They were in a great mood. Leah told him that today she would take revenge on him for that first day of school. Rose picked her up that she would also take revenge for the sacred festival. The protagonist was happy, looking at them, and thought that he liked their mood. He told them that today they were rivals, and suggested that they give it their all. Their classmates came up to them, everyone was in an upbeat mood, and the protagonist exclaimed, like, "What are they having fun here?" Tessa, laughing, replied that he was here to take revenge on him. Meanwhile, a stranger stood to the side, listening attentively to their conversation, although he was interested in something completely different. Finally, Leah announced that the opening ceremony was about to begin. The first-year students participating in the competition were to proceed to the hall. Everyone, including their friends, proceeded to the hall. The director announced again that the freshman war was beginning. She drew the audience's attention to the students who had appeared. These were all their first-year students, and everyone was welcoming them to their stage. The fans were screaming wildly in the stands, welcoming the participants of the competition, and the director noted, "What a reaction, now that's what she understands." She continued that the results of the first-year students would have a huge impact on the Sword King competition. She enthusiastically shouted that the entire audience was waiting for their fights. Many of them had already mastered the soul dress. It seemed that they were about to witness a fierce competition. The director turned to the students and asked them to show them their true art of fencing and the results of their daily training. The drum rolls sounded, and Leah declared the freshman war to begin. She dropped her hand into the drum with the names of the participants and exclaimed that she was starting the draw for the first competition. She pulled out the papers with the names of the first opponents. They were the protagonist and Reizu. At that moment, someone called out to her. It was none other than MC's opponent. He asked how about having representatives from Class A and Class B participate in the first competition. The protagonist thought, one representative from each class? That sounded interesting. He recognized the guy. It was the same student from Class B who burst into their class. Leah asked, "Are all the students ready?" She turned to the protagonist. "How about him?" The protagonist smiled and replied that he was completely fine with it. Reizu said that a true swordsman, when challenged, does not dare to refuse a duel. Leah suggested starting the competition and added that in accordance with the director's order, they had decided who would be among the first fighters. The spectators were excited about the upcoming competition, shouting that the first years this year were very capable, and asked them to give everyone a hard time. Lilamu watched the protagonist and noted that, as usual, he was not afraid of difficulties. Leah told her that he loved trouble. Teresa said that this was just his character. The spectators discussed the protagonist, saying that he was the same Alan who caused a lot of trouble during the sacred festival of the 5 academies. Then they discussed the fact that they had not heard anything good about this Reizu either. One exclaimed that it turns out that a fight between 2 problematic opponents is coming. It even sounds cool. Reizu pointed at the people and said that the whole large group was just thirsting for his defeat. The protagonist told him that everything will be seen during the competition. He told the protagonist that this wouldn't do. They should show him something interesting. Can't he see that he's already burning with impatience? He continued that he really felt sorry for him. He'd been training himself to the point of exhaustion for the last couple of months, and this time he'd get his revenge on Alan in full. The protagonist wondered if they were picking on him or wanted to beat him up. What kind of debt was this? Was Reizu offended or something? Although, it didn't matter anymore. Leah asked them if the opponents were ready. Seeing their readiness, she proclaimed the first match between the first years. Reizu and the protagonist were competing. The competition was beginning. MC's opponent summoned the 3 skeletons to attack. Alan thought, here they come, they look bigger than before. The opponent laughed and asked what? Didn't expect that? And promised that this was just the beginning. He ordered the gluttonous skeleton to kill the protagonist, and the monster began its attack. MC saw that the 3 skeletons had merged into one. What a powerful aura he had, and yet he was going to defeat him quickly. It was debatable which of them would lose. He used the 5th sword with break and tried to attack the skeleton. It didn't work out so easily, and the protagonist cursed. He was really strong, but he was still not immortal. At that moment, an explosion occurred right next to the protagonist. Reizu screamed furiously that he was finished. Who did he think would defeat him? The Sword King Festival, the Freshman War, an honest victory? He didn't care about anything. The only thing he wanted was to destroy that bastard who had disgraced him before. He kept screaming that his luck ran out when he fought him. The protagonist's friends were indignant. Rose noted that it was an explosion. Tessa shouted that it was a violation of the rules. He did not use the soul dress. The opponent spread his arms to the side, raised his head, and laughed with a demonic laugh. He did not immediately notice that MC appeared in front of him, alive and well, who said that this was the end for him, and attacked the opponent. The defeated Reizu was perplexed. How could this happen? The protagonist answered him that he had been through a lot. He adapted to explosions. If the opponent had used something else, he would not have gotten off so easily. But in any case, the one who does not fight according to conscience will not be able to defeat him. Leah said, "What an unexpected outcome of the fight," and Alan becomes the winner of the first fight. The fans exploded with joyful cries, which surprised the protagonist quite a bit. Rose said that after such an explosion, he did not receive a single scratch. Leah replied that it was because in her kingdom he ate nothing but explosions for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She noticed that his strength was growing rapidly. Rose said with warmth in her voice that no matter what the obstacle was, he would overcome it. Rose turned to her friend and suggested that they not be offended at each other if one of them fought MC first. Leah answered that she was self-confident and knew that they would most likely fight each other before that, right? Rose did not deny it, because in this case, she would definitely win. The princess flared up. Was she joking or something? The protagonist was uneasy at this moment. Meanwhile, Leah announced the draw for the second battle. She put her hand in the drum with names, saying at the same time, "Are there any more volunteers?" The director pulled out a ball and introduced a first-year student of Class A, Rose Valencia. The girls suddenly remembered how she appeared in this academy. After the fight, a girl approached her, and she recognized her as the Black Fist Leah last noche. The girl smirked, like she doesn't need an introduction, right? She told her that she was not bad in this battle, and the audience couldn't find a place for themselves with excitement for her. Rose sighed and said that everything was clear to her. She lost. She didn't have a chance. Who was a protagonist anyway? The director apologized and asked her to listen. She thought that she would be interested in this. Wouldn't she, the heir to the style, want to become part of her academy of 1,000 blades? And now she was back in the arena, and her opponent, his MC friend. Leah announced the start of the second match of the first round, a clash between Class A. The friends began to attack each other, and the director noted that Rose's attacks were assertive from the very beginning. She attacked the protagonist. He cursed and thought that the difference in strength was obvious. He needed to finish everything with one blow. The girl made a wide swing. The protagonist used the secret style of the moon and twilight crescent. Tessa noted with delight that he caught her. But at that moment, the girl dodged his blow, told him that his movements were easy to read, and it was time to end it. She used the style of cherry blossoms and attacked her opponent. Leah exclaimed that it was a great fight and the winner of the second match is Rose. Tessa lamented, saying, "What a shame, the protagonist lost." His interlocutor replied that she read his movements well. The protagonist was not at all upset by his defeat. He thought with a smile that, as he expected from Rose, she had become much stronger. He could not wait for their fight. After some time, the moment for the announcement came. Leah announced that after so many exciting battles, it was time for the semi-final matches between the ardent candidates. The girls said that the time had finally come, and now the real fight would begin. The protagonist hoped for an exciting match. Tessa smiled and told them not to forget about him. The spectators split into 4 groups. Some were rooting for Rose, others for the protagonist. They shouted to him that the Kendo Club was counting on him. Others were rooting for Leah. And the 4th group asked Tessa to show them all where the crayfish hibernate. Leah said that the matches for the selection for the finals were starting and asked the semi-finalists to the court. Rose and Alan would compete in the first match, and Tessa and Leah would compete in the second match. The protagonist and his opponent were invited to take their places. Rose told him that she had been eagerly waiting for this opportunity to fight him since her defeat at the Sword Festival. The protagonist thought, half a year had passed. He would not have thought that they would end up in the same school. But he answered her out loud that the feeling was mutual. They shook hands and decided to give it their all. The director gave the signal to start the first battle of the semifinals, and the friends took a stance. The girl immediately used the style of Cherry Blossom and Knight of Cherry Blossoms. She attacked the opponent so quickly that the protagonist did not have time to dodge her blow. He quickly recovered and began to dodge her attacks. She asked him to tell her honestly, what is his strength? He thought that even with his speed she can keep up with him, and answered that she has become faster. The girl thought, when MC says something like that it makes her happy. Rose increased the speed and frequency of her attacks on him. The protagonist understood that he cannot stop the flurry of attacks of the girl. She pressed him with her speed and a series of attacks. The opponent used her Cherry Blossom style again and added Lightning Cherry Blossom, but the protagonist exclaimed that she couldn't do it and easily parried all of her attacks. He used First Sword and Flying Shadow, and the girl didn't have time to dodge the blow. MC knew that she had a habit of not using the same technique too often. Since she used Lightning Cherry Blossom and Cherry Blossom Knight, what would happen next? As if answering his question, Rose used Cherry Blossom Veil in addition to Cherry Blossom Style. Just as she was about to attack him, he appeared behind her. Leah commented that the opponents used the same technique, but the protagonist uses brute force. His fighting tactics suggest that he is even more ruthless than the rumors say. The protagonist discontentedly wished her not to blabber about whatever she wanted. Rose sadly realized that he was really strong and was disappointed. In pure swordsmanship, he would be swept away to smithereens. She remembered her very first defeat. She was just as sad then, and the director at that moment asked her again, if so, why not enter their academy? The girl resolutely refused this offer. Leah laughed, noted that she said it so sharply, but could she find out the reason for her refusal? Rose answered her that she had already honed her Cherry Blossom style, and she had nothing to learn in some academy. She added that the most important thing was that she should find a swordsman named Alan Rodorwa. Her skill would not be satisfied with a defeat. Leah grinned and said that then she had great news for the girl. The protagonist is entering their school this year. What will she say to that? Rose grabbed on to what was said and asked the principal to tell her more details from that point on. After Leigh's story, she thought that she didn't like the idea of the Black Fist, but this was her chance to get closer to MC. It would be fun to study at the academy, especially if she defeated him. And she entered the Thousand Blades Academy in order to defeat the protagonist. That was her reason. Returning from her memories, she thought that in a sword battle, she did not have the luxury of defeat. The girl created a powerful aura around herself, and the protagonist thought that the feeling he experienced last time, he was not mistaken in it. This is bad. If this continues, she will change the course of the battle. Rose attacked him with spotted crimson sakura and drove him into a trap. He suddenly saw a huge tree and realized that it was a reflection of her soul. It became clear to him that she had caught him. The spectators watched her actions in a daze, and when they saw the tree, they exclaimed that it was very beautiful. It was her soul reflection. And only Tess irritably asked, "What kind of huge tree is this?" Leah noted that, of course, it was inappropriate, but she was enchanted by someone else's soul reflection. The director thought in surprise, "So here you have that old man's granddaughter." She called out to Rose and suggested that she not be shy, but show the essence of Sakura. The girl thought about the power of her clan and asked MC, "Is he ready for battle?" The protagonist suggested that she attack him, and she called for a dance of Storm of Blooming Rose. The protagonist was surprised to think that Rose managed to control the petals. He used the 8th sword with Mythical Raven, but the girl again drove him into a trap, and used her style with Night of Blooming Cherry Blossoms. The protagonist managed to repel her attack, but he wondered what kind of strength she had. Rose attacked him again with the Cherry Blossom style and added Cherry Blossom Flash. MC noticed that her sword power and speed had noticeably increased. He used a counterattack, but the opponent easily repelled it. The protagonist was perplexed. He wanted to win, but he was rebuffed. He began to understand that Crimson Sakura is an enhancing reflection of the soul, and the source of her power is the cherry tree behind her back. It is a collection of energy from everywhere. Increased physical indicators and petals are dangerous abilities, but this situation also has a solution. The protagonist used the 8th sword with Mystical Raven and created a blind spot for the opponent. It occurred to him that if he cuts down the tree, her abilities should disappear. He hit the tree, but was unpleasantly surprised. The tree was strong and did not leave even a scratch on it. Rose understood his intentions and thought that he was surprisingly insightful, decided to aim for the tree. However, it only seems similar to the trees from their world, and in fact, cutting it down is much more difficult than it seems. The girl decided to use the secret technique, Cherry Blossom Tornado, and directed her most powerful blow at the protagonist. He fell, and she exhaled with joy. She won, defeated this monster. She thought about him since that day after training and perfecting the technique. The battle in her head took on a clearer shape. Thanks to this, she became stronger and was able to surpass him. But at that moment, the protagonist appeared in front of her like a phoenix, which led her into complete confusion. But she quickly came to her senses, and to his skill of the 8th sword, again responded with the secret technique, Cherry Blossom. He used Mythical Crow, she used Cherry Blossom Grab, and after a long struggle, she noticed his inhuman strength. He told her that passion is all he has. Besides, she was at her limit. After Crimson Sakura, she launched an attack without sparing herself. Compared to Rose in his head, he thought she would decide to end the match, while she was strengthened by Sakura. But then he realized that her soul reflection has a limit, isn't he right? The girl looked at him and thought that he was very vigilant. As he said, she can use Crimson Sakura for 3 minutes, and now it will end. So this is her last chance to defeat him. She will put all the strength and will of her soul into this attack. She asked him not to retreat and use the Flower Core technique and Crimson Sakura thrust. He told her that he had no intention of retreating and used the Sword of Justice. All the spectators held their breath and watched what was happening in the arena. The friends attacked each other. They fought furiously and frantically, but this time, MC won. After some time, they left the arena, and the protagonist apologized to Rose for causing her inconvenience. She told him that there was no need to worry about it, and added that she didn't want to admit it, but she had lost to him again, suffered a complete defeat. If things continued like this, then there was no way she could even dream of winning. The girl asked him not to think anything unnecessary, but the story was not over. From that moment on, she had become stronger, and next time she would defeat him, let him prepare for it. The protagonist agreed with her and noted that she seemed fine. He continued that they could talk about it later. Rose told him that until the time came, he should not lose to anyone. If he lost to someone else, she didn't even want to think about it. The protagonist was puzzled and thought that he had never seen her so mysterious. But in response to her request, he told her to hurry to the infirmary. Meanwhile, restoration work was underway in the arena. Tessa told Leah that it was an exciting battle, and they could not give in. The girl asked him for forgiveness in advance because he should not expect mercy from her. The guy answered her that he would also try. At that moment, the protagonist took a shower, went to the mirror, and examined himself. He already knew that his wounds had healed. In the battle with Rose, he suffered greatly, but did not feel any pain. His wounds always healed quickly, but then it began to seem strange. And the only thought that comes to mind is that it is all thanks to his spiritual core. If you think about it, after that spirit tried to take over his body, he felt that his physical capabilities had increased significantly. Was the speed of regeneration also a consequence of this event? The protagonist decided to ask him directly, although probably he would just be beaten. He was worried about Tess and Leah, he should hurry. At that moment, he heard a strange sound and ran towards it. He heard Leah declare Leah the winner of the duel with overwhelming force. The audience chanted for the princess and shouted that Tessa was great, he held up well. Leah saw the MC, exclaimed that he was back and asked him about his wounds. He told her that everything was fine and asked if it was over so quickly. The director said that Tessa did everything he could, but he couldn't defeat the princess. She was inspired by their battle with Rose and crushed Tessa with merciless attacks. Leah added that she would like to start the finals already, but both participants were tired, so they decided to take a short break first. She was interrupted by Leah, who suddenly came up to them. That there was no need for a break. She was all in anticipation, and there was no need to hesitate. The girl turned to him and challenged him to a fight. He thought that she had not changed at all, and gave his consent to fight her. Leah watched them with pleasure and thought, this is the real youth of a swordsman. She began her announcement with words of spirit and determination, and proclaimed that the end of the first-year war at the academy would begin. The final match between the protagonist and Leah was coming. The allies entered the arena and the protagonist said that it was so nostalgic, it had been 4 months since the entrance ceremony. A lot had happened to them within the walls of the school. Every day was full of ups and downs. He had such a school life thanks to Princess Leah. She exclaimed that she had been waiting for this opportunity and that victory would be hers. He replied that she should forgive him, but he had no right to lose. Rose, who had been watching her friends from the infirmary, said that she believed in him, the protagonist. Leah excitedly announced the beginning of the battle. Leah called for the revelation of the progenitor king of dragons, and the protagonist noted that her revelation had become faster than before. She attacked the protagonist with the black dragon breath, and MC barely had time to dodge and parry her attacks. He resorted to the first sword, with the flying shadow. The girl did not lag behind, and successfully parried all his attacks. The protagonist noted that suddenly she not only gained great strength but also improved her skills. She became like a complete stranger to him. The princess used the black dragon breath again and intensified her attack. MC knew that he was mainly a close-range swordsman, while his opponent could fight at any distance. If he did not close the distance, it would not even be a match. He tried to break through her, but he did not see a gap in her defense. He even wondered if this was really her, the same Leah he knew. Her carefree and playful attitude disappeared. They stopped for a break, and the protagonist told her that she was very strong, and he felt helpless. She apologized to him and replied that she couldn't let him control the situation. And besides, she hadn't shown him her full power yet. The protagonist wondered, what did this mean? All the previous attacks were just to buy time, and now the real attacks were coming. The girl resorted to the black explosive projectile and launched it at the enemy. The protagonist noted that the projectile was huge, but the speed was slow. He would probably have time to dodge it. And then she used dispersion, and the projectile seemed to split into several parts. MC began to dodge it and thought, is that how it is? His lungs were burned by heat, and for a second it seemed to him that they were about to burn. Isn't this too much because he can die? He decided that this was not all for him. He could still move and still dodge her attacks. Everything around was in black smoke, and the protagonist noted, she must think that she has defeated him, and now is the time to catch her by surprise. MC suddenly appeared in front of her, and she said with relief, that means he withstood the clawed explosion and is okay? And then she used the invincible strike on him. Alan, although with difficulty, repelled her strike, noting to himself that it was very heavy. He also worked hard for these 4 months and became much stronger to exceed Fafnir's growth and strength. But the girl was still incredible. She practiced the attack with the Lord's spears, and it was clear that she worked hard in training, not relying only on her natural talent. Her aspiring genius is like a natural enemy for an ordinary person like the protagonist. But he wanted to defeat this swordsman genius and wanted to cross the line that had always hindered him. The girl attacked him again and shouted that she would win this duel. At that moment, something strange started happening to him. She decided to hit him, but he seemed to turn into a monster and fiercely repelled her attack. He immediately realized that this was the power from the depths of his body beginning to burst out. Why was this feeling so familiar to him? The protagonist saw himself in the reflection of the weapon and was amazed at his appearance. Everyone was surprised by his appearance. Leah asked him if everything was okay. He replied that there was no reason to worry, his hair just turned white. Leah suggested that this could have happened because he was able to control the core of the soul. The protagonist replied that this was unlikely, he was still far from it. Of course, he has enormous power, but it is completely far from this monster. Perhaps this time, it is just his whim. Leah noted that no matter what he says, it is good that he remained intact. But it seems that this has changed his physical abilities to the opposite, and without the soul mask, he really is a monster. That is why there is at least some benefit from rivalry. She activated the soul of the dragon and attacked her opponent. Her strength was simply incredible. She attacked with such force that everything around her flew apart. The protagonist noticed the incredible pressure from her side and could not believe that she had such a trump card hidden. Although, what is surprising here, it was so similar to Leah. Leah announced the second round. The princess dejectedly thought that it was a humiliating defeat. To lose to an opponent when you don't even know what he did. When he didn't even have a soul on the first day of training. She understood that the reason for her defeat was her own inattention and nothing else. Perhaps if she had put in more effort, the result would have been different. She thought that she would not lose, even if this battle was difficult, but she was wrong. The girl looked at the sword trembling in his hands, which he swung so naively and diligently, but now she understood. Her loss was not due to her carelessness, but because her strength was inferior to his. She was ashamed of herself for desperately protecting her small pride, making up an excuse to defend herself. In contrast, the protagonist, who only practices swordsmanship, was dazzling. Today, she should say goodbye to her former weak self and show everyone how strong she has become in order to stand on par with him. The second round began, and she shouted at the MC to attack. The princess attacked him fast, furiously and frantically. He barely had time to parry her blows and bounce back from them. He crossed swords with her and said that if this was a contest of strength, then he still had the advantage. She asked what advantage he was talking about when he couldn't even defeat her. The princess asked how he felt about that, and used the black breath technique. A huge black burning wave engulfed the protagonist, but he successfully broke through this obstacle. He thought that this technique must have become the starting point of the soul. At this moment, Leah released the dragon soul, and seeing the surprise on MC's face, she exclaimed that she was Fafnir, so she could do even this. A black fire wave was approaching him, and in 3 directions, but the current him would definitely be able to stop this blow. He amazingly reflected her attack, which caused her no small surprise. At the same time, the protagonist used 8 swords and white scales, and then Yatagarasu. They paused the battle to rest for a while. Leah thought that she spent too much energy on this technique, and the protagonist was tired. His powerful technique required a lot of energy. The girl asked him if it was okay to continue using such reckless power. He agreed with her and said that he also thought it was better not to. Leah noted that at this rate, all the power would run out and suggested that he dot all the I's and cross all the T's here and now before her fuel ran out. She released the black dragon breath again. His eyes were watering, and it felt like his skin was about to burn. The princess warned him that this would be her real final blow. This was her serious and full of dedication and determination attack. MC understood that he was too close to her, so in the end, he could burn alive. He would have to change his technique. Once he could not cope with her well, but now he was sure that he could cope with her. The protagonist thanked her for the fact that he could go. He used 6 swords and attacked the girl with a powerful roar. She again used dragon breath and confronted the protagonist. Suddenly he saw Leah fall. He thought in fear, was her power already over? She was lying motionless, and the audience was buzzing excitedly. Was he able to defeat her? At that moment, Leah assessed the situation, thought that things were bad, and ran to help. A huge fire was blazing near the girl, and she shouted that she was already rushing to them. But Alan almost knocked her down. The director called out to him, like, "What kind of speed is this? There is an incredible fire there." He ran, driven by the thought that he needed to stop it. He rushed towards the very hell, but he understood that he was not succeeding. He could not stop the fire. At this rate, Leah could die in the fire. He thought that he needed to make maximum efforts and do everything possible to protect her. The protagonist said to himself, "Come on, you need to do everything necessary, he will succeed."